You're making a Greg statement.
Hey, hey, welcome to bonus content. So,
Hello.
Tony is here. Our guest Logan Moore is here.
Hi.
Scott and Option fucking canceled last minute.
What a dick. Collectively, what a dick.
What a dick. So, for fans, for fans of the Kind of Funny morning show, I've got a clip I need to play. This is highly relevant. I don't know if you listened to this yet, Tony, at all.
Because I responded to it.
Yeah, you did. I didn't know if you had watched the thing.
Yeah, I responded directly to the video.
Yeah, I want to set up some context here. It's a lengthy clip. I don't know if you've heard this, Logan.
I heard it the other day. It was quite entertaining.
We gotta catch some folks up. Let's do this. So this is from the Kind of Funny morning show on Wednesday, I believe. Thursday.
Kind of Funny Live 3 tickets are on sale. Yeah. Kindoffunny.com/KFL3. We talked about this yesterday, and when we talked about the VIP day on Sunday, which only open to VIP ticket holders, I talked about how I was just going to fucking rock Alex O'Neal. I was going to punch him and jack his jaw to the side. And then I said Trevor Starkey was going to walk up and try to stop me, and I was going to fucking knock him down with a steel chair. And then Unsexiest Comedy was going to start some shit, and I was going to powerbomb him through the table. I thought that sounded like a great plan. I'm going to beat the living fuck out of anybody who tries to fuck with me at the VIP event Sunday of Kind of Funny Live. Don't care.
Unless it's Mascarpino.
Here's where the idea, Kevin, the idea got a lot better. I'm walking Portillo this morning, hood up, reflecting on everything that's happened in the last 24 hours, and I had a good chuckle thinking about beating these fucking kids to death, you know what I mean? And then I thought, why didn't I think of this earlier? So we're going to do a little acting here, all right? Okay. You just writhe around a bit like you've just gotten powerbombed through the table, right? Hold your jaw. You're Alex O'Neal. You just got your fucking jaw rocked, right? What I'm going to do is come over. No, hold on. I'm not going to. I know you're tickling. I know. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to come over. I'm going to take his phone. I'm going to take his thumb, open up his phone. I'm going to open up the other two phones. Then I'm going to FaceTime their moms. And I'm going to hold up all the phones and be like, I just beat the shit out of your shitty sons. And they're on the floor over here. And then I do the Greg World Order thing where I tear off their clothes and I spray paint them GWO on it. And then I do the Wolfpack sign again. And
again.
I have a message for Greg Miller. If he's going to call me out on his show, then I have to call him out on our show. I feel like that's the only way to escalate this in a proper way. So the situation, here's how it went down. He's like, hey, we're going to do a VIP meet and greet, and then he's going to murder me and draw an X on my face, I guess. And that escalates. It includes, Trevor Starkey, friend of the show, host of Trove Talk, Cameron Abbott at Unsexiest Comedy on Twitter. Host of Naughty Gamers, involves them also getting beat the fuck up. This is what I'm gonna do. I'm wearing my Game Over Greggy shirt right now for people watching the bonus content, which I always forget. It's the only way you can consume bonus content. At Kind of Funny Live 3, which I will be at, and Tony will be at presumably, and Logan, I don't know if you're gonna be there.
I'll at least be in San Francisco.
Yeah, I mean, this whole ordeal's making me wish I was there.
Yeah. What I am going to do in retaliation of this is I am going to go up to Greg Miller and I'm going to just give him the biggest hug that he's ever received in his life. I'm going to fight fire with love. And we're going to see which one wins.
I think you're going to get the shit kicked out of you.
You know what? If that's how it goes down, that's how it goes down. But everyone will know who is on the right side. And who's on the Greg's World Order side. We'll see what happens.
But I got to put it out there. If Greg wants to get to my boy Alex O'Neal, he has to go through me first.
Like, I don't think Danny Juarez would stand for it either. Like, I think you two are going to come in like my wolf pack.
Yeah.
But boys, Griffin already tweeted out that he's on the side of Greg Miller in this fight. But again, I'm fighting fire with love here. I'm gonna be peaceful.
I mean, Griffin Guccione is like a stick. You could snap him in half real easy.
Yeah, but like it would only bend because his washboard abs are made of steel. But I want, I enjoy every now and again opening bonus content up with a little bit of a bit. Sometimes shit happens during the week. That's funny and it's good to reference. So there you go. There's your little bonus content bit for you. Greg, I'm coming for you, and I'm bringing hugs. I'm going to see you next weekend. We're going to hug it out. It's going to be good. So another news. Hey, this thing came out. It's Switchmas. Merry Switchmas, everybody. Well, it's the day after Switchmas. It's a Switchmas post. Do you have yours in hand's reach, Logan?
I wish. It's over there, right by my TV. I can see it.
It's way too far. I believe you. I mean, Tony, you didn't end up getting one.
Nope.
We talked about it on the show, the Amazon fiasco that occurred where they canceled your pre-order and then didn't get it back for you.
Yeah.
Like animals.
Yeah. If I had that pre-order, I still would have gotten a Switch, but it ended up being too much effort for something that I was not fully convinced of yet.
Mm-hmm. Did you go hunting for it at all, or
no? Okay. If I get one, it'll probably be through like GameStop, and I'll like trade in my Wii U or something like that because I don't think I can justify $300. You know?
Yeah, I mean, you got those plane tickets.
Yeah, and then I have to fly back to the East Coast again, and then right after that, literally the week after I fly back from the East Coast, I have to fly to San Francisco.
Yeah,
so
your flight to San Francisco is not crazy expensive.
I've heard that like round trip from Vegas to San Francisco is like $75. So
yeah, that sounds all right.
Yeah,
for me it was $365.
Yeah, I mean that's how much it cost me to fly to Boston, you know, thereabouts, and I'm gonna have to do that again for my sister's wedding in a month or two. So
yeah, that's gonna be fun.
Yeah,
it'll be a good time. So yeah, I mean, we're gonna talk about this Switch on the show. Obviously, Nabashin got one. I do not know if Scott has access to one. I know he wasn't planning on getting one, but his brother was. And
look, we all know Scott would be the biggest Switch bitch.
Oh, for sure. He's got Switch bitch written all over him.
Yeah.
But I like he's staying with his brother temporarily, and I think his brother was going to get one, so he would have access to one. I don't know how much we want to get into it here, but I did want to show it off since this is the video part of the show. I'm a big fan. I'm gonna let y'all know. Logan, you had some thoughts, some concerns.
Yeah, some. The Joy-Cons I'm not a huge fan of. They feel, putting them into that grip, it feels so light, and I don't think the grip itself has any depth to it. Like, it feels weird wrapping my fingers along the bottom of the controller. I feel like I can't get a good grip on the thing, and that makes me want to get a Pro controller, but I don't want to spend $70 on top of the $400 I just dropped this past week. So that kind of
Zelda tax.
I did buy a Pro controller today. I ordered one on Amazon.
I saw that they were on Amazon, and I have been tempted by it all day. I wish they'd go out of stock so that I'd quit checking it every hour.
Are they still in stock? Yeah.
Just to know if it's still in stock. You could still make that decision.
Yeah.
It's kind of tearing me up.
Yeah, I think that there's a good space for like a really good like back of the Switch accessory, kind of like a case, but like say you have one that has like like a large flat battery in it, but like it extends over where the Joy-Cons go and then gives you a better grip on the back of the system. I could see something like that being really useful. So you actually can hold it more like a real controller, and give it some more heft, so it's not so light, and extend the battery life a little bit. That's something I would be interested in. You know.
So for me, the Switch is actually a lot heavier than I thought it would be.
Oh yeah.
The actual system. Have you held it at all, Tony? Have you played around with it? Okay.
Nope.
Because everyone kept saying in previews and stuff like, "Oh, it's so light," so I expected it to be really light. The Joy-Con grip is very light. I'll say that. That is primarily. I've been playing mostly on the TV.
Yeah.
And again, we're probably going to rehash all this in a little bit. I did want to, since again I can hold it out here and people can see it.
Hey, that looks like a Nintendo Switch. How'd you get that so early?
Yeah,
isn't that released like next week or something?
I actually got Well, we'll get into that. Well, I guess that's bonus content, appropriate material.
Sure.
I was lucky enough to have the Switch delivered to me on Thursday via Amazon Wizards, which is like the opposite of what's been happening to a lot of people out there. Apparently, it's Amazon's been delaying pre-orders to Saturday and in some cases Monday for a lot of folks, which sucks.
It seems like a big city problem with those.
Yeah,
my roommate has a pre-order but hasn't gotten his yet.
Yeah, so
apparently, like they contacted him. And they're like, "Hey, there's an issue with your billing information," and he like opened a live chat. I was like, "So what's the problem?" They're like, "Is this still your credit card number?" And he said, "Yes." And they're like, "There's no problem."
Good. Thanks, guys.
So,
Thanks for pushing it back a little bit.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, Amazon's been messing up with this a lot. I mean, with what happened to you and everything too.
Yeah.
Which is weird. So here's my story, right? I work at odd hours, right? It's very variable. So what I'll do
8 a.m. to 9 p.m.
sometimes, no, not that long, but like 8 a.m. Some days I'll go into work at 8 a.m. Some days I'll go into work at 6 p.m. So what I will do in preparation of that, I will stay up until 8 hours before, an hour before I have to go to work. So 9 hours before I have to work, just to like get the most out of my time because I don't sleep well to begin with. So the day before I had to work Thursday night, 5 to 10. So the day before I just like stayed up till like 7 a.m. or whatever because I knew I'd just go to sleep, get 8 hours of sleep, and then go to work, and then be fucked for the rest of my life. Which, I'm used to. And of course I wake up like, so I have to go to work at 5. I wake up at like 3:55 to my alarm, and I'm like going through my phone, and I'm like checking my text messages, and I see a message from Amazon that says, today your Nintendo Switch was delivered. And this is from 2 hours ago. And I'm like, that's not fucking real. So I like blearily get up in my underwear, walk downstairs at 3:50 in the afternoon, open my door and see the box laying there. I'm like, fuck! And it's, of course, it's like the one day where my fucked up life doesn't make sense, where I should have just like gone to bed at a normal time and woken up because I stayed up playing Horizon. I was having a good time. It's not like I'm upset or anything. And I go up and I have to go to work in like 30 minutes. So I just had enough time to essentially set up the system, update it, play with it. I went to work, worked for 5 hours, and then had to,
At least it was a short shift.
It was a short shift, but then I went and I was planning to see Logan with my roommate immediately afterwards.
Yeah.
Like I get off at 10, movie starts at 10:10.
Yeah,
so
not this Logan.
Not this Logan, not Logan Moore. But
That's
Logan,
been really weird this weekend, though.
Yeah, I imagine.
I saw Logan. You're like, really?
I didn't see you.
But yeah, so I went right to the theater. I didn't even get a chance to go home, and I texted him at work saying like, hey, can you bring my AMC gift card? And I debated saying, also, can you bring the Nintendo Switch that's sitting on my bed right now? And people were like, well, why didn't you bring it to work? I'm like, I have 1 15-minute break during that shift. Like,
Tight.
And I don't
Dude, that's 15 minutes of Zelda.
It could have been my first 15 minutes. But, like, I wanted my first session to be like,
Yeah.
I'm about to dig in.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I'm taking my pants off.
I mean,
and
you
we're
could have
going
spent
wild.
15 minutes trying to decide which avatar you wanted to use.
It's true. I picked the Wind Waker link pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Honestly. I debated on the Twilight Princess. Yeah, it's a good one. It's cute,
I think I kind of agree with Jeff Gerstmann that Tom Nook is the only acceptable avatar, though.
You could also make a me and make the me your avatar.
Fuck that. Fuck me's.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's fair.
Let's kill me's already.
I mean,
Please.
there's
I have a
no
solid anti-me stance.
there's no me functionality on the system. If that makes you feel any better, Tony. So
Yeah, but they still have friend codes, so it's not all okay.
yeah, no, it's all terrible.
It's
but
all garbage.
but it's at least one part of it's a little bit better. So the one time, like you hear shit like this happens. Like every console launch, somebody got it a day early, like a very small group of people that got it a day early.
Look at you.
It's never me. This time it was me, and of course it was like Zelda, one of my favorite franchises, my second favorite franchise of all time, and they came in the same box together, so I had both. And yeah, it was Providence, and then I had to, I couldn't see it until after 1 a.m. when I got home, which is of course after the midnight launches had happened, after people already had it and had been playing for like an hour. So the one time I got to feel special, I didn't even really get to feel special, but it was good because I was expecting Amazon to not deliver it until like 8 o'clock.
Yeah, like
The
right
following day.
before you could.
Yeah.
Like it would be that day.
Because that's what happened with my PS4. Ends up that's what happened to Novation this year.
Oh, yeah. I think my PS4 arrived to my workplace at like 2 p.m.
Mhm.
I had taken the day off because I wanted to just play PS4 because that was
Yeah, I remember
Destiny's
this.
release day.
Yeah.
So I went into work I was like, fuck it, I'll just go work until it shows up. So I went into work from 8 a.m. to about 2 p.m. Where both me and my coworkers' PS4s with Destiny arrived, and I was like, all right, see ya. I picked it up and I left.
Yeah, I remember because we had like in our podcast text thread, we had like just the Nabashin got his first in the morning, and then you got yours after going and picking up at work, and I'm just sitting there going insane slowly, and then I get it at like 7:00. But yeah, so that was a nice little surprise.
Yeah. That white Master Race PS4 still works just fine.
Yeah,
It's better than Danny's. Danny's is dying slowly.
yeah, of course. Mine died like within the first 4 months though, so and I
Yeah, I know.
Your PS4 did?
Yeah, my PS4.
Yeah, because he put it on the floor. How dare you?
That's not what happened.
That's
If you were to believe the internet, that is what happened.
If you're to believe the internet, it's strictly because he placed it on his carpeted floor to take a picture.
For about 10 minutes to record a video.
Yeah.
Yeah, then my PS4 exploded.
Yeah, how dare you put it on a carpeted floor, you fucking idiot.
I put carpet in the CD drive. What was I thinking?
Yeah.
I don't know what happened to my PS4. It just like it would like crash constantly, and it would make this terrifying noise, and the screen would turn like all like white noise static. And then I shipped it. I contacted Sony and I shipped it out. They're like, yeah, it's going to be 6 weeks before we get it back to you. They got it back to me in a week and a half.
That's cool.
Just in time before Infamous Second Son came out at the time. That was when it was.
Infamous games.
that was like the first actual game.
The first big
may need to
game.
want. Yeah.
I think Alex and I went to a Best Buy and both bought the special edition of Infamous Second Son.
No, we bought that was Infamous 2.
And then I was like, nah, fuck this. And I went back in and returned it.
Yeah, because we got it for the cool backpack, and your 17-inch gigantic laptop would not fit in it.
Yeah, we soon learned.
Yeah. So yeah, I got Switch Miss came early for me. I didn't super get to enjoy it, but when I got home from work, I had Friday off. So I'm like, cool,
So you're just like, fuck it.
I'm not sleeping, so I already knew that. I woke up at 3:50 in the afternoon today. I don't know if you heard. So I'm going to play Zelda until I physically can't stay awake anymore, which is what I did, I'll have you know. And 14 hours later, I was very content with my decision.
All right.
Have you? How was the movie? Sitting through that, knowing that you had to switch at home.
So let me talk about Logan, the movie, the film.
I was going to
cinematic
see that last night. But we decided to go on Tuesday because it's $5 on Tuesday.
Yeah, which is a good call. Great movie. My movie theater actually ruined it for me. Like,
really?
I had a terrible experience. I don't think of that movie fondly in my head because of that movie theater. It was not even like
Weird. What happened?
It was not a packed movie theater. So a few things. The dude sitting directly to my left smelled like weed. Just like
nice.
the
That
most
happened when I saw Get Out last week.
Yeah.
Same exact thing. These two people came in, sat down right next to me, smelled like weed the whole movie.
the most smelled like weed I have ever experienced. He fell asleep immediately, snored through half of it. He was with his girlfriend, and then woke up at like, if you've seen the film, there is a very crucial emotional scene like just before the end. Woke up and like just talked through that whole scene like, the fuck is going on here? And then his girlfriend tried to explain the whole movie to him. So this is all happening directly to my left, and then right behind me is like this Spanish speaking pair that is alternating between speaking in Spanish, which many of the characters in the movie do, and speaking in English. And every time like a sad moment for the heroes happen, the lady directly behind me would go, "Oh," in like the loudest, most obnoxious way. I was fucking furious. Like, I have never been this angry in a movie theater. I was so close to turning around and looking her in the eyes, being like, "Oh, would you shut the fuck up?"
I mean,
and
sometimes they're asking for it.
I have never been that angry in a movie ever. So it was like honestly like a little overwhelming. So when the movie ended, I was just glad that I didn't have to be around these people again. But every poignant scene was ruined by these people. So like it was terrible.
That sucks.
Yeah, like it was like a nice reminder because I haven't been to a movie theater in a little bit, and most of my recent movie theaters experiences have been great because I haven't been going to premieres. Like the last movie premiere I went to was Doctor Strange. You were there for that, right, Tony?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that was fine because like
didn't we go with like a bunch of people who were there for Extra Life?
Yeah, we went with the Extra Life crew, the people that got there the first day, and like it was not a super crowded theater.
Yeah, that's the only like superhero movie that I've seen in recent memory that I actually enjoyed.
Yeah, and it was really good. Like I had a good time with that movie, and like it was just us, and like we talked a little bit, but like we were also quiet, and like during the scenes that mattered, we all shut the fuck up. This was the opposite. And like also before the movie started, there was like an ad for a YouTube original movie about this person's like transition from going male to female, and I was like, oh, this is like a really heart moving story. This looks really good, and it's like, oh, YouTube's making original movies, and I was like actually into it. It seems like a well-told, like, kind of documentary story. And the guy, the Smells Like Weed guy next to me was just, like, saying the most heinous transphobic bullshit I've ever heard in my fucking life. So, like, that was the setup for this dude that just fell asleep through the whole movie and then talked through the end of it. So I was fucking livid pretty much from the word go. Like, that was the first time I almost, like, stood up.
Did you ask
him
for some of that dank kush?
I did not. Maybe I should have. Maybe that would have mellowed me out a little bit. But yeah, so the movie was very good. It was like it took the Dark Knight route. It was like a good movie first and a superhero movie second.
Yeah, I agree.
I thought they maybe went they had a little too much fun with the R rating.
Yeah, there was a couple scenes where Professor X was like
dropping
F-bombs. I'm like, this is a little strange.
Yeah, this is weird. But like as far as Hugh Jackman's last Wolverine movie, like it's obviously a perfect swan song for that character.
Yeah, I agree.
Like it is really cool to see a franchise grow up. That has not really happened in superhero films. Like you look at like the Spider-Man 1 through 3, you know, like that franchise just got worse. Well, it didn't get worse. It got worse at the very end. Spider-Man 2 is fantastic, but it didn't grow up. Like it never hit a climax and finished. As far as like that lineage of X-Men movies, like this is a great ending. Like it grew up, it found its maturity, and it ended in a way that felt like a really nice send-off for the series. And Logan is a good end of that.
It's a good send-off for Wolverine specifically. Yeah, I don't know how it fits in with the rest of the movies. I started thinking about like the timelines with all of those, and
yeah, like
I don't know how it really fits in, but I'm glad they made the movie anyway, and I don't really care where it fits in.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that was like the big intent behind it. Like it takes place like way after everything else. They don't really reference any of the other movies. Like you could go into Logan and not having seen any other X-Men movie and still enjoy it.
Yeah.
And just like conceptually knowing it, it doesn't even really tie into the Wolverine at all. Which was like the previous, this is kind of like the successor to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like it is very great as just a standalone film. Like as a film, it is very good. A lot of Last of Us vibes, especially in a couple of scenes.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that was, you could tell they were taking a ton of inspiration from The Last of Us.
Yeah.
There. I mean, I think that was apparent from the first trailers we saw, but there was a couple key points in that movie, specifically one later on where they're like driving along. It reminded me of like when Joel's hurt in The Last of Us and he hides out in that basement for a while, and Ellie kind of takes over. Same sort of thing there. Really reminded me of that.
Yeah. Just it was fun. It was funny when it needed to be. It was a little. I realized it might have been the frustration in the theater and everything as well. I was not in the mood for a downer of a movie. It's a fucking bummer of a movie. There are not a lot of like. There are funny moments on it, but like there's not a lot of like joy to come out of that movie at all.
Yeah. And anytime there is, it's immediately squashed like moments later.
Yeah. I appreciate that everything you've seen of that movie is like from maybe the first 50 minutes. And like all of the visual stuff you see at the end of that film is like brand new, except for like they cut in the trailers. There's a couple cuts from like one of the final action scenes, but like, nothing that gives away the actual like villain of that film and like kind of like the thrust of the plot as well. So it's cool. I appreciate that as well. But it's a good movie. I think you'll dig it, Tony. It is in that pantheon of non-superhero type superhero movies.
Yeah.
Yeah. How was your week, Tony?
I've had a pretty good week.
Cool.
We had some friends over last weekend, as the bonus content made evident.
Mm-hmm.
One Trevor Starkey and one Cameron Abbott came up to Vegas for the weekend and hung out with us.
Yeah.
We had a good time. We streamed some Jackbox on Danny's PS4, but we couldn't listen to any of the audio because Danny's PS4 decided that all the audio was just going to sound like horrible squeaking and garbage.
Okay.
It worked. It was all right on the stream though, but we had no audio.
Did he set it on his carpet?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, so that'll do it. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, Danny's PS4 will sometimes just like it just turns off, decides not to work for a while. So then it'll work, and then it like sometimes the video cuts out and only the audio works. Sometimes the other way. So yeah, it's on its way out. But we did that. We had a nice dinner Saturday night, and then decided to go to the Strip. So we went to the Strip, walked around in some of the casinos, got real drunk, and I took pictures.
Apparently Cameron got fucking wasted.
Oh my god, dude. Yeah, drunk Cameron is probably one of my favorite things.
Yeah, that's funny.
He gets philosophical, I'll say.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, it was a great time. We ended up doing that. I took pictures of them next to giant statues of dogs. We went to the Taco Bell cantina. There was the least enthusiastic DJ I've ever seen playing in the Taco Bell cantina. We were there. Then some guy asked us if we wanted a free limo ride to a strip club, and we said no. And then we went back to the house, and then everyone fell asleep. Next day, we got up. Danny took us to one of this restaurant that he likes. It's weird because it's in like office buildings, but it's pretty good.
I thought you were gonna say it was in a strip club, but
no, it was in a strip club. No. And then after that, it was like that was like 2 p.m. and Trevor and Cameron wanted to head back at that point to make sure they get home before it wasn't too late. So yeah, but we had a lot of great conversations. It was a lot of fun having them around for the weekend. So that happened, and then the rest of this week was pretty normal, except I bought a backpack off Amazon like 3 weeks ago, because I wanted a new one for traveling. It shows up and it's tiny. It's like I bought the large one, but apparently large doesn't mean large all the time. So it was this tiny backpack. Anyway, I ended up having to send it back. I went to the UPS store yesterday because I didn't have any tape in the house. So I was like, maybe they'll tape it for me. And the person in there was like, yeah, I'll tape it for you, whatever. And then I was like, all right. So apparently there's an Amazon like return center in Las Vegas. So they got the package like within an hour.
Oh, okay.
It's like, this is weird. It's like, I just mailed this. Why am I already getting a notification that like my return is done? But yeah, anyway, that's the only other exciting thing that's happened to me this week. I went to a UPS store. Isn't that an awesome?
That's such a great story, Tony. I really appreciate
know, right?
That to the show. I did want to point out, I got another text from Amazon on Friday saying like, hey, just want to let you know that your refund for The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild pre-order of 8 cents went through.
Nice.
Like, oh, cool. He's like, that. It said that will be available in your account within 5 to 7 business days. And I said, cool. I mean, you can save it, but I did want to let you guys know, did save $8 cents off my Pro controller that I ordered today.
Damn.
So, the other $74 were well spent. That was the first
that
time.
thing has HD Rumble.
It does. But that was the first time I was like, I looked at my bank account and I'm like, I'm trying not to spend too much money because I just spent $500.
What's 74 more?
Well, yes. And we're going to Boston next week. And I was like, I'm just gonna use my credit card for this one. So we'll see how that pans out. You excited for PAX on Friday?
Yeah, it's gonna be super lit.
Yeah.
I'm
gotta make those reservations.
What's reservations for
the restaurant?
Oh yeah. We need to do that.
I'm not too worried, but
I'm just glad that like everything as far as like like badges, hotel, transportation, all that stuff has been taken care of weeks ago.
Yeah.
So like all I have to do now
is
schedule a couple more appointments with some developers. that I've been looking at, and then hop on a plane and show up.
I feel bad because like I got like it's every day is like 10 more emails or 20 more emails, and I haven't looked at anything from the last 2 days because of Zelda. So,
Nice.
Like, now I'm kind of swimming in it.
What are you guys seeing next weekend? Can you say?
Yeah, we have that spreadsheet that I can pull up.
Out of curiosity.
If people, I do want to throw this out. I'll say it again during the proper show. If people want us to see anything specifically that they hear is there.
Yeah, let us know.
Let us know. EA just announced that Mass Effect's multiplayer will be there in its first previewable form. So
I'm down. Let's go.
Yeah, we're gonna try and see that. We're seeing a lot of. There's a lot of stuff. Devolver Digital has a whole suite of stuff that we're seeing. We're seeing Songbringer, which is a new game they just announced. Ruiner, and what was the other one? Absolver.
Absolver looks really good.
Yeah, I saw that at PSX a little bit.
I think I did too. Yeah.
Jarrett Green, host of Monthly Passions podcast, very much wanted to see that. Got a few people taking a look at The Gardens Between, a new kind of like cooperative indie game. Logan is taking a look at that. Logan Wilkinson. I know there's a lot of Logans going on here. He's also taking a look at The Raid World War II. Danny and I are going to take a look at Hob, which is Runic Games' new games. I have a preview of that from last PAX East. I'm excited. That's coming out this year, so I'm excited to see it, and it's near final form. Tony and I are going to go see Divinity Original Sin 2, which I'm excited about. That's co-op.
I didn't know there was a sequel to that.
Yes, that's also coming out this year.
Of course it is.
Ultimate Chicken Horse, which is coming out soon. In its final form, Logan Wilkinson has seen that, and Death Squared as well. Those are the things we have appointments for as well. I think Jarrett has a couple other appointments, and you might have some stuff planned, Tony. But that's what we're looking. Nothing's embargoed as of right now. So
cool. I really wanted to go. I'm trying to save for E3. I really want to get to E3 this year. Trying to make it to LA. Are you still trying to go to that?
E3?
Yeah.
I got declined for press badges, so
you're out of luck.
Mm-hmm.
I wanted to go to Kind of Funny Live 3 and then just somehow find a way to like live in a car for like 10 days and then slowly drive down from San Francisco to LA afterwards and then figure it out from there. But I think I'd go broke.
Yeah, I was gonna stay with a friend. I'd set money aside for it too. And I was like going through because I have a bunch of stuff saved up specifically for all these trips. I'm just going to get a PAX West instead, which is more exciting for me anyway.
I think I'm going to try to hit that up too, because
if you get to that, I will almost definitely be there. So
we'll run into each other again at some point, somewhere probably.
You're missing out with Kind of Funny Live 3 though. You're gonna see.
I know.
Hopefully there will be videos of me getting the living shit beaten out of me.
Dude, it really hurts me that I have to miss Kind of Funny Live 3. It really does. But I chose E3 over it just because I've wanted to go to E3s for like 12 years or something crazy like that. So I don't know. I'll get to Kind of Funny Live at some point.
I mean, if I had gotten the chance to go to E3, I was talking to Joey Noel about this. Who was trying to convince me to go. Well, we were talking about like going to E3 and Kind of Funny Live 3. And I was like, I can't, if I can get to E3, is it okay if I not go to Kind of Funny Live 3? It didn't seem like that was an option. So,
yeah, I mean, when Greg's threatening to kill you, you probably have to show up there.
Yeah, it's true.
I need you there.
Danny needs to be there. Hey, Danny.
Hi, I'm here. We're looking for a splitter. I'm gonna eat Taco Bell while we do this podcast. So,
do you want to eat it like off mic?
I mean, we'll see what happens.
And then hop on when you're ready.
We'll see what happens. I didn't visually think Logan was that handsome, and I'm very taken back by it.
Yeah, he's a handsome man. Look at him.
Yeah. So
he's a youngin' though.
I know we're sharing a room. I'm scared.
Oh, you guys are? What?
Wait, is this not our Logan that's staying with us?
No,
this is new Logan. Am I still handsome though?
Are you still handsome? Other Logan is also handsome.
Okay.
I'll have you know.
This is real confusing Logan cast.
Yeah, there's 3 Logans in active, like, I was gonna say dismemberment for some reason. That is not.
There's also Logan the movie.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier, and how my theater.
We're seeing it Tuesday as a
ruined it
house
for me.
because our roommate says I only see movies on Tuesdays because it's $5.
Yeah, my brother and my roommate were trying to get me in on that. They usually go see shitty movies on Tuesday nights, but
I was figuring, I was like, maybe I'll go see Get Out and I'll see Logan for the price of one movie. So
we'll feature it.
yeah.
My movie theater ruined Logan for me. So
What do you mean? What happened?
it's a whole story.
Just give me a quick synopsis.
Transphobic, smelled like weed guy that fell asleep through the whole movie, sitting to my left. And then people that said "aw" loudly at every "quote unquote" sad scene, sitting directly behind me.
Yeah, that sounds terrible. That sounds
the
like when I was
whole
watching
film.
Transformers and I had the most hype guys in front of me, and I was like, all right, like that movie isn't this good.
Yeah, that so Logan's very gory, right?
Yeah.
And it's like the first scene very much sets the precedent. Like, hey, this is a really fucked up visual movie. Arms are getting cut off. Heads are being like fucking smashed in with claws. But every fucking scene, like the people all around me are like, "Oh my god!" I'm like, "Fucking all right, guys, come on."
Like you've seen blood on before. Calm
Yeah,
down.
but like an hour and a half into the movie, we shouldn't be yelling about how fucking violent it is. Like,
Yeah.
I'm in it, okay? I'm used to it.
Yeah. All right, he found the splitter, so we're gonna split it. I'm gonna eat Taco Bell real fast. I'm about to eat 2 chalupas and a quesarito and a taco in 1 minute.
All right, can you talk?
Timer starts now.
Can you talk slower? I don't like horror. People in the chat are saying Get Out is very good. I don't like horror movies, so I just went and read a synopsis of what Get Out was all about. It sounds like it does a lot of cool stuff.
I don't like horror either. Get Out's real good. It's like it's so funny at times that you're not even thinking about the tense moments.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's cool.
You should definitely check it out either in the theater whenever it's out because
it might be something I watched like at home by myself,
snuggled up under a blanket. Yeah.
Snuggled up under a blanket. Like I'm just like, so when I saw here's a thing. When I saw Moana, it was like on a Monday afternoon at like 1:30 p.m. Maybe. No, it was a matinee, so it was like 11:30 a.m. Like $7. And I saw it by myself. The movie theater had one other person in it, like who was asleep in the back right corner, and I'm sitting like right behind the bar, and I'm just sitting there crying by myself. I cried 3 times, as I talked to Danny about this week, through that movie. That is like my perfect movie theater experience. I like going to the theater. I like being in the theater. And I'll bring like my lazy hoodie, and I'll like tuck my arms and legs into it, and I'll just curl up into it.
Yep.
And the one without the zipper, I'm going crazy. And I'll just sit there, and maybe I'll get like a little bit of candy. I get the cheap ticket because it's a matinee. It's before noon. And have a good time. And if the theater is empty, it is perfect. That is my ideal movie. I hate people. And now after having seen Logan, I'm like, I never want to go to the movie theater again. So, how about everybody get ready to record? I'm going to go grab a beer. If you need to use a bathroom or get a drink or anything, now is the time to do it. We're about to strap in for games. It's going to be a bit.
Cool. We should be good in just a minute.
I'm going to hit the bathroom myself. I'll be right back.
I didn't ask Logan, but how was your week? You have anything interesting happen to get up to any shenanigans? Oh, sorry. I didn't notice you didn't have your headphones on, but I didn't ask, Logan. How was your week?
Good for the most part. Just been playing Horizon, honestly, more than anything.
Hell yeah. My brother asked some dude at GameStop, and he got this poster, which is
That's
nice.
pretty dope.
Nice poster. Oh, this is a reverse side.
I think they gave those off the other night.
Yeah, there's probably like a minute. I like this one because it doesn't have the logo on it.
What version of Zelda did you happen to get?
I just got the regular version. Yeah.
The special edition packaging, really nice. I really liked my box that it came in.
Yeah, it looked like everything was really nice. I just like I'm not big on like cases or statues or anything.
Yeah.
And
I didn't care for the statue with that one very much. But
yeah, I mean
I did want a case, and I was gonna get one anyway, so may as well get the Sheikah Slate looking one.
The Master statue is nice, but I just like the only special edition that I've gotten or will be getting in, which will have been the first one in about 4 years since Infamous 2, I think, Tony, which had a statue that I did have up for a while, but is going to be Persona 5. But you know.
Hell yeah, me too, bitch.
Do you get special editions?
I do. I get caught up real easily. I got an Order 1886 special edition. And let me tell you, I regret the fuck out of that.
I just love that. I can fucking just play Zelda right here.
Dude, you're getting me wet right now.
All right. Why would you have to use the word wet? I can just this is my Zelda Let's Play.
Dude, all right. It's making me so moist right now.
All right, stop it.
Hey, what's your 15-digit?
It's a 12
hexadecimal
digit
friend code.
alphanumeric friend code. Oh, this is an important question as well. Neon or gray?
Neon. Duh.
I wish I had neon.
I was gonna ask you about this earlier. Yeah, I got gray, but I started to come around real hard on the neon.
Dude, I wanted the neon from the get-go, but I got like the first wave of Amazon pre-orders, which was just gray. And then it was like 3:40 in the morning for us, so I just went to sleep. I wish I had neon.
Nice though, but
my brother went into Walmart and got it on Friday morning, and he got the neon. Fucking so jealous.
Oh, why?
I love the neon.
Really? I'm way opposite of you.
Danny's on the neon board too.
it feels more Nintendo-y. Like
it's jolly. I think it looks cute.
Yeah. That's all they had.
Yeah, exactly. It's all they had.
But bitch, I didn't get it, so it wasn't meant for me.
I like it. I like the neon. Joey Noel in the chat, if you're still listening, I do have a question. Are you going to PAX West? Yes or no? Please let me know.
Because we'll be there, bitch.
Hey, Danny, you're trying to go to that as well.
George
Cruz is going to that.
But I'm gonna meet that guy.
Yeah, me and the writing team are crewing up across PAXs this year. It's gonna be great. It's gonna be lit.
Next stop, PAX Australia.
Fuck that.
Next stop after PAX Australia, TGS.
Next year, my dude.
Next year, TGS.
How long would that Australian flight be for us East Coasters?
East Coasters, I think it's 14. No, it's like 17 hours. I think.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to go just for that.
It might actually. I think it might be like 21 hours. Because Greg Miller, when he flew from San Fran to Australia, he said it was like.
I should have got more chalupas.
It was like
I think
17
they said
hours.
it was like 14, 16, 17, something around there.
Yeah, in that 14 to 17 range. So it's
burrito
at least 19 to. Because you had to add 5 hours onto top of that, so it's at least 19 to 21 hours. That doesn't sound worth it. I love NATO Johnston with all my heart. But I don't know if that's worth it. Oh,
I
Nate,
hate that dude.
NATO Johnson in the chat from Australia says it's 20 hours. So there you go. There's your answer.
No thanks. I'll
Yeah.
pass.
Almost a full day. Joey Noel said that she doesn't know if she's going to PAX West. I asked for a yes or no answer. So way to fuck that one up, huh?
Joey Noel, are you coming to see Britney Spears with me? Yes or no?
This is the important question.
Britney Spears. Let's go.
All right, let's get started. You guys have Audacity ready?
Let's go.
Yep.
Cool. I'm gonna count down from 5 to 1. On 1, we will hit record. Not on go, just on 1. All right. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Go.
God damn it.
I am getting like no signal on mine. It's very low. Hold on. There we go.
It's good. Do we have to restart recording? Or?
No, we're good. It's been recording the whole time. It was just like really low at the start for some reason.
It's all right. I'd rather it be low than it be peaking. So.
I like to send Malik's mountain ranges, just all peaks.
Joey Noel says, "Give me a fucking date, Danny. You know I'm there."
I told you. You let me know when you're free, and I'll make it happen.
I feel like you guys are just beating around the bush.
It's her. I told her to tell me when. She's the one that's busy with her kind of funny community schedule now. Okay, she's a big deal.
Oh, I'm a fucking kind of funny community manager. I was texting her, and
I like that impression, by the way.
it sounds just like her. Yeah. I was texting with Joey, and she was just like talking about how outraged she was that I let Griffin on the show before I let her on, and I'm like, I didn't even know you want to come on the show. And she's like, "Oh well, this is awkward." So she's gonna come on at some point in our Nabishin drought months that are coming up.
I mean, isn't she technically coming to Extra Life this year with us?
That's the plan, yeah.
Yeah,
she will be there. So
yeah,
that's gonna be fun.
Yeah, actually, it's gonna be a little, just a tad lit this year.
Oh, it's gonna be fucked up. I'll tell you what.
Let me tell you, I'm gonna be real lit the whole time.
Yeah, just don't be like that for PAX, and we're good.
No. PAX during the time, it's like all business casual. After the days of PAX over, it's like let it rip.
Like
my dude.
10 a.m., like 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. on the show floor, making business happen, dropping business cards,
getting those Twitter followers, making moves.
Yeah. 6 p.m. to 3:30 a.m. Fucked up.
We're getting fucked, boy.
Yeah, it's gonna be all right. All right, you guys ready? Get started. Anybody need to get something, do something for hold their peace?
I'm about to start mobbing on burrito, but I'm be like away from the mic so you won't hear it.
Okay. We'll just have you yell in for key moments that involve you saying that you're here.
Yeah. I'll just be like,
tell me I'm pretty. What color text did you? Yeah, you get the light blue. That's right, Danny. All right, in the Google Doc that you can't see.
Yeah,
I'll share it with you just in case. I know you're not going to touch it.
That's fine. I have it.
All right. Oh, shit. I looked at my wrist like my watch was there, but. It is Saturday, March 4th, 2017, and you are listening to the Irrational Passions Podcast, episode 318. I am your host, Alex O'Neill, and with me this week, no Scott Guthier, no Brian Nabishin Jackson. Instead, in their place, my boy, Tony Horvath.
Hello, welcome to YouTube.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Welcome to YouTube.
I know it's your first time on YouTube. Turns out, this is YouTube.
Danny Juarez is here.
Hey, welcome to my Twitch channel. Make sure you sub, like, thumbs up this video tonight. Thanks, you guys. See you later.
Give me those faves, hot followers, and if
you
like
comment, subscribe.
If you like the game I'm playing, make sure you hit that buy button right now so I can get $2 and you can get.
If you like this content, follow me on Twitter, Stoke Danny. Your boy out.
And then too sweet the camera. Even if you don't have a camera, just too sweet it.
Dude, you always got to phase up.
Joining us this week, special guest Logan Moore is here.
I don't really know how to jump into any of that, but hey, what's up?
You don't have to. It's just, it's Switchmas. Everybody's having a good time on
except
Switchmas.
Me.
Well, Logan and I are having a good time.
I'm sure you are.
On Switchmas. It's an okay time. Well, I think it's a great time. Personally. Have you played the Zelda game? It's all right. Hey, welcome to Irrational Passions Podcast. It's a video game podcast. We have guests on. Sometimes we have guests on.
Sometimes it's a wrestling podcast.
Sometimes it's a Taco Bell podcast.
Yeah, sometimes.
We are the #1 Taco Bell podcast.
Sometimes two of our hosts just call out last minute, 3 minutes before we go live. It happens. I'm not trying to throw any
You
shade
found a
here.
replacement really quick though. Like, I'll give you
Yeah,
credit.
You bring
Yeah.
in this shitbagger that gets off of work and is like, yeah, you know what, Tony, I guess I'll do this for you guys.
As the fifth irrational passionista, I feel like you have at least a little bit of a standard. I know you're new to the role a little bit, Danny. You're just kind of settling in. IPOS hasn't launched yet.
We got some things going on. Trust me, probably after PAX we'll have our first episode out.
Yeah, I mean, late March is what we've been telling folks. I'm excited. Are you guys making moves?
We're making moves. Like
Okay.
my finger
Moves into
is
pink.
currently in Tony's butt.
Nope, not happening.
I want to know, because like the first episode, obviously it's got to be like a kind of get to know you show for the two of you. What ideas do you have for this?
I'm basically just going to introduce myself as at Alfighter27 on Twitter every episode. And it's going to be a 12-minute show where I just talk about how awesome Risei Kujikawa is.
All right. I mean, I'd listen to that
And
podcast.
Danny's just there to be the hype man.
Yeah,
He's just like, hey,
my-
nice going with that Risei Kujikawa, man. Good job.
That's a good impression of me. I'm impressed. You tried real hard. So the first episode we just
You sound like a white guy, Danny.
that's who I am on the inside.
There was a spit take. Don't worry about
Yeah, I
it.
saw. First episode, we are both doing each other's top 10s list. Like, I'm going to do Tony's top 10s list, and he's going to do my top 10 list, and we're going to see if they're correct or not.
We're going to
they're
see
not
how
gonna be
much
correct.
Kingdom Hearts is on one, and if it's not, we're going to beat the shit out of Tony.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I think the first episode, or no, that's a good first episode. The second episode should just you guys going on a first date together and recording it.
Yeah.
Well, where do we go to talk about Cantina?
Talk about Cantina, of course.
No, it's going to be us going to this buffet he's been wanting to go to, and it's going to be like, listen, we're going to eat as much food as we can before we get
Oh,
sick
God.
and record a podcast.
Before we get sick and fuck each other.
This is like, it's like the best buffet in Vegas, the Bacchanal buffet. It's
The
like
Bacchanal
$55 a person.
Okay.
It's too many dollars.
That's too much. Is it like Fogo de Chao situation? Is it like that?
There's everything there.
Okay.
Think of the best cuisine around the world, and it's there.
Okay. Fair enough. Logan Moore. No,
Yeah.
you guys are done. We're moving on to the yes. Logan Moore is here. Hi, Logan.
Hey, Alex. Hey, Tony. Hey, Danny.
We've podcasted a good deal together.
Yeah, surprisingly.
You were
Somewhere
on
the internet.
our Game of the Year show.
I was.
I came on your show. For people who don't know, what do you do on the internet? What are you up to? What are you making?
So as far as what I'm making, you can find my own podcast, Millennial Gaming Speak, somewhere. Just use the good old Google and type in
MGS
that.
podcast on Twitter.
That's the Twitter handle. Good job. You remembered it more than
Oh,
I did.
it's. I think of Metal Gear Solid every single time.
That's what we were going for. So I guess it worked in some ways. So yeah, MGS podcast on Twitter, weekly gaming podcast, much like this one.
Yeah. Who's
Yeah.
your co-host? I've not ever talked
Max
to him.
Roberts. Max Roberts. I think you guys have been interacting on Twitter or something.
Yeah, that's right. But I always, because he totally dipped out on that show that I was on.
He did actually.
So I forget that it's him.
Yeah, we'll have to have you back at some later date, and we all can talk there.
At some point, were you? I don't know if I'm burying the lead here or going after the lead that doesn't exist. Were you like launching something else as well?
Yeah, something that there's a website for, and there are things on that website, but I'm not going to tell you what the website address is right now. So if you can go and dig around for it and find it, then you found my secret project. But yeah, we're working on something else.
If it's moreman.com, I feel like you really.
No, it's not. Nothing
It's
associated
definitely
with me directly.
www.loganspornhub.com.
It's bastion.fucks. There we go. Okay. All right. Yeah, I totally derailed everything there, but
No. That is a good URL though. Bastion.fucks.
Bastionfucks.com actually goes to waypoint.com. They talk about it on Waypoint Radio, and every time they bring it up, because they have like a bunch of vanity URLs that they bring up at the end of the show, like bazinga.zone and things like that. Every time I think bastionfucks.com, I'm like, yeah, Bastion probably has never made love in his life. Bastion fucks. And I'm like, that robot gets dirty. Yeah, I came on. I don't remember what episode number it was.
Something in the 70s. Go look
somewhere
around there.
Yeah, we had a good time. We had a good conversation pre-switch about stuff and kind of the excitement. I'm excited to. This is our follow-up on that show. I talked about bringing you on for our Switch-isode. Switch-isode? Yeah,
Switch-isode, yeah.
For a Switchmas episode.
I'm confused. I'm confused with Switchmas. Was Switchmas yesterday, or was
Switchmas
was the
yesterday?
The event in January? Because I had everybody calling Switchmas in January as well.
No, well, they were all wrong. Switchmas is Switch Day. It was March 3rd, 2017, worldwide. Happy Switchmas, everyone. It came and it went. Switchmas came early for me,
Happy Switchmas.
et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
One of those British people.
Yeah. Happy. Well, I listened to too much Harry Potter audiobooks, so now I say happy instead of merry about things, but I'm fucked up. That's not an excuse. We got a good show planned for y'all here. Danny's here.
Onegashimasu.
Onegashimasu, Danny. Thank you for coming on. Last minute, especially. Nabashin and Scott dropped out last minute. Things happened. Things came up. I know Nabashin was very bummed that he was very much intent on being here tonight. But something I think something came up. But no worries. Logan's here. Danny's here. We have a great show. We have a lot to talk about. This is gonna be a long one. People listening to the audio already know, but the lovely people tuning into our live stream.
I got a face from Danny just now that's like, you did not tell me this was going to be a long one.
I'm not even playing a video game.
Listen, there's a lot of games to talk about. A new console came out. And a ton of news happened at GDC over this past week. Obviously, not as many of us here as I planned had or expected have had a lot of hands-on time with the Switch, but I think there's still plenty to dig into. So let's kick things off with a little bit of housekeeping. First up, last week's show's up, episode 317. It's a good show. No guest on that show, but you know. I think we had a good time. A lot of good conversations on that episode. I'm proud of that show. George Cruz has a new opinion feature up on IrrationalPod.com where you can read this lovely hashtag content. It is about Style Savvy. Have you guys heard of this franchise? It's a Nintendo series about makeup, helping people with their makeup and their fashion. Sounds silly. The most recent version, Fashion Forward, which is the 3DS game, George wrote a little bit about playing that game, and he talked about the series and how it actually had an impact on him. It's a really good, uplifting read. It's pretty short too. It's brief. It's like 700 words or whatever. It's really good. I highly suggest it. It's an opinion piece that I didn't expect from him. And I was really moved, honestly, by it. So it is worth checking out if you have not read it already. George Cruz also, hopefully by the time this goes up in audio form on Tuesday, has a Night in the Woods review going up. And obviously my Tales of Berseria review. I've been planning. I wanted to post it this week. I haven't had the chance to kind of go through it again.
And my Sub-Zero level Redux review goes up too this week.
Yeah, that's right. So that should be up by Tuesday. There's 3 reviews going up soon. Good stuff. I think I haven't read your review, Danny. I haven't read George's review yet. I'm pretty proud of my Berseria review. Within the next week, maybe, I'm not going to 100% commit to this, but the new look for the website might be launching. We're going to see. I need to test a few things out first. I've picked it out. I picked out what is going to be the new WordPress theme and whatnot. I think it looks nice, and I've gotten good feedback from the writing team about the kind of things that we're planning on doing with it. But I do not want to overcompensate because we're getting ready for PAX this week, and we have a lot going on. But I just want to throw that out there. I wrote an article posted yesterday about kind of like talking about my first 15 or so hours with The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. It is the article is just 3 stories that I've had to tell from my first few hours with Breath of the Wild. I did put a note at the top saying like, hey, you know, this doesn't have any story spoilers at all, but obviously it talks about things that Pretty much all of the preview and pre-release coverage was the Great Plateau, the kind of tutorial area. This is all stuff outside of that. None of it talks about the Great Plateau at all. It is just things that happen to me in the world that I'm going to be talking about a little bit of on this show. I'm going to try and hold back a little bit for the hosts of this podcast, but just keep that in mind if you're going in. A lot of people have been very sensitive about Zelda stories. I talked to a person and mentioned that there were towns in the game, and they got a little upset with me. I think that's maybe taking it a little far, but you
were really sweet with me when you told me. You said, "Hey, I want to show you this sweet armor. Is it okay?"
I did that because I had gotten that reaction where I mentioned literally that there were towns, and someone was like, "Really didn't want to know that there were towns in this game."
Like what? Are there not going to be any towns at all?
He's a friend of the show. I don't want to say his name and put him on blast, but like I understand. I will say I actually ended up seeing a lot more than I wanted, and hearing and knowing a lot more than I wanted about the game. Like how many dungeons there were and things about specific side quests. I know about them. Having gotten into the game, I'm actually not that upset that I knew them beforehand, because like hearing about it is one thing, but like when you're actually in the world, there is so much more past like any one or two details that is hard to spoil. These are three like little things that happened to me in the world. For example, like one was about finding a horse and taming a horse, like, which is a thing you can do in that game. So it is. I think it's a fun read.
Don't start with Epona.
No.
All right. Actually, let's finish this great debate. Epona or Epona?
Epona.
Exactly.
Well, there's voice acting in this game, so we might know for the first time for sure. I don't know if Epona's in the game, so.
How do you not put the great Epona in the Zelda game?
I don't know. Well, when we talk about Zelda down the line, we'll talk about horses and how they kind of fit into this. But
I just want to rename all the horses to Roach.
You can do that. You can name your horse. So
I'm going to do that.
But yeah, 3 stories in Breath of the Wild. We will revisit that later, so that if people want to skip the Breath of the Wild discussion, since it has only been out for a day, you can do that. In other news, Jarrett Green, host of Monthly Passions podcast, put a few updates saying his Horizon, I think it's Horizon, one of them was Neo. Oh, the other one was Resident Evil. Monthly Passions episodes had to get axed because there's too much fucking games coming out. So he's working on stuff, I think, for Horizon and Zelda for Monthly Passions podcast. But he did put that out there. I wanted to kind of spread that out to the audience as well. If you don't listen to Monthly Passions podcast, you should. It is excellent.
I was on that show.
Tony was on that show. Obviously, it will be one of 3 mainstay Irrational Passions podcasts soon. So, trying to think. Anything else? There was a Horizon stream this week. Thank you to everyone who tuned into that. It was a lot of fun. Just kind of talking about what I like about that game. But that is it for... Oh, we're going to be at PAX next week. Danny, Tony, myself, and Logan Wilkinson are going to be at PAX East next week, next weekend, or this coming weekend if you are listening to the audio show. If you're there, come say hi. If you're wearing an Irrational Passion shirt, we are obligated to hug you a lot.
I'm obligated to take a selfie with you, so
Yeah.
What up?
I'll take selfies with people.
No, you can't steal my thing.
You're right.
Alex,
I'll hug. I mean,
No. I'm just kidding.
We're gonna be working and doing stuff and making cool stuff. So if you're not gonna be at PAX, there will be plenty to. I'm hoping that we do some kind of podcast thing while we're there. I'm not gonna promise anything because I always say that, and it's a lot harder than I give it credit for.
I mean, we can figure it out. We'll make it happen.
Yeah, we'll try. But regardless. There will be cool articles posting the whole weekend, so check that shit out. I think that's it. That's all I got. Let's talk about video games. How's that sound? Yeah?
I'm excited.
We got a lot of video games to talk about. So I feel like we'll save Switch for the end. The Nintendo Switch came out, by the way. Happy Switchmas. The Switch came early for me. It came a day early for me. I talked about it on the bonus content. We showed off the Switch. If you're watching the video version, you can see the Switch in my hand. It's cool. It's a cool thing. We'll talk about
Yeah,
it.
if you're watching the video version, you just don't see a Switch in my hand.
Sorry, dude.
You actually don't see Danny at all.
I'm a ghost.
So we'll save Switch for the end. What do we want to start off with? Danny, you want to talk about your games?
Yeah, sure. Tony wrote her Neo on the list, but I didn't really play Neo. I literally played the beginning scene, got it out of Scotland, and then turned it back off.
That counts. That's like the whole first level.
Yeah, is this like the tutorial level, even though it's not a tutorial at all? It
Yeah,
doesn't tell you how to
and
play the
then-
game at all?
And then I asked Tony, should I play the tutorial, even though I did it in the demo, and he's like, I mean, if you don't play the game, I was like, all right, cool, so I just skipped the tutorial.
You should play the tutorial because it is longer than the one in the Last Chance trial.
Here's the thing. I watched him and Griffin both play the game through and beat it, so I'm okay not doing the tutorial.
Okay.
Do that game.
Yeah, Tony was not here last week to talk
Yeah.
about Neo, even though you had finished it. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
do we want to let's talk about Sub-Level Redux first?
Yeah, dude. It's it's a game.
Sub-Zero level Redux, excuse
Yeah.
me.
You got me the review code. We're finishing the review.
All right, we don't have to point fingers here.
The review code came in for us.
Yeah.
I played it, so I'm reviewing it. Finishing up my review.
To be fair, you volunteered for this. I know you're not a huge fan of the game itself, but you did say,
Yeah.
I'll do it.
Yeah, I'll do it. The problem is it came in at a time where I have not been in the mood to play video games. I've been very turned off by video games recently.
Mhm.
Happened to
and
me
it's-
about this time last year.
It's just like one of those things, and it's like the worst time to be turned off by games because this is like the craziest
It's
time.
literally,
games
it's
have
the
been out
most
this year.
lit video games have ever been. You played Resident Evil though, right?
Yeah, but that was like a couple weeks ago. That was before, like literally that's the last game
That
I
was
played. And then
almost 2
then-
months ago. So
Yeah, yeah. Like I played that game, and then I got in this mood. I was like, I don't feel like playing anything right now.
Mhm.
That
game's real
Yeah.
good though.
Yeah, it is real good. But Sub-Zero Redux, it's a very just like, it is what it says it is. It is a 360 perspective cockpit shooter with procedure generated maps in the sense of like, you are not supposed to complete like the first, like the game is only 4 levels. So you complete it and then you do a second run and you unlock like new ships and new weapons and stuff. And as you're playing through the game, you pick up, like as you're killing other ships and enemies in it, you pick up gear and you craft throughout the game to craft better weapons, better armor HUDs, like better engines and stuff like that. But if you die before you hit the 4th level, you go back to the very beginning of the game again, and then you've unlocked some stuff, whatever you unlocked before then, and then it changes the map change because it's supposed to be like a roguelike where the map actually generates different enemies in different rooms every time.
Okay, that's kind of
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah. But it's weird because it was made for VR,
Mhm.
but so like some of the controls are kind of wonky because it's 360. Like I can just like move my stick, and all of a sudden I'm like tilting to the right and then going like vertical and horizontal at the same time. Like, oh, this is very uncomfortable.
Is it? Because I watched you play a little bit of it through a
Yeah.
FaceTime feed, so like we're not talking fucking ideal situations here. When does it come out? Is it out next week? I think it is.
I think so.
I'll double check.
Is it on PSVR?
I don't
It is
know.
for PS. It is for PS4, and I think it has
Okay.
VR capabilities. That's what I got from playing it. But it's also coming out to Xbox. I was like, that doesn't know how it works. But it also comes out for PC. But I guess it came out to Steam before, and so it was just called Sub-Zero Level, and now it's called Sub-Zero Level Redux because they're re-releasing it.
Sub-Level Zero.
Yeah,
It's a very confusing name.
yeah.
Let me see here. Let's find this Wikipedia. I'm working on it.
Yeah.
We're
But
getting
it's,
there.
But it's cool. It's like I said, it's just a very basic game. There's nothing. There's like they try to put some story of like, oh, you need to collect these data cards to know what happened to like the universe, and that's it.
Yeah, apparently it's like the sequel to Descent, some video game called Descent.
No
which is
idea.
cool. Yeah, but, I mean, hey man, whatever you're into.
I'm not knocking it. It's fun. It's just it is a video game.
Yeah, and you're reviewing this game.
Yeah, I probably put about 10 hours into it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you? Is there like a campaign that ends?
Yeah, so the campaign is 4 levels, and then like throughout it, like you unlock. So you start with a basic ship that has like a basic like machine gun, and then like you're playing the game and you kill other ships or find the treasure chest. You'll find new data chips and like new unlockables, like a new engine or a new HUD or a new machine gun or a pulse gun or like a new type of missile. And then you can collect scraps from other ships as you're killing them. So as the game goes, you find blueprints to make better gear for your ship to survive. Because it's supposed to be like they don't give you any health items or much shield protection. So you're supposed to find these things to craft that stuff and like survive the 4 levels.
So it came out last week or this past week on Xbox One, and it comes out next week on PS4. And you reviewed it on PS4.
Yeah.
So there you go.
But yeah, so when you complete the 4 levels, there's so when you start the game and choose campaign, it'll say choose your starting ship, and there's like 10 different ships you can choose from, but you only get one in the beginning because you have to do like tasks throughout the levels, completing them to unlock these other ships to start off with. They're like better ships for you to continue getting better at as playing through the game.
It kind of reminds me of like an arcade style game, like with multiple characters and stuff, where you beat it multiple times to unlock different, like Double Dragon or something like that.
Yeah. For me, it's more of like a Rogue Legacy type of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Did you like it?
Yeah, I mean, I liked it. I just think it's a very basic video game. It wasn't something that like
didn't blow your socks off.
Didn't blow my socks off. It is literally a game where I'm like, if you want to buy the money, you can. I would rather just wait for it's like a PS Plus game or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is what video games have become. I'd rather wait for its freeness.
Or when it's a little cheaper, even though I don't know how much it is.
I think it's 20. I'm gonna
Got it.
guess. I don't know for sure. So obviously we really prepared for this review discussion of Sublevel Zero Redux.
And that's why we have not posted the review yet.
Exactly. Don't worry, there will be information in it.
Yeah.
Cool. Neo.
Yeah. But yeah, Neo. I am gonna get into it, but I want to jump into Horizon because I feel like Horizon is gonna be the game that pulls me back into loving video games again. So then I'll go into Neo, wanting like a better attitude about it.
So here's what you need to do.
Stay away from my house because first Griffin bought it. Okay, listen to this. Griffin said, I'm going to buy Horizon and play it and beat it and then let you guys borrow it. He did not say, I'm going to buy it, play it in your house, in your living room where you sleep so you can see all these spoilers for 2 days. So and then you're going to borrow it. Like, why would I want to watch all that? That's going to make me want to play the game. So I had to like either go to the other side of the room and like take a nap and sleep so I wouldn't see anything or hear anything. Or I tell him, put a headset on and I'm going to leave this house because I don't want to hear anything or see anything. And then he beats it, and I come home, and Tony's playing it in the living room now. So I'm like, first I have to sit through Griffin. Now I got to sit through you playing it.
And Tony, for sure as shit, isn't going to wear headphones for you.
See what happened is he walked in and was like, oh, Griffin played through this. Now I have to watch you play it. And literally I quit the game in the space of 1 minute.
He was very sweet about it.
Oh, you guys are such boo-boos.
Yeah.
But no, that's not what I was going to say. I was going to say, listen, I went through this last year not wanting to play any video games because of like all this open world stuff and like too much everything.
What was the game?
Stardew Valley was the game.
Yeah, that's right. That was the
Stardew
game.
Valley? No, that's not the game for me. I already played time to that and it wasn't.
I feel like Breath of the Wild would be the game for you, Danny. I'm not gonna lie.
Dude, I'm salivating for that game. I'm salivating for a Switch in that game.
Logan and I are the only 2 out of the 4 of us that have played it. I'm dying to
when
talk
we are
about
in
it.
bed together, I watch you play that game in bed. I'm probably just gonna jizz the whole time.
Okay, all right. Why do we got to be in bed together for this?
I told you we're sharing a bed of PAX.
I know you keep saying this, but so is everyone. Tony said this to me.
No.
And
I
will not sleep with O'Neal. God.
Griffin Guccione said this to me.
No, Griffin.
Logan Wilkinson, I think, is like intimidated by me because I'm his editor. So I think he's like trying to warm up to that. But a couple drinks in, Jarrett's gonna be fucking me. So.
If I gotta wrestle everybody in this room so I can share a bed with you, I will do it.
We'll have 2 rooms, one, and I don't think you're gonna have to wrestle anybody.
Okay, my shirt will come off.
All right. Well, okay. We'll get there. I want to talk about Neo though, because I talked about my frustrations with it last week. I played a lot more of it this week. I don't think my opinion has changed that much. I still have like issues with it. Tony introduced me to a new concept in Neo, which is magic.
Yeah, it's great.
It's super broken. Look, you've been playing this as well, right?
No, I actually have it, but I have not started it. And I have no idea when I will. Yeah.
Okay.
I've been watching my brother's been playing it, so I've been watching him every now.
Okay. You'll never play it now at this because you've got all the video games forever. You know, Mass Effect is coming out, and then Persona 5, and then
Ukulele,
and then Prey, and then like you get 2 months and Shadow of War is coming out. So I don't know. Enjoy your time while you have it.
Fuck, I'm so excited for that game.
Dude, me too. Also, by the way, follow up to last week's episode. Shadow of War leaked last week, and we went through news. We're like, there's not much news to talk about. Totally fucking didn't mention Shadow of War got leaked. At least it was announced this week, so we can kind of bring it back up again.
Yeah.
So we fucked up on that one. I apologize. So yeah, Logan, no more spare time. It's over. The magic that Tony introduced me to, there's a spell that's like sloth or whatever.
Yeah, it's super strong.
It lets you essentially slow enemy movement speed by like 50%, like some drastic shit.
Every animation, it's ridiculous.
Which means that they look like they're running in slow motion or acting in slow motion. You just run in there, you can easily prepare yourself for their guards or get behind them or whatever. Works on literally every enemy ever, including bosses.
Yep.
Including like humanoid enemies, or humanoid boss enemies. It made that game way too easy immediately.
Yeah, it definitely takes the difficulty way down.
It's kind of a bummer, but you can't use it in all situations because for some of the dojo trials and stuff, they give you specific equipment, so you can't bring
a lot of the
magic
later
in
game challenges involve more than one boss. Mm-hmm. So sloth is not as useful there. Still very useful because you can slow one down then focus on the other.
Yeah, exactly. That is super handy.
Yeah, they definitely that's definitely an essential thing to have.
Yeah. Every speedrunner we've seen, they go. That's the first thing they go for, and they're like, all right, now I'm gonna review all these bosses.
Yeah, I just respect my character, and I took essentially everything that I put into ninjutsu, I put that into magic instead. Because I wasn't using a lot of it. I was, but not as I didn't. The thing I wanted were the cal traps that you throw on the ground, and I guess I'd not spec'd to that in my skills, so I was like, well, fuck this, and I just went to magic.
Yeah, I mean, I re-rolled my character multiple times.
Yeah, and I have another book just in case. And I feel it keeps telling me, and I don't know if you ran into this a lot, but it keeps telling me I'm underleveled for the missions I'm on.
Oh, you get to that. Depends on where you are.
5 now, so
yeah, that's about where it starts to pick up. You can pretty much keep up with it until after basically the mission with the giant toad. That's where
I finished. That's in area 4. I finished.
Yeah, that's where it starts to
spike.
Yeah, the recommended level will go up higher, faster than you can get souls.
Yeah, that's where that's where it happened for me. Yeah.
So by the end of the game, I was level 105, and the mission, the end of the game mission, is something recommended level 175. It doesn't really matter, once you've gotten to that point, you're pretty much going to do good damage regardless. So.
Update just real quick. I didn't mean to derail you, Tony. Our good friend and co-host Brian Albishan Jackson hopped in our live chat going on saying he just wanted to let everybody know that he got roped into a last-minute babysitting situation that involved a friend. So he couldn't make it on the show. That is why he's a little bit stressed out about it. But obviously we're sending some good love his way. But he said last week that he will be missing quite a bit of shows for the foreseeable future, for the next 2 months or so. So this is going to be the norm for a little bit, as a heads up. Back to Neo.
Telling me this is going to be my Saturdays.
No, not necessarily. We last year, we pulled a lot of guests, including you twice.
Listen, I know you love me.
Yeah, you're a good guest. We brought you on. We saw something in you.
I don't know what that was.
Yeah, it was a whole butthole, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Tony was like, "I need a place to live." I'm like, "Dude, just come nuzzle up right here."
It's well, I guess we gotta bring him on the team. So finishing that thought real quick, because I was going to ask you a few questions, but you were level 105. What was the suggested level for the final mission?
175 or something like that, 180.
Fuck. I'm level 80, and the suggested level right now is 91.
Yeah.
So
it's fine. Once you get to the around 100 or whatever, you're already, providing that you're not just every level I put, I make sure all my skills are the same. I have 20 points in every skill.
Yeah.
Right? As long as you're not doing that and you're kind of putting some thought into where you put your skills, you're going to be fine. You're going to do enough damage.
Of course. And I like it is, you know, it is somewhere between Souls and Bloodborne. Like Souls always has like too many skills that you can dump points into, and half of them are useless. Bloodborne was nice because it was 6. It was like 6 or 8.
Yeah, I think Dark Souls 3 is kind of taking that down a little bit, and that's nice.
Yeah, there was a good balance in Dark Souls 3. This has like 10 or like 9 or whatever, and each like specifically say like this raises your like ability with axes, with swords, with dual swords, you know, things like that. So I appreciate that. I also like respect a lot of my points into spirit, so I could get like the benefits of the spirit abilities more, which is good. That
I have
definitely
mine
a
up to like
difference.
27 or something.
Yeah. And most of them it seems like maxed out at like 18 or whatever. So
Yeah.
So overall, what do you've having finished Neo? How do you feel about it?
It's a good game. I wish I had more time to keep playing that game, but I want to get through Horizon, and then once I finish Horizon, I'm going to buy a Switch. And then I have to play Zelda, and once I finish Zelda, Persona 5 will be out.
Yep.
And then I have to play Persona 5, and then when I finish Persona 5,
What about Mass Effect?
Andromeda
Mass Effect?
would have released a while ago, so I'll have to play that, and then it'll be 2019. So here we are.
And then like Destiny 2 will have been out probably by the time you finish Mass
man.
Effect. And then we'll never talk to anyone
New
else again.
Overwatch Hero is on the PTR right now.
Yeah. Fuck, man. I am like, you know, we're sitting here faux complaining, but God, what a good vibes year for video games. And with literally everything else happening in the United States, we fucking needed it. So
Knack 2 this year.
Moving on.
oh my God, I forgot about Knack 2. I promised Frank Bazzani that I would do a live stream co-op playthrough in Knack 2 with him.
Let's go, bitch.
I'm going to do that. I meant it when I said I would do that. So
I should probably live stream on our channel me playing Knack because I still have it and I've not started it
You've
yet.
never played it? Fuck,
No.
dude. I would watch the shit out of that stream.
I bought it as a joke. Still haven't played it.
Everyone
How many people are ironically going to buy Knack 2? Because I probably will day one.
I will because I have to do the
Listen.
stream.
Have you seen that trailer? It's so good. It's got the Michael Jackson music playing. I'm into it.
Fuck, man. Fuck Knack. So much. Dude, Ni no Kuni 2 comes out this year. I don't know what I'm going to do with my life. So overall, where in the Souls lineage, where's Neo for you, Tony, personally? Because you've not played Dark Souls 2, you've not played Demon Souls really.
I played like the beginning 3 hours of Demon Souls. I've never touched Dark Souls 2. Completed Dark Souls 1, 3, and Bloodborne.
Yeah,
and Salt and Sanctuary. That counts.
it doesn't, but yeah.
It counts for me.
So like, how do you think Neo compares? And I know it is. And I talked about this last week. It is difficult and unfair to compare them, but
It is.
the game begs to be compared to those games
Yeah,
with
I mean,
how much it takes.
The influences are obvious.
And they're also like that team is very upfront about like, hey, we looked at Dark Souls and made a lot of these mechanics.
Yeah, I'd say for me, very top is Bloodborne.
Yeah,
Right below that is Dark Souls 3. There's not a lot of margin between that. And then there's like a pretty good margin, and then there's Neo.
okay. I think that
then-
might be where I'm at.
Yeah. And then like right around there is also where I'd put Salt and Sanctuary. I'd have to replay Dark Souls 1 and stuff to have a really good idea of where I'd put those now.
Yeah.
But I feel like that game probably wouldn't hold up as well as I want it to compared against, just recently playing Bloodborne, Dark Souls 3, Neo, that kind of stuff. Like I feel like those games have really like sharpened that edge.
Yeah.
And where Dark Souls 1 has its own charm of being like in Demon Souls respectively, they're the games that that kind of did that.
Yeah.
But I guess when you compare them to each other, that game's all about its mechanics. So you want to play the ones with the best mechanics.
Yeah. And I like Bloodborne is like fucking sharp as a knife, man. Like that game, it's mechanically like that game executed so well on an idea that it introduced. It is hard to top that. It's hard to compare to that even.
I mean, Father Gascoigne's so cute.
He's so cute, especially in that big old wolf form. Are you a Souls fan, Logan?
Yeah, so Bloodborne, I wasn't a fan until last year, and I had purchased Bloodborne when it was on sale at one point, and I knew I would get to it whenever there was a drought, and I finally got around to it like last spring. By far my favorite game this console generation so far.
Wow, okay, yeah.
Hands down. That was my introduction to all those Souls games, and I've been wanting to play more of them since then. I have Dark Souls 3, have not played it. I have Neo, have not played it. My brother mainly buys this stuff, and then I jump on it later. But yeah, I was going to ask you guys, obviously it seems like the answer is Dark Souls 3, but if I did have a space somehow in 2017 to fill in these gaps for my backlog, which one should I go to between Dark Souls 3 and Neo?
Yeah.
I've played Bloodborne.
Neo is more similar to Bloodborne than Dark Souls 3 is.
Yeah.
So if that's what you really like, Neo is probably the one you want to give a shot first.
I would say Dark Souls 3 is probably the better game, though.
Yeah.
I've played like 5 hours of Demon Souls back in the day. Like I bought that when that game first came out.
Demon Souls is rough to go back to. I went back and played a lot of it late last year when I had some free time. I don't know when, but apparently I did. And I went and I basically played through the first 2 full sections of that game. And it's like Demon Souls is weird because that's like a level-based game. Like there are 5 levels, there are 5 worlds, and they're each segmented into 3 segments themselves. And so like for me, Dark Souls was the real execution on Demon Souls, because it was like one complete world. There's no like hub. There is a hub in Dark Souls, but it just sprawls out and curls out into all these other worlds, and then you get to different areas that lead to more areas. But there's no stopgap. There are no walls between the worlds. You just kind of go, and it'll lead into new sections of that world organically. And like Scott Guthier, our host here, he did not like that as much. He liked the layout of Demon Souls. He likes the quirky ideas of Demon Souls more. For me, Dark Souls just made that better. But the thing about Dark Souls is it just slowly refines itself throughout that series. Like Dark Souls 2 is in a couple of ways a step back, and in other ways it is a step forward. And then Dark Souls 3 is like really refining that down to like a well-made point. Whereas Bloodborne is trying to do something similar, but also very mechanically different, and just like nailed it right out of the gate. Like it just like perfected it immediately, which I think makes that game so good. Neo, and I talked about it. Did you end up listening to what I talked about last week, Tony?
No, I didn't.
I talked about like a little bit of like, one, the game begs to be compared to Souls, but like I don't think it executes on things as well as a Souls game does. I feel like it's cheaper to me. Like I feel like I'm getting punished for things that feel less like my fault in Neo than I do in a Dark Souls or a Bloodborne. And you know, part of that is the mechanics, part of that is my fighting. Like I'm trying to fight the way Neo is making its mechanics, and I'm trying to play Neo like I would a Bloodborne or a Dark Souls. It cannot be played like that. It is just different enough that it really throws me off my groove. Like I recognize that part, and I've tried, like, you know, I get better and I get worse. Like it fluctuates. Another thing I realized, like playing it this past weekend, is like I feel like the level structure really works against Neo in a lot of ways. Because like, take the elixirs, right? The elixirs are the healing items in the game. They function a lot like blood vials, right? So you can stock up elixirs in your item vault, which is very difficult to find also. But like, so you can accrue a certain amount of elixirs, and every time you die or rest as a shrine, it'll refill your elixirs and let you know how many you have stocked up. Even if you have 0 elixirs, though, it'll always give you like a set amount when you die and respawn, though. Like it's either like 3 or 4, not the full 8 that you can carry, but it'll always give you some, so you're never without any healing items. And there are other healing items, it's worth noting. They're just much rarer or harder to come by. But like, let's say I get to the end of a world. For example, there's this one world in Area 5 of Neo, where there are these purple crystals that make people like possessed. By destroying the crystals, those enemies disappear from the map forever. So when I get to the boss and I keep dying and dying and dying on that boss, which you know what the boss I'm talking about, Tony, very frustrating. It's one of like the humanoid characters, which are the hardest enemies in the game. They're very satisfying. They feel the least cheap, I'll say that much. Even if like some of their attack partners are like, Jesus fucking let up, spamming this one move over and over again. But Bloodborne is the same way. But I'm dying over and over again on this boss. I've depleted all of my elixirs, and then I have to go back through this level. That is now, having gone through it all before and open up all the shortcuts, it's very short, and half of the enemies are gone, and now I'm like just resting in the shrine over and over again to grind out elixirs, and it just doesn't, like in Bloodborne, I can go back to the world map anytime, or the equivalent of the world map, and jump to a different section of the game and grind out blood vials anytime I want, and it's easy, and I can get right back to where I was without an issue. Because it's just a world, right? I can't leave back out to the world map in Neo because I'll lose all the Amrita I built up.
Well, there are items that let you.
Yeah, I don't have any of those items. So, like, and then you have to sacrifice one of these very precious items just because, like, you maybe want to go back to and run a completely, like, in its entirety, an early mission to grind out elixirs. And it's just like, this doesn't make sense. Like,
I don't know, like, the same with Bloodborne and Neo. I never had an issue of having to like grind for more healing items. Like when I went through Bloodborne, like I know a lot of people like will basically at the cleric beast, the first boss, have to like they'll keep dying in the first area and run out of blood vials, and they have to keep trying to bang their head against that group of dudes around the fountain at the beginning of Bloodborne to try and get some more blood vials so they can maybe make another pass at the boss. But like, I guess the same in Neo, like I've just never had a problem with it. And I'd say like, I definitely use Onmyo magic to my advantage in Neo, where like there's two of them. There's one that's called Oasis and another one that's I think Rejuvenation. They're two talismans that one of Oasis one basically just makes an area at your feet that if you stand in it, it heals you. And one of those is basically a full health bar for you. At least it was for me when I had 15 body. And then the rejuvenation ones, you add that or apply that on yourself, and it slowly heals you over time. So like having 4 Oasis talismans and 2 rejuvenation talismans, plus like the 3 to 6 elixirs that you get just by the 3 that you start with in an area, and then rescuing 5 Kadama spirits per extra elixir at the shrine.
Yep.
That's always just been enough for me, you know. I never felt the need to I never donated items to the Kadama to get more elixirs. Never needed to.
I don't know. Keep my when you played Bloodborne, was it before or after the patch that let you stock up 500 in your box? I think it was after.
I don't have an answer to that question because it's something that never happened.
Yeah. Because in the first, I think, month and a half or 2 months, might have been a little bit, been a little longer than that, 3 months of Bloodborne, essentially you can have 99 blood vials in your inventory, or 20 blood vials in your inventory. You can expand that, and then 99 blood vials in your box as your backup. And then they patched it later so that you could have up to 500 in your box.
Yeah, I don't imagine that I ever got even up to 99 in Bloodborne.
Yeah,
but I never got down to 0 either. And maybe the couple times that I did, I would just pop like a soul or whatever that I had in my inventory and then buy them from the shrine.
Yeah,
from the fountain.
I rarely got low either in Bloodborne. I feel like it's happening more in Neo. Another thing I said last week was in Neo, and this is again before I kind of switched to this magic build that you turned me on to, after which I've been having significantly less trouble, difficulty wise. It's not
how far, how many bosses did you defeat before learning about magic?
Oh, Area 4, the last boss of that area is the girl in the blue kimono.
Yep.
I had beaten through her before I started magic.
Yeah,
so the vast majority of the game, I imagine.
Yeah, the last boss that I did not have magic for was Yukiona, the ice girl.
Okay.
So that's how far I got. Then I started
using
magic. That fight was awesome without having slot talismans.
I haven't even killed the boss, and I know to get magic.
Yeah, so Dana's gonna be a fucking breeze for you.
No,
So that's the first full 4 areas of the game. The thing that I said last week is in Dark Souls, a lot of the times I die because I run out of healing items. Right, I run out of Estus. Or I run out of something, or I feel like I run out of something I need. Maybe I get killed by a trap or whatever.
That's find yourself that hot spring, my dude.
Yeah, that happens less often. In Neo, I find myself dying before I can even use my health items. And I feel like And it's just the feeling it evokes in me. It's not necessarily true. I probably could be playing better. All that's 100% true, and it all depends on how you react to what it says.
Similar to like Souls games and Bloodborne, like a lot, like one of the most common enemies you fight, like the brute yokai with the sword.
Yeah.
He's got like that one flurry attack where he hits like 8
it just
times.
kills you.
If any one of them hits you, you're probably dead because he's gonna hit you with the next 4.
Yeah.
And there's some stuff like that. Yeah.
That's the stuff like that makes it feel like it's cheap that I'm dying. But
Sure.
my point was like I feel like I don't even have time to use my resources before I'm being killed.
Yeah.
And that just doesn't feel good when like. Again, the game that is begging itself to be compared to, I feel like I'm using everything at my disposal before I die, which just feels better. Like it feels like I'm trying and not good enough to beat it. Whereas Neo, it's like you're not even giving me the chance to try.
Sure.
That's again, it's not necessarily 1-to-1 true, but it is the feeling that it
I think
evokes.
Neo asks you to be more prepared for things.
Yes.
Like, they give you all these tools in Magic. They give you all of these disruption techniques in the ninja trees, and you have so many skills with your preferred weapon. Where like in Dark Souls or Bloodborne, you pick a weapon. It's got a specific skill set from the very beginning, and you master that and you use that to its best. To the best that you can. You might have 2 weapons. In Neo, you get 2 weapons, 2 firearms, and up to 8 things set to use at any one time, 7 of which could be spells or ninjutsu techniques, and 1 of which is probably going to be your elixirs unless you're insane. So like I think especially if you're gonna use magic, you should be like, look for like, hey, I'm about to fight this thing. Do I need to, use this steel talisman to make my resistance higher?
Yeah.
Or does this boss use a lot of ice? Should I use an ice resistance talisman? Something like that.
Yeah.
If you're using ninjutsu skills, like, is this boss going to rush at me in a second? Should I put some caltrops down? Stuff like that.
Yeah.
I think that Neo awards a more thoughtful play style than Dark Souls does, where Dark Souls and Bloodborne reward a more reactive play style as far as dodging and getting in a hit and then dodging again, where like that's definitely rewarded in Neo, but if you don't do that perfectly, you are punished much more heavily for it because they're expecting you to have been more prepared.
Yeah, and I think like it expects you to be more prepared, but it doesn't necessarily equip you with the knowledge to be prepared.
Sure. Yeah, I think that that's something that you need to figure out kind of like on your own.
Yeah, which is fine, and I like that kind of comparison. I just like I don't think the gameplay delivers on that expectation. Like
That's fair.
I don't find it as rewarding personally, because like there's so many things like the flurry attacks of some bosses and like that you can just get caught in, and even if you're prepared, you're still probably gonna die, and there's really nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, the more that I watched him and Griffin play it, I was like, this game just seems way more punishing than like any of the other Soul games.
There's less wiggle room, right? Like Bloodborne is great because it has a lot of wiggle room, but like still engages and challenges the player, right?
Yeah, I think in Neo, like especially with Magic, you can give yourself a lot more if you if you actually try to.
Yeah, exactly. Now I have all these tools and stuff. Like I feel like I have more wiggle room.
Yeah, and like things that you'll pick up, like that specific enemy that with the sword and all the enemies that look like him, that specific yokai, they have a horn. If you shoot that horn with your bow or your gun or your cannon, every time it will break their horn and they'll fall down and you can go get a critical attack on them. Yeah. So a lot of the times the way I beat those enemies, I'll probably, I'll hit them, dodge away, shoot them in the head so they fall down and stab them and they're dead by then.
Yeah.
And then, like if you're using the sickle and ball and chain, that one's really good at breaking people's body parts. So you do like one low stance attack with the Kusarigama from the front that will pretty much always break the Oni's horn, so you can just easily get the critical strike that way. So I think that there is a lot more to learn about the enemies of Neo, and they're kind of like the nuance of them specifically than perhaps the enemies in Bloodborne or Dark Souls.
I think, but there's also like a lot less enemy variety.
True.
There's like 7 enemies.
Yes.
There are more than 7, but go ahead, Logan.
I was going to ask, so Dark Souls and Bloodborne obviously rely so heavily on their mechanics. Are the mechanics in Neo comparable to those other games? Like, are they just as sound in many ways? Like, your problems with it don't sound as much like the game mechanics and more just like with the design and things like that, and how
it is
unforgiving it can be at times.
It's a lot of like what's around the mechanics that I have issues with. Like the way the game feels is good, the way the game moves is good, and like executing on what you want to do feels great. Like especially there are like weapon skills that you can unlock and learn, and you can spec into like, hey, I use the katana, right, or essentially there are multiple katanas, but for all of them there's like the same skill tree of like. If I do a normal attack in mid stance, if I hit triangle at the end, I'll do a slash that has me jump backwards, so I can kind of put distance. At the end of a combo, I can always put distance between me and the enemy. Or if I hit triangle at the end of a combo in heavy stance or high stance, I will do like the spinning attack.
It's a little quicker too, from what I've seen. Like I feel like so many times in Bloodborne, what would screw me up is I'd hit just a normal attack, and the animation behind it is so slow, which it's supposed to be. But because of that, you'd almost get like caught in some sort of middle ground where you're screwed or something like that.
The same thing that happens in Neo, though. Like it depends on which weapon you're using, and it depends on which. The thing with Neo that's nice is, and Bloodborne kind of had that with the two weapon forms, but. Depending on which stance you're in, like if you're in low stance, you're always going to be doing faster attacks. If you're in high stance, you're always going to be doing slower attacks, right?
Your attacks use more stamina. Your dodges in high stance use more stamina.
Yeah, and your dodges in low stance are faster and different. Like they look different. It's a different
the amount
animation.
of armor you have on is also a key factor to that. Like there are 3 different stages of weight that you can have equipped to your character that change the characteristics of your dodge.
Yeah.
And I think the biggest like difference that you get used to when you're playing Neo versus the other games, in Neo you have fewer invincibility frames on a dodge than you do in Dark Souls or Bloodborne or something like that. In Bloodborne you have considerably more.
Yes.
In Dark Souls it's about middle, and in Neo there are few.
Yeah.
So you really need to time that. It's all about positioning.
And the thing I like about Bloodborne is that you have these big windows of invincibility, but the game is still hard, right?
Yeah.
The game will still punish the shit out of you if you don't have absolute precision with things like that. So it is balanced in how much power it gives the player and how much it will still like fuck you up otherwise.
Yeah, and I'd say especially in Neo, like large or like bigger like health pool enemies of size are less common. Like in a Bloodborne or Dark Souls, you're gonna fight a lot of big shit. Where in Neo, a lot of the things you fight against are humanoid, or at least humanoid sized. So it forces you to kind of play against someone who has similar abilities that you do.
Unless they're Oni.
Unless they're they're
like the yokai tier of,
the
yokai tier of enemies are all typically larger, or like the big thing is they don't flinch, right? So unless they have they've burned their whole stamina meter, in which you can
being able to
them.
see that is a new thing in Neo as well, where you can exploit that they have, when an enemy attacks me, they are using stamina just like when I attack them. And if I attack them when they have none left, it staggers them just like if they attack me and I have none left. So that's another thing to kind of keep in the back of your head as you're playing, so like, hey, they just did a big attack, they've got a weakness now that I can exploit.
Yeah, it's just like, and I think the last kind of big thing I brought up last week was like in Neo, you fight a lot of humanoid enemies that are so easy by comparison to yokai, like because they stagger every time you hit them almost, depending on like how the armor that they're wearing and the weapon that they're using. And a lot of your abilities and skills that are weapon specific will only work on humanoid enemies. Like a lot of the axe skills will only work on humanoid enemies. Some of the sword skills will only work on.
Is that what you're using now, an axe?
I jump back and forth.
Gotcha. I pretty much exclusively used a one-handed or a single sword.
Yeah, I use the axe a lot. I use the spear a lot, and I use the sword a lot.
Yeah, for humanoid enemies, I pretty much exclusively used a spear because it's super easy to kill humans with a spear.
Yeah, I agree. I just like the feel of all of them, so I jump around a lot. But like
I'm all about the kunai with chain.
But when you jump into fighting yokai, so many of those abilities are just kind of useless, right? It's like why, and that is I feel the majority of the enemies are yokai type enemy, the demon enemies that are different, and like you can use those abilities to tear through their stamina faster, and maybe get them to flinch more after you get through that stamina bar. But it's just like I feel like half of the mechanics are just going underserved.
Have you fought a Raven Tengu yet?
Is that the bird guys?
Yeah,
I mean,
those guys are fun.
I fought a lot of them. Those guys are fucking annoying as shit, but like also rewarding to fight in some ways.
Yeah.
It is fun. It has been fun to slowly kind of get familiar with those enemies over time. But yeah, like playing the game is great. Like I would not argue that like the way that the game feels is awesome, and the light attacks feel great, the heavy attacks feel great. Switching stances and doing the key pulse, and like, for example, your key pulse, which will recover your stamina faster. Like doing a stance switch to recover key in a key pulse form is awesome, and it feels great to dynamically do that mid combo.
Yeah, I very rarely just normal key pulse now.
Yeah, exactly.
I wore the lightest armor. So.
Yeah, I wear light armor. Like I'm dodging key pulse or I'm doing the stance switch key pulse. Like, and it feels great to do that. It's just like when you have to engage with other things on the board, and when the other mechanics, like the design philosophy of the mechanics, come into play, it doesn't feel great, or it doesn't feel as great as I feel like it could. And it's frustrating me. Like when I finished a hour and a half, 2 hour long mission in Neo, I'm like done with it. I'm like, I kind of just want to walk away for now. Versus like Bloodborne, which again, it's weird to compare the two, but I keep going back to it. Like I just ravenously craved more and more Bloodborne for hours and hours on end.
Sure.
It's so funny because when Tony was playing through the game, he was in the room and I was in the living room, like he played late at night, and I would wake up from random, like hearing down the hall him going, "Fuck this!" But like I came in one time and watched him play against the ice boss, and I was like, "This seems very frustrating." He just seriously walked into the room and she just hit him with an ice shard immediately, and he died. And I was like, "Oh man!" I was like, "The RNG of these bosses fucking suck."
Yeah, the RNG does suck. Did you have trouble with the Umi Bozo?
I got mad at the Umi Bozo because I would fall into the water sometimes.
Yeah, me too.
When you're trying to attack him right next to him, that was like, because that stuff is like, that's not me playing incorrectly. That's just like sometimes that you don't fall into the water.
Sometimes shit happens, man.
Yeah.
But like the Umi just fucking has that laser beam attack that kills you instantly.
Yes, he does do that. He does Kamehameha you. But...
I walked into that room and was immediately killed more times.
He also throws entire boats at you. So.
Yes. But that was the way I died in that fight more than actually dying in the fight. And it sucked, and it was terrible. That was a terrible boss fight.
Yeah, I think that like some of the you just walked into the room, first attack by the bosses kind of sucks. Especially because you are so incentivized to go pick your spirit back up after you've died.
Yep.
Because it unlocks an entire new move that's very powerful if you have it. So it's not like in Dark Souls where like, well, I don't really need those 30,000 souls or whatever. I'm just going to not worry about getting my thing so I can focus on the boss.
Yeah.
And you really want to get it before the boss, OTKs you. So, yeah. That's a little annoying, but otherwise the boss fights seem fine. They're engaging.
Those boss fights that cropped up every now and again were just bad, I thought. The Umi Boza is like specifically the worst one. Everything else has been pretty great, except for like the submission where you just fight a larger version of the first boss.
Yeah, there's a couple of those.
Yeah, that sucked.
Is that the one where a guy comes to help you out?
Yeah, he just shows up.
He's just like, "Hey, I want to fight this guy."
And I'm like, "Who the fuck is this?"
I didn't know either.
But like the fact that boss will just do like a belly flop, and sometimes you're a little too close and just immediately die, sucked the most always.
I was a little annoyed at like when I was doing the Twilight mission with him as the boss. I never really got down the timing to dodge the balls when he would throw them, because like it doesn't matter where you are, he's got like auto aim on those balls so much that he'll throw them like under his legs or right like all the way around the opposite side of his body directly at you.
Yep.
And you have to dodge within like 0.75 of a second exactly, or you will get hit.
Yep.
And it's a lot of damage. It was real annoying.
Yep. But like again, I hedge all this negativity, but overall, I very much enjoy Neo. I think it is a very well-made game. I do not think it is a showstopper of a game, and I don't think it is as good as the games that it pulls from. But it has a different aesthetic. It has a very cool style to it, and
I think it is a very different game.
yeah, I like what it does, and I like what it brings to that. Like, again, kind of how Bloodborne brought the rally mechanic to health. Neo brings that to stamina in its own way. It's like weird kind of active reload system, and it's cool. Like, it is a great game. It is still worth playing, especially if you like those kinds of games.
Yeah, it's like I said, because I've been in the mood not playing video games. I'm afraid that like the frustration of Neo will just turn me off completely from that game. So it's like I need someone that has like a cleanser 2 games again, and then I'll get into Neo.
I'll tell you, man, another hard-ass video game, Horizon Zero Dawn.
I think it's not that bad.
I don't think it's that bad. I watched Griffin.
How much of that game have you played?
The amount I watched Griffin play, I was like, dude, this plays just like fucking Metal Gear Solid 5. I'm totally gonna be into this. So I watched it, but Griffin never has. Griffin only plays first-person shooters. So when I see him play anything that isn't a first-person shooter, I'm like, he's gonna be terrible at this game. And I was completely correct about Horizon until he got like better weapons.
Yeah,
You just walked into places and got killed immediately. You're supposed to like, map out your points of where like people are at, and then fucking kill them and have like your set way of like, this is what I'm gonna do. No, you just ran in shooting arrows, and then he's like, oh, I'm out of arrows.
Horizon is phenomenal.
It's really good.
Very
It's
good
really
video game.
good.
How far into it are you, Tony?
So I did every errand, subquest, main quest, cauldron, bandit camp, everything in the Sacred Land.
Okay.
Okay.
And then I left the Sacred Land to I fought like the dude at the corruptor at the gate. Left the Sacred Land out towards that big city where Olim is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I searched his house.
Okay.
I
So
did.
you got to the city. Okay.
I didn't do too much. Like that's the last thing I did. While I was outside of the Sacred Land, I did the 2 tall necks that are immediately right, like on the map. The one that's like bandits are trying to capture, and the other one where they're all the alligators.
Mm-hmm.
I did that, and then that's it. But I've done every side quest up till leaving the Sacred Land. So I helped finish the Nora's like revenge and all that other stuff. I did the first cauldron last night, so I've done all that, but I haven't done a lot of the main story.
Yeah, I have. So I've played 20 hours in this game, and I've done, as far as like progression, not that much.
Yeah.
Logan and I were talking about it a little bit before we started the show, of like I just kind of, so how like, so there's like a column to the right in the map, and then it like leads out to like this big circle, which is the rest of the world.
Yeah.
Massive circle. I just kind of started creeping into that circle, and I'm 20 plus hours in.
That's outside the Sacred Land.
Yeah. So I left that kind of right area and like the 2 big like broken down cities and stuff. Just came out into like the main open world. I did the first tall neck there, but I've just been in that kind of like desert-ish area for another just hours and hours of like just what I'm doing is just like finding ways to perfect my robot killing skills. Like I am like, there are parts of this game that I'm not as into as I wish I was. But
I killed so many boars to try and get that fucking boar skin.
I've been looking for a fox skin for I think 6 hours now.
I'm so lucky with drops, man. I've been getting rares all day, but I am way into the combat in this game. Like far and away, the combat of Horizon really appeals to me.
Yeah, I mean, like the first bandit camp that you do with Nil.
It's good.
Literally,
yeah.
I stealth killed literally the entire camp.
Fighting the humans is not as fun for me.
No,
Mostly because you can hide in a
Nil loves
bush.
that shit.
Oh, Nil loves it. You can hide in a bush and whistle and bring everybody to you.
I think I did that with
one.
like 2 of the dudes in the base, but
Yeah,
a lot of it's just like I picked up a marksman bow real early, and I was using that. I just after I left the Sacred Land, I was like, all right, what does this new merchant have for me? Turns out he had the Shadow Hunter's bow, and I was like, let's go, give me that purple bow. I'm in there. So yeah, I've definitely been enjoying the different. I haven't used the spear a whole lot.
I use the spear a good deal when shit immediately goes south when I'm fighting machines. But yeah, like fighting humans is whatever. You watch me stream a little bit. I did one of the bandit camps. I fought some robots. I really like fighting robots. I'll say this about Horizon, and I do want because we've been talking a lot, and I know you haven't.
Listen,
you're very
if you spoil any of this, I will fucking murder you at PAX.
No, I just want to say, I know Logan's got a lot to say about Horizon as well. You've played a lot more than I think both of us. I I very infrequently am encouraged or feel the want, not just the need, but the want, the desire to use everything at my disposal. But with Horizon, like I use all my weapons.
I haven't bought
everything.
a sling yet, but I do use the Tripcaster.
You should buy a sling like ASAP.
Yeah, slings
Is
are
Tripcaster the thing that you shoot and then you can put it into the ground where like
yeah, you shoot like tripwires and stuff.
you like essentially set up like wire traps.
Yeah.
Like if you want to fight Sawtooth,
because I remember playing it at like events, like I played it at PSX, I played at GameStop Expo, and the Tripcaster was when you would shoot the creature, and then if you wanted to like dock them, you would shoot the other thing down.
No, that's the land.
That's the rope launcher
Okay,
or
is that what it
something.
is?
there's a rope.
They're both
yeah.
called casters, so it's like this might
Yeah.
be the rope caster. And that like locks them down. If you hit them with
Yeah, it
three of
locks them
them,
down, but you
it'll
three of them,
yeah.
crash them
I know.
down.
I know. There's a third type of bow that I don't
Because
have
I
yet.
didn't see Griffin use that at all when I watched it. The parts I watched him play, and I was like, that gun just seems very useful. And the times he's finding,
I still don't have that weapon, although
Yeah, me
it
neither.
just started appearing in shops for me. So there is the regular bow, which can shoot like regular arrows,
And elemental arrows.
fire arrows, and then slightly more damaging regular arrows. There's the precision bow, and then there's the elemental arrow bow. That's the third
Okay,
kind.
so that's the war bow, right?
Yeah,
I
and
think I'm
that'll
just
shoot
like-
ice and electric arrows.
Yeah.
So I just like the act of fighting and like the different like ways shit can go crazy in this, and like blowing pieces off of the different kinds of machines is super
dude.
rewarding.
As soon as I got the second tier marksman bow, and you get those arrows that can blow
The
parts
tear
off
arrows?
machines. Oh, it's so good.
It's so good, man.
You shoot air grenades at people. It's
Yeah, it's
awesome.
awesome. And like it makes that like fucking Inception horn noise where it just
Yeah.
blasts stuff off. It's
Yeah,
so
like,
good.
When I fought the corruptor at the gate, like 2 arrows blew off both of his turrets.
Yes.
I was like, nice.
That's what I that's as soon as I see a corruptor now, it's like, all right, let me get my air arrows.
Yeah.
Blow off
and
these
then-
guns.
Like Sawtooth, like I was saying before, if you get the Tripcaster, I just put 3 trip lines in a row, stand on the other side of them, like whistle at the guy so he walks towards me. He gets stunned, critical, walk behind the second one, he gets stunned again, critical him again. It's real good. Takes 3 of them and he's dead.
Logan, where are you at with this? You're very high on this game, it sounds like.
I think this might be my new favorite game this generation.
Beating
That's
blood.
how high I am on it.
son!
Like I really am digging this game, and I didn't really expect it. The reviews obviously came out last week and praised across the board, but I wasn't. It just seemed like another open world game to me, and it comes back to the combat though. Like I'm right there with you, and I think what stands out about the combat is I am over 30 hours into this game, and every combat scenario is different in some way or the other, and it's also so straightforward. Like shoot the thing off of the robot, like. It's just shoot this. The main mechanic is shoot this target right here, but somehow it's still compelling 30 hours in. I'm probably going to be playing for another 20 to 30 hours if I had to guess. And just every one of the robots is different. Every fight seems to be different in some way. And there's so many ways you can go about it. Like, okay, maybe I'm going to try to sleuth over here and override this one so that it can fight the rest of these robots with me. Or, okay, maybe I want to ride in on my Strider and just start taking them, shooting all of them at once or something, or as many as I can, and then just ride past them and then get them to chase me and then set up a bunch of traps or something like that. Like there is so many ways that you can combat combat scenarios in this game. And I agree. The thing that it most reminds me of is Metal Gear Solid 5 in a lot of ways, just because it was the same thing. Like, however you want to take, here's the situation. You can do whatever you want, and here are your toys. Go play.
Yeah.
In the 2015, y'all. Yay!
Yeah, and like, it reminds you of the best parts about Metal Gear Solid 5. Like for me, like wacky shit happens in Metal Gear Solid 5. It didn't happen as much to me because I was like very methodical, and I always used a sleep dart. I always like Fulton in everyone, and that might be to the detriment of that game overall. I never really used any of the assault weapons or the loud non-lethal weapons or anything like that, which can make shit go fucking crazy. I did play around here and there, but I really enjoyed the way I played that game. The way I play, I mean, also very much enjoying the way I play Horizon. It's just that way to me seems much broader, right? There are far more options in that way. Like if I'm fighting the saber tooth, whatever ones, I don't remember what they're called. I'm bad with names, so like the saber tooth tiger-esque ones, the very aggressive robots. When fighting 2 of those at once, like I'm maybe corrupting one to make it kill the other. or which you can like sneak up and like turn them against each other. And then I am like blowing pieces off of the one that I'm now fighting one-on-one, and I'm like running and laying traps behind me, and then using precision arrows to chip off pieces of armor or something, and then using fire arrows to hit like the canister on its belly to make it explode. You know, I'm using all these different kinds of tools instead of just approaching anything with just like there's no like one weapon that is
I feel
attached to it.
that's what I was gonna say. I feel like you're switching weapons or arrow types like at least every 10 to 15 seconds. You aren't sticking with one thing consistently unless it's like lower level watchers or something like that. Then you'll just use regular arrows or the hardened arrows. I mean, but you are switching weapon types constantly, and like Tony, you need to get the sling. Like you definitely need to get the elemental sling because
I have so much shit I want to buy. So few shards. Like
you should get the sling. Get the sling for sure. The ice bolts or whatever they're called, the bombs or whatever, the ice bombs. Awesome. They help you take down the big enemies really quickly.
Yeah. I think I got it to like 800 shards, and then I had to buy like a purple set of armor because it looked rad. And then I got up to about 1,000 again by the time I had finished everything. Then I got through the gate, and then it's like, hey, here's a purple hunter bow. And I was like, down, give me that. And then I was looking at the new armor that's available. I was like, all right, this fire armor seems lit. I need to go kill
because it's on fire, bitch.
I need to go get a charger heart and make another 800 shards. So like, and plus like arrows take shards. So if I had infinite shards, man, I would have everything, you know?
I somehow have like way too much shards in this game.
Too.
Like
Yeah,
I have like 10,000 right now.
So you know, like
I have nothing to spend them on.
In that first part of the game, right? There's like again the whole right column. At the top of that column is like this kind of northern wintry peak area. There are no side quests. At least I didn't find any in that area at all, or that have you go to that area. So I just like went up there because I'm like, what the fuck's going on up here? I felt less incentive to explore in this game than I have in the other game I'll be talking about a little bit later. But you know, I dug into the northern area and I just like curled up in a corner and was just like, I'm gonna fuck with some birds because there are these flying glint hawks or whatever that I think they're called. So like I spent like 3.5 hours up there just killing robots, and I had like 1,500 shards by the end of it. So then I went to like you get to that big checkpoint that kind of broadens you out into the wider world. And I talked to the shopkeeper there, and he's like, all right, I've got 3 purple weapons. And I'm like, all right, I bought all 3 of these. I bought some purple armor, and I'm like, I'm pimped out right now. I'm good to go.
Which purple set did you get?
Armor?
Yeah.
The whatever continuation of your armor set. That you
like
have.
the one that's like the purple one that gives you like 15 resistance to all elements.
Yeah. Or
that's
the one that's what the Nora, but like enhanced, the purple Nora one, which is just like higher defense and like higher across. I don't think it's all elemental defense, just base stats. And then I slotted as many sneak, like stealth mods.
I know that there's a stealth specific armor that I was.
Yes, there is, but like the purple tier of that has like green fishnets on it. It's like this looks fucking stupid. But yeah, so I don't. It's cool. Like that game is really. It's just fun to play. Like it is weird to have an open world game that is fun to play. Like Witcher is great and it is fun to play, but it is not like. It does not feel like a 10 out of 10 mechanical experience. Like it's not smooth. It's very clunky and chunky in an intentional way, which works for that game. Like I'm not.
Sounds like me.
Well, you're my little Mexican chalupa.
Jesus.
But like the Witcher's mechanics aren't going to blow your socks off, right? Fighting things in that game is serviceable, but not mind-blowing.
That's like my least favorite part of The Witcher by a mile. Just getting in combat situations is not fun in any way.
I mean, like I had a lot of fun with it in some cases, but I was more frustrated than I think that game.
I'd say it's fun to fight the beasts, not as fun to fight other
like dudes, like 17
like
dudes.
Yeah.
At once. Yeah. No, I'm with you.
36 bandits that decided to attack you this time.
Yeah, but fighting everything in Horizon is like it feels amazing. The one thing like. And maybe I'm like thinking about it. I have been thinking about it as I've been playing Horizon, and it could be because I played Rise of the Tomb Raider, which is I think the most comparable mechanically to Horizon on Xbox One. And I think the vibration in the triggers made the bow feel like way better. Because like there's something about firing the bow and arrow in Horizon. It's like a little bit too smooth. It's very like it just comes back and it vibrates like a little bit. This is a weird complaint. It's very like there's not a lot of feedback when you shoot the bow and arrow. Where I think like the bow in Rise of the Tomb Raider is like best bow for sure. Until I got that HC Rumble, we'll get there. But that's a minor complaint. Overall, like sliding, jumping, climbing on monsters, hacking monsters, switching weapons, everything is like so fast and great. It's just the fighting in that game is so good.
My biggest complaint with it so far, like mechanically, is the detective mode stuff. There's really nothing there. I mean, it's just highlight the path and run along it, and I think we're past that a little bit in 2017. Like Batman, I still think does it the best because there obviously is like the more unique take on it, and it makes sense because you're Batman, so of course you're kind of looking around the environment. But between Batman and then The Witcher also did it, and then now Horizon's doing it, and they really haven't built upon it in any substantial way. I just feel like it feels stale, and they overuse it too much in too many quests, and that's the only thing that stands out in my mind that I really haven't liked, and it is such a minor.
Yeah, like a lot of the side quests.
Run along this path for 30 seconds, then it's over. But still,
yeah, a lot of the side quests that involve finding anything is like, okay, use my focus, highlight path. Follow path to a point where it's like, oh, I hit a river. Oh, I found a blood trail. Oh, I found this. Highlight new path. Follow that, and like just do that over and over again until you get to the end. It's the stuff like the cauldrons, right? Like those are side quests that are like, this is fucking baller. Like you're in like one of the dungeons and you're like, man, this game looks so good. So yeah, I think like those follow the path side quests are definitely a bit of a letdown. How does everybody feel about the story?
That's what I was about to ask.
Of Horizon?
Yeah.
This
I don't know enough yet.
Let's spoil the whole thing right now.
Don't be.
I've been back and forth with it. I'll say that much. I'm not gonna spoil anything, obviously, but like the beginning didn't do as much for me as I hoped it would.
Yo, I was real upset that they killed my man's.
Your Mangsies. I mean, like that was like literally laid out almost immediately. I'm like, all right, well, this guy's dead. Like I think the thrust, like the setup for you having to go out into the world is good. It's cool. Like it's interesting. I love Aloy is a fucking incredible, well-made character. She's probably one of my favorite characters I've seen in a long time, honestly. Yeah. Just like her not giving a fuck about everybody. Like immediately understanding them like, well, no, this is like, these are machines that were made by someone and you're all fucking crazy. Like, it's just so, it is so me in that world. Like I relate to it so much. And her being like, all right, I'm fucking done with you. Just like walking away with shit is like, sorry, I got shit to do. Yeah. It's just like the definition of strong, independent woman that isn't like beating you over the head with that
She
kind of message.
don't need no mans.
She doesn't, and it's great, man. As like the feminist in me is like playing this game and like screaming with joy, fucking constantly, and it's awesome. And I like she is such an engaging protagonist outside of just being like a strong female protagonist. Like she's Ashley Birch's performance is great. It's soft. It's moving. It's emotional when it needs to be. It's engaging and it, like I don't know. She really captures like that role really well. It reminds me a lot of Chloe from Life is Strange, another one of her great performances. And yeah, I just love the character. I love what they set up with that character. How do you feel about her, Logan?
I very much agree. I like her as a character a lot, and I like the world. I've never really and this was always kind of the thing that intrigued me about this game was this whole like prehistoric aesthetic mixed with robot dinosaurs. I mean, that was always kind of the draw to the game, and it stands out.
Man, robot dinosaurs. Have you seen this shit? It's crazy.
Exactly. Like that's all you need.
But yeah, I like Aloy as a character. I really dig the world. After that opening though, and then you do cross into the second half of the map, the western part of the map or whatever, it does get very much more broadened out, and there's been 5 to 6 hour stretches where I'm really not talking to anyone outside of, hey, I went and did that thing you asked me to do, and they're like, all right, cool. So I haven't really been building upon Aloy's narrative or seeing how her story plays out in that span, so I don't really know what's going to happen with that when I do decide to jump back into the main questline stuff. But I'm really liking what they're doing so far. I think it's compelling. They're making me like, I'm interested to uncover just what the heck is going on and like what is on the other side of that doorway thing that you see in the opening hour or two of the game. I like it. Like I want to discover these things, but even more than that, I want to go find that metal flower on top of that hill over there. So the story's taking a backseat right now, but I'm interested to see where it goes.
Yeah, and like it does a good job of like making the side stuff engaging. Like the cauldrons are like side missions, the long necks are side missions, and they're cool. I like that it categorizes.
Those tall necks look fucking awesome.
Yeah, they do. They're cool to figure out how to get on top of as well. Yeah. Much like Danny Juarez. But
all right.
But like I like that how it categorizes all the side stuff. And there are like 20 different categories. It feels like there's like 9, but it's like, you know, errands and side quests and tall necks and cauldrons. And it's cool to break down, and it's cool to see that, oh, just because this is like a tall neck side quest doesn't mean it's not cool and engaging and has its own kind of little hooks in it.
The one other thing I do really like dig about the story though, is the political undertones that it has, like the elitism and the borderline, not really racism, because I don't think it's a skin color thing, but it is much more the elitism, and everybody frowns upon the Karja. Classism is a good way. The Nora are kind of the I don't know. They're looked down upon by the Karja, and you see more of this once you get into the first main city of the game. And I really like Aloy's kind of where she stands in the middle of all this, because she is just an outcast. Like, she's not allegiant to either side because the Nora have treated her like shit her entire life. So she really isn't beholden to them in any way. But then the Karja are these kind of pompous douchebags over in the west side of the map that really don't like anybody. So I've enjoyed seeing those two sides kind of clash with each other, and then seeing how Aloy kind of navigates between both of them.
Yeah. I haven't gotten any of the meat and potatoes, it feels like. You know, I was saying earlier, like, I'm level like 26 or 27, and my next story mission is level 12. Like, you know, I'm
tight.
I'm like, you know, totally just dicking around way more than I'm actually like following the story or doing missions, even side quests. I'm just off here killing this robot real quick, which has like been totally rewarding and fun. And I like the story so far. Again, the intro wasn't doing it, like young Aloy in that beginning like stuff. Like, she's got like a real big head and it's weird. Like
the animations of child Aloy were real good.
They're good, but like they're weird, right? Like her.
No, they're childlike.
Her head is way too big.
She's just got a lot of hair.
Maybe. But like,
she does have a big head.
Like,
it's the head. I can see it in my
in my mind. You can see it, right? And like, kids have big weird heads. I get it, but like, it's just and then like the training montage. It's like there's dumb stuff in this game.
Hey, I think that was a pretty decent way to time skip like 10 years.
So. Like not Legend Zelda. Harry Potter, the 5th movie, has ruined me on montages forever. So like, it is hard to get me to engage with a montage in any way. But I like I don't know. It hasn't gotten its hooks in me, and there's a lot of talk, like, you know, in reviews and discussions out there, like, people are talking about like the setting is really engaging, and like how this happened is really engaging. I haven't even seen any of that shit. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on.
I haven't either, and I'm further in the story, and I still have no idea what's going on yet.
Yeah,
I mean, there's things I've started to wrap up that you're probably aware of at this point, but as far as like uncovering the larger plot to the entire game, I still have no idea what's going on.
Yeah, I like, again, it's the political stuff that you mentioned, of like the way that like the Nora treat their outcasts, and the religious kind of infrastructure of that. It's cool seeing a matriarchy instead of a patriarchy, and the reasoning behind that. And I'm making my own assumptions as to what is going on, where Aloy comes from, and her origins. That, you know, I feel pretty confident in my guesses as to that. We'll see how that turns out. There could be great reveals coming forward. It sounds like there are. But, you know, the thrust of the plot I was hoping would be like right from the get-go. It was like, what's going on? Where are the robots coming from and stuff like that. But instead they kind of brought in this human antagonist situation, and I'm less interested to find out what's going on there. So I've just disengaged with that and kind of gone off and fucking killed some robots. So, but it's great.
Robots are pretty lit.
Is a fucking... This game looks incredible.
It does.
It really it's,
like, honest to God, I didn't know.
I
console games
hate
could
photo
look this
mode.
good.
I hate
I
photo mode,
happened
and I
into the
keep
photo
posting
mode
photos.
the other day, and I was
Yeah.
like, "Wow, there's way more stuff here than I thought there was going to be."
I have been using, following Greg Miller of Inspiration, I've been using photo mode a lot more, and I've been liking it a lot as well. But yeah, like you, I've never really gotten into a photo mode before, but this is fun. Like, it's just like the game just...
I think the reason it works is because the game is open world. Like the photo modes I started thinking about are The Last of Us, Infamous Second Son had one, I think, potentially.
Maybe. Uncharted 4 definitely had one.
Uncharted 4 had one. The games that have had it in the past are more linear, and I feel like there's less room to maneuver with the camera and less of a scope to the environments. Obviously, there's portions of Uncharted 4 where that's different. But for the most part, yeah, I think that's why I'm digging the photo mode so much. And this is because there's a breadth to it, and like you can see in the distance, and that's an actual place that you can go to. So
yeah, it's neat. It's gonna be weird. I'm going to end up comparing this game a little bit to Breath of the Wild.
I will too.
When we come back from break. I don't think it's a fair comparison. They are both open world games. They approach the concept of open world in two completely different ways. I will have you know, it is difficult to compare the two. I think they will get compared. They came out in the same week. It's just going to happen. It is very much like a Prototype versus Infamous situation where like the concept is a little similar, but the execution is very, very different. But like this is a very polished... I've been hitting a lot of open world jank. I don't know about you guys. A lot of people like disappearing and then reappearing, and like ledge stuff and weird stuff like glitching and hitches. But it seems like not a lot of people have been having that happen. That's happened to me quite a bit. But
I haven't had any problems yet. Everything's been fine for me.
I
have a question for you. So you're obviously roped up in Breath of the Wild.
Mm-hmm.
How are you going to get back to Horizon?
I don't know.
Are you going to try to juggle them?
I'm not going to juggle them at all. I don't care. I've like immediately forgotten about Horizon. I don't care anymore. Obviously it's not entirely true. I'm being hyperbolic, but
you'll get back to it at some point.
I will go back to it at some point.
Yeah.
I don't know when I will be finished with Breath of the Wild, and we'll get into why that is in a little bit. But yeah, I knew I was trying to play as much of Horizon before Zelda came out because I knew I would just drop Horizon. I thought about originally I was just going to not get Horizon this week and then just get Zelda and
same here.
Be fine with that. The reviews really swung me on it. I'm glad. I'm glad I've played Horizon. I like it quite a bit. I will say here's one thing that I really do not like. I think is a problem with the game. The climbing mechanics are frustrating. So there are handholds in the environment. And they're very obvious, which, Uncharted syndrome of like every game has handholds, every game has climbing. They're all very obvious. But like there is no leeway with the handholds. You cannot climb anything that is not like predetermined scripted handheld that all look and appear very obvious. Like I'm trying to get up this ledge that is like, there's a handhold around the corner to get up there, but I think I can make this jump here and I can't. And I can't grab this normal like perfectly fine ledge because it is not specifically a handhold, and it's like super directed in a way that it just is like it really frustrates me, and it really like takes me out of it.
I've been pissed with that as well. Luckily, I've overcome it with the Oblivion / Skyrim strategy of just jumping a whole bunch and trying to get around certain areas.
It's just like they put the system of climbing into the game, and it's just like you have to engage with the very, very strict rules of it.
I agree. I was trying to get up a ledge earlier, and as I would jump on it, it was hitting me at about midway on my chest. Like I was clearly able to grab the ledge if she could have grabbed the ledge, and she just wouldn't.
She's physically incapable of grabbing this ledge.
You have to completely clear it with your jump in order to get above it, and that's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's just like that. Oh, it bothers me so. It's happened to me so many times too. It is just that is frustrating. But overall, Horizon is a very well made game.
You could definitely Skyrim jump your way up some mountains.
Yeah, for sure. It's very polished as well. I'll say, as much as I've been having technical glitches and stuff, performance and
A
just,
lot of them are like the expected open world shit.
yeah,
so.
exactly. It's open world jank, but the performance and everything has just been top of the line. Like, very impressed.
Yeah.
Especially like when you take a step back and you're like, yeah, the Killzone team made this. It's like, excuse me, sir. This is nothing like Killzone. Anything else anyone want to say about Horizon?
Go buy it. Unless you have a Switch and you're playing Zelda, in which case, buy it another time, I guess.
Yeah, buy it in a little bit, but you should still probably play it because it's real good. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we are going to dedicate the rest of our time in games to talk about the Nintendo Switch and The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild and maybe any other Switch games we've been playing. So we will be back in just a little bit. Choo, choo, choo. If you need to use the bathroom or anything, now's the time to do it. Just make sure you keep recording.
Ooh, that leg.
I know, the hot leg action. Nabishin, I appreciate the choo 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 in the chat.
Hey, welcome back.
Hey, welcome back. We didn't spoil Horizon, you know.
I just didn't want to hear more of the story. I've already had enough of it, but I've been watching Griffin and Tony play it in my house. Like Tony moved here, took over my room, and now like my room is the living room. And then you're gonna come play the game that I've been waiting for in my room, in the living room, in front of
In
me,
my
where
butt.
where I sleep and live. I don't need more of this going on in my life. I was okay with Neo because I was like, it's Neo. But Horizon was like, no, sorry, I'm not. I don't want to watch any of this.
Nah, bae. Yeah. I just talked about it, how it hasn't really sucked me in yet. But hopefully it will. I haven't been playing much of the story. I've just been fighting these robots.
All these robots.
So many robots.
You guys ready?
Hold on, Tony's here. All
Hi.
Tony's back.
Hi. You back, Tony?
Hey, girl.
Yeah, you gotta get some water.
I don't know how I could not be back and still be talking to you.
I don't know. Maybe you didn't have your headphones on.
How do you wake up dead?
Naked.
Because you're alive when you go to sleep, but when you wake up, you're dead. So how do you wake up dead?
What?
That's a good question.
Right? I've always wondered that.
I don't understand.
I don't understand either. Is this like figuratively wake up
Is
dead?
that like a Jaden Smith quote or something?
Yeah.
No, this is like a genuine Danny Orris thought that goes in through my head. Like,
You don't wake up dead. You don't wake up.
Yeah, if you're dead, you don't wake up.
how do you know?
Like,
How do you know you're dead?
How do you know you're dead? Well, I mean, that depends. Like, what happens when you die? If when you die you feel like you're awake and alive, then you don't know if you're dead. But we don't know that when we're alive. So the better question is, how do you know you're alive?
Are we going to spend the second half of the podcast getting real philosophical?
I might be having an existential crisis right now.
I believe I gave the best answer that you could give to that question. So, all right.
But how do you know?
You don't. You live life one day at a time in a constant state of mystery. That's how. And you try and spread as much good in that time as you can, Danny.
You know I, dude. I'm all about those positive vibes,
for
my
you.
dude.
Good vibes.
Because it is Saturday, my dude.
Guys, I'm just gonna play Zelda for the rest of the show.
Speaking that you wanted.
Bye.
Well, Danny and I are going to be gone for the next hour while you guys talk about Zelda. So,
No, we'll be good. I mean, there are things that I do want to talk about, but I will refrain from as much spoilers as possible. I'm going to talk about stuff that is after the tutorial area. Just fair warning.
That's fine.
I don't want to not talk about that. Like, I will be as vague as I can be. Here's the thing: there are towns in this game. Now you know, one way or the other. It seems to me that there might be many towns in this game.
Are there,
I don't know.
Are there people in the towns, though? That's like the important question.
Yes. Spoilers.
Oh, man.
There is a village that you've probably... The name of said village you've probably heard before in a Zelda game.
Kakariko.
Yes. Kakariko village exists in this game. Spoilers.
Weird. As I think I've heard of the continent. Hyrule.
Yes. Hyrule is in this game. Confirmed.
All right.
Spoilers. All right. Yes.
Zeltalk.
Zeldoc.
Zeltalk. Yeah.
Zeldoc. Hey, welcome back.
You welcome back.
Thank
Hey.
you.
Hey, bitch, I'm back.
Hey, welcome back, Danny. How you doing?
I'm here. I'm good, dude. I had to walk away from some Horizon talk, but we're back in this.
Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. So I think that's all. Well, Logan, you have Final Fantasy 15 written down here.
We don't need to talk about that.
I
I was just gonna
listen, Logan. I don't know if you know who I am.
This is Danny
But-
motherfucking Juarez.
When Final Fantasy 15 comes up, it has to be talked about. So yes, you need to talk about it because
what if I
my
talked
jam.
about it in a negative way?
Then you
Ooh.
can get the fuck off the show real quick.
Where
Oh,
are you
Final
at?
Fantasy is just
No one
alright.
can be as worse as Trevor. You're fine.
Yeah, sure.
No, it's I'm 3 chapters in. I just got to the first big city or whatever.
Well, you haven't even
Um,
experienced the game then.
Yeah,
I've played for like 12 hours, so I've
Sorry.
Put a
No,
healthy amount of
enough my
time into
voice.
you haven't really experienced the magic though.
Yeah.
of
that's
my-
that was the main thing I was going to ask, because I know you and I talked about it last time we podcasted, whenever that was, a few weeks ago, and you told me I need to play it at some point. I've tried to play it at this point, and it's just not clicking with me, and I don't know if I need to come back to it.
my sweet baby boy. I mean, here's the thing: if you're 12 hours in, it's not clicking. Like, you don't have to like force yourself to play it. I'll say that
Yeah.
much. Like, for me, a lot of what makes that game really cool is like the subtlety in the animation and how that kind of conveys story, right? Like, there's a lot you really, really get a feel for the bond of those characters in just the subtle animations that link them together. Like when you fall, like, or you go into like stasis, or not stasis, because that's a different thing. When you go into like critical mode and you need to be healed, and like Gladio pulls you up and he like grabs you roughly by like the upper left arm and like pulls you up, and like the lift of you getting up and him like patting you on the back afterwards, like, is like there's such a familiarity there, and there's a lot of stuff like that with hand gestures and looks and points and like just little things that I think really went a long way to pull me in and like believe the relationship between these characters. But like you're in like the core of, like, Nabashin says it a lot, you're in the best part of that game, right? For me, like, the whole game was the best part of that game for me. I know he really hated when the game got linear at chapter 9, but I loved all of it, and the game really goes a long way to make you believe in the relationship between these characters. If you believe it, but it's not doing anything for you, like just walk away.
Well, the thing is, I think, like I said, I've put 12 hours in and I'm only 3 chapters in. I've been kind of dicking around a lot with side quests, and I'm thinking maybe if I just went back into it and spent 4 or 5 hours and just beeline the story stuff and then would come away from that and see how I feel about it afterwards, then maybe I could decide if I want to play any more of it or not. Of course, at this point, I have no idea when I'll get back to it because we're in the thick of it now. But yeah, I don't know. I just figured I'd bring it up to you because I know you and I talked about it, but yeah, I don't know. It's not bad. I enjoy the combat. I think the combat's unique. I do enjoy the relationships with the characters, like you said, and I do enjoy those subtle little hints to things here and there. It's just the world, I think, is not what I'm digging. And I think it's a finely crafted world that they've built, and I like how everything's laid out, but I'm just not digging. Everything's so far apart, and that's what I am disliking about it. Like, all right, cool, I got this side quest. It's all the way over there, and there's no fast travel points near there, so I guess we're getting into the car and driving for 4 minutes. And I mean, the characters may have a cool conversation along the way or something like that, but to me, because I'm a millennial and I can't focus on anything for more than 30 seconds, to me, that's what takes me out of it, because then I'm like, all right, where's my phone? Time to look at Twitter or something, like while we drive over here. And I shouldn't probably be playing the game like that, and I know that's a personal problem more than it is the game's fault. But I don't know. It's just things like that have taken me out of the experience.
I think for people, because I know my roommate had a problem with that playing it. I was like, they more so do it as like this scene. Like, one, you'll have the conversations that will pop up every once in a while, which is cool. But also, I think they try to make it just like a very scenic thing. So like in this 4-minute drive, if you set your camera at the right angle, like in the way that like they want you to focus on everything around it, like they try to make it a beautiful sight to watch and stuff. And like if like time's going on between night and day, they try to, you can drive and see like the sunset, and then like the moonrise or the sunrise if you're driving at night and stuff like that. There will be a point though where like I don't know. It's when Noctis can drive the car, like you can just go to most places with the fast point.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've unlocked a handful of them, but I still think you have to discover them the first time, or actually like physically drive to them the first time you go there. Like I know that's how it was with the city I just got to. Like I couldn't fast travel there. It was like you have to actually drive.
I think you can fast travel to the quest points. Like if you point to you go over your map and like click over where the quest is at.
You can't fast travel to quest points. You have to fast travel wherever's closest.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I mean, like,
and I don't think it's a bad game by any means either. Like
No,
I dig what it's doing in a lot of ways. It just didn't hook me as much as I was hoping it would. Again, though, I think part of it was I started the game like 2.5 weeks ago, and I knew that this week was looming. So that kept me from really diving into it head first. I don't know, like it may be something I go back to this summer or something like that. I feel like I reached a good stopping point for where I am currently, and everything else can pick back up there.
I would say like you're hitting a good point, because March 28th, the first DLC comes out with the episode Gladio, but the patch for Chapter 13, which is the big thing that people kind of shit on about it, is going to be out. So I don't know what that experience is. And supposedly they're also adding more scenes with like Luna and Noctis throughout the game with this patch. Mm-hmm. And so like you might get a better experience than some of us who've already gone through that game.
Yeah, and it's difficult to say, but like I definitely think that if the game hasn't grabbed you and you don't feel like really, really involved and compelled to finish it at this point, like I don't think it's going to, at least not for several hours, and I don't think you need to give it that time.
But I want to finish a Final Fantasy. I never have.
But like this one might not be
the one.
You
also said that like you were dicking around with side quests and you feel like you're just kind of getting burnt out by that. I felt that way too, and then I just jumped in the story, and then like I got so deep in, because I think I was texting Alex when I was like, I think I'm just kind of done side quests. I'm gonna go through the story now.
Yeah, you did.
That brought the game back to life for me again.
Yeah,
and the relationships is a big part of that game. Like when we had our Game of the Year discussion, and me and Alex kind of like both love that game in the general sense of like, it is the relationship of those 4 guys that's
the story of the game.
That is the game for me right there.
Like that is like unquestionably the game that they made and the game that they set out to make. Like the actual linear path story and the world are completely secondary to what the story between the 4 characters that they are trying to tell. So
yeah,
I'll get back to it. If
that stuff is cool to you, like it might be worth seeing through. If not, like I don't think there's any harm in putting it down. So
yeah.
It's difficult to look at that game because like that is an open world game, but it is just kind of like by happenstance an open world game. It doesn't necessarily engage with its world as a mechanic like Horizon and Zelda both do.
Yeah, exactly. Like you don't cross over a hill and there's something compelling there. Like
Yeah.
there's maybe animals or something
It's
like
just
that.
like
you
a
can
fun world
fight.
to be in. It's not
Yeah.
necessarily a world that like compels you to explore it, and that's fine for, especially for what that game is and how it plays. They have this car, they have this system built in place to just get around as fast as possible. Just like knowing that and comparing it to something like Horizon and Zelda that are out now that you can play now, like it doesn't, like if you're into that kind of open world, like Final Fantasy 15 isn't trying to do that. It's trying to do something else. So
Yeah, and I think that's what especially after playing Zelda and Horizon now, like I feel like those games are encouraging you to explore, whereas Final Fantasy, it's just kind of like a filler to place the cities and the quests and things like that throughout it. So I don't know. I like a lot of things it was doing. Like the dungeons and stuff were cool. I dug those a lot, but
me too. Yeah.
We'll see. Maybe 3 or 4 months from now.
So let's talk about the Nintendo Switch. If you're watching the video version, I'm holding up mine.
Okay,
I
hold
should have
on.
grabbed mine during the break.
Wait. Take that back and do your introduction again.
Yeah, okay. Let's talk about the Nintendo Switch. If you're watching the video version, okay. That's what it was for. It's funny that so the game, like when you plop, I'm gonna do it on the microphone. I'm gonna do it on the microphone right now. When you click in the Joy-Con, it makes that nice like snap, like something clicking noise. But on the actual system, like the software of the system will make the Switch sound effect. Like
Hell yeah.
The snap sound.
That gets me wet.
Through the system. All right. When the Joy-Con snaps into it, which is cool. It's a nice little touch. There's a lot of like cool UI stuff in the game, that, like sound effect wise, that I like. So let's. So Logan and I both have a Nintendo Switch. We both have the gray ones, right? You don't have the new one?
I got the gray.
Mine came a day early. If you watch the bonus content, you can see me talk about that. I was very lucky. I didn't really get to play it early, but it was nice. I was expecting it to come as late as humanly possible on Amazon, which ended up having an option anyway. But that was nice. A nice little surprise. What do you think of the hardware? Just the platform itself, Logan?
I dig it. I figured that I would dig it. I think it's really well put together compared to like the Wii U or something like that, which always felt like a toy to me, and that was kind of what put me off to the Wii U
right now. It's just
it looks like a Tonka toy or something like that by comparison. Yeah. This is actually like a nice piece of tech that I think stands side by side with not the PS4 and the Xbox One, obviously, in terms of like being consoles, but in terms of like the sleek look that it has. Like it looks like a piece of technology that should exist in 2017. So congrats to Nintendo for finally getting on board in that respect.
Yeah.
Overall, it's a nice piece of tech. I have some bugaboos with the Joy-Cons and things like that we can get into in a second. But overall, like I do really like it.
Yeah. I expected to like it. I did not expect to love it, which I do love it. Like just like the handheld system. Like, so I came into this with the anticipation that I would never play it out of TV mode. Right?
Same here.
Just because I'm not a big handheld gamer. I love my Vita. I like my 3DS. But it's difficult for me to get comfortable when playing handheld games. There are games that I've liked so much that it just doesn't matter. See like Danganronpa 1 and 2 and Persona 4 Golden. Both of them, or all of those Vita experiences. Not Dragon Age. Fire Emblem Awakening was also one of those games. And A Link Between Worlds did that for me as well to an extent on 3DS. But like those big JRPGs that at the time I could only play on my Vita, I played on my Vita and I like lost myself to that. And I like the way the Vita feels. When I fly places, I still play my Vita for the most part. Even if it's like the right analog stick of my Vita is broken, it has been broken forever. But it is a nice hardware and it's got a really nice screen. So like I want to engage with it more. I just like it is. I still get uncomfortable playing handheld games, which sucks. Because like I feel like if I didn't get as uncomfortable, I would play them a lot more. But like my back always starts hurting and stuff like that. This is such a nice piece of hardware that I actually want to play it in handheld mode. I haven't been because I've been home for the most part, and I've just been like laying on my couch. But I've on occasion, just because I can, just popped it out of the dock and laid on my couch with it and curled up with it and played it in handheld mode for a half hour or so at a time. and I love it.
I think a lot of why I feel compelled to play it in handheld mode too is that screen is way nicer than I expected it to be.
Yeah.
Like the Vita looks good, but that screen running in 720p, I guess,
720, yep.
it looks 10 times better than I expected it to be. And I was really floored when I finally started playing Zelda in handheld mode with how the game scaled on that tiny screen, and then how graphically how it looked. Like it was really a surprise to me. I didn't think they'd be able to pull it off. I was expecting it to look similar to like the Wii U gamepad or something like that, and it's definitely not that from what I've played in handheld mode.
Yeah, it helped. I mean, like the gamepad is like a non-HD screen. It's like a 480 screen.
Yeah.
Or a 640 screen or something, and like it helps that the Switch screen is HD 720 screen. It's low HD, but it's the bare minimum for what high definition is apparently. But
I mean, but for a
shows.
handheld, that's great. Like
Yeah,
that looks really good.
It is the first like proper handheld console with that. Like the Vita is just shy of 720, but this is like it's fucking nice looking system, and like you said, is a well-made piece of hardware. When I hold it, it's heavier than I thought it would be. A lot of people kept talking about how light it is, but for me, it is noticeably heavier than it is. And like I was terrified that I was just gonna completely hate the Joy-Con and the Joy-Con grip. I actually love it. Like, I love the Joy-Cons. I love how they feel. I love the Joy-Con grip, which I have spent most of my time with. It's light, you mentioned that.
If I buy 1-2 Switch, can we play it together at PAX?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
I'd play the shit. We'd have to record it.
Yeah, duh.
To some capacity, but yeah, for sure. But like, I did not expect to think that the Joy-Cons would feel good. The thing that, again, it wasn't a bad thing. It was just a surprise. The analog sticks are smaller than I thought they would be.
They're almost comparable to the Vita,
yeah.
Slightly. Yeah,
They're bigger than the Vita ones, which is good because the Vita ones are too small for me. But they are not as big as like a full controller one. But they feel good. Like they have a smaller range of movement, like range of, I don't know. They have a smaller range.
How does it? Okay, so like you've played it in handheld, and I'm sure it feels like perfectly like great, just like a Vita, like maybe better than Vita. How does it feel when you slide them into like the Pro controller or whatever the controller thing?
The Joy-Con grip feels great.
Yeah,
I like the Joy-Con grip a lot. You don't like it as much.
it's just there's not. Like the thing I like about the PS4 controller is that I can wrap like my 3 bottom fingers around the bottom of the controller on each side, and it both just fits naturally there. The Joy-Con grip, I feel like I'm holding it so awkwardly, and my hands just get kind of all bunched up on the back end of it. It's not bad. Like I can play long sessions with it, but it just doesn't feel great, especially in comparison to the Xbox One and PS4 controllers.
I'm surprised at like, for me it does compare to those controllers, and like not the PS4. The PS4 controller is per controller. No one here can argue that because I'll kill you.
No, it's the best controller ever made, I think.
Yeah, I agree, but like I'm holding the Joy-Con grip up now again just for video viewers. It is very small, but like I like it small. Like I legitimately love the way the controller as the Joy-Con grip feels. Like I have medium to large hands, so I don't have quite large hands, but I kind of somewhere between there and medium. And it just feels kind of like a mini controller to me, but in a way that is not like I feel like I'm engulfing it with my giant man hands. In a way that just feels really comfortable. I was worried that the buttons would be too small because they're like just a little bit bigger of the 3DS buttons, but they're actually great. I was worried about the D-pad buttons because they're like split up into 4 buttons. It's actually great.
Not a huge fan of the D-pad buttons. Like I wish it would have been a little bit more. It just feels awkward to me. Like it's not clicking in my brain when I do go to do the D-pad like that. It's very much N64 or whatever with how it's
with like the C buttons.
C buttons are laid out. Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe like that's why it just clicks for me. It like I don't know. It transitioned over to making complete sense to me really quickly, which again I didn't think would happen. Like I came into this skeptical. Like the triggers are very shallow. Like all 4 of the shoulder buttons are very shallow. But I don't mind it. They feel like just click and press buttons, like kind of the face buttons, but in trigger form. But the way that they're curved and structured is better than like the Wii U triggers. The L1, R1, or like the LR, I guess, are like too wide on the Wii U. But the triggers were great on the Wii U, and like for this, they're just wide enough. and the triggers are great.
I mean, I feel like they are really bunched close together. Like,
Yeah.
and that's another one of my small complaints with the Joy-Cons is, I mean, there's not much room on that because they are so thin, and that makes sense. I get it, but they are just so close together that it's hard to really, like, you can't put one finger on one and another finger on another. Like, it doesn't automatically rest there like you would on, again, a PS4 and Xbox One controller. So I get it, and then this is a super minor bugaboo that I have, but this is more just a complaint with Nintendo as a whole. I am getting so thrown off in Zelda when it's like, use ZL or ZR. I think it's the bumpers rather than the back ones because I'm so trained. I think the GameCube was the one that screwed me because that was L and R, and then the bumper one was Z. Yeah. And now they've reversed that. And I feel like it was the same way on the Wii U, but I didn't play a whole lot of Wii U.
Yeah, I mean, like, also, yeah, I don't know if it's a good thing, but like, I've gotten used to it. You know, like, it took me less than an hour to really, like, I was worried about the reaching it first, like from the analog sticks to the D-pad and to the face buttons is weird because they're vertical instead of kind of like angular, like diagonal from one another. Yeah. But I adjusted it to it in like less than an hour of playing Zelda.
Yeah, I mean, these things I'm complaining about too I adjusted to them rather quickly, but like out of the box it was a little awkward, and there was not a learning curve because it wasn't like, oh, I hit the wrong button again. Oh, it's clumsy me. It's easy to get a handle on, but you do have to train yourself because it is very different compared to, whereas PS4 and Xbox One are practically similar in a lot of ways. So there's, I don't know, it's just a few minor things overall.
Yeah, and again, like, I didn't expect to like it as much as I do. I just love the system. Like, so my takeaway is that this is a system that I want to play. Like, I want to get games on it. Now I'm like thinking forward. I'm like, yeah, I kind of want to get Yooka-Laylee on this.
Same here.
Like, instead of getting on PS4, which I was intending on getting on.
But trophies, my dude.
Yep, yeah, that's my one problem currently.
Yeah, true. I mean, I don't care as much about trophies anymore, but
yeah, I don't give any shits about trophies.
But like the idea of, because think about it, like SteamWorld Dig, I really liked on Vita and PS4. I played it on PC originally, so I beat it on PC. But I love the idea of like cross save, and I did take advantage of that. But there was always that extra step of uploading and downloading the save. On this, like, just the idea of like, I'm playing Yooka-Laylee on my TV and then just picking it up and taking it with me on a plane is like, it's so much more enticing than I thought it would be. And again, like, that is surprising to me because I didn't think I would want to play this in handheld mode, but I do and I want to do that because I like the way the hardware feels. It's a thing that I want to get games on, whereas like with the Wii U, like, you know, if an indie game came out on Wii U, like The Cave or something, I'm like, I'd just rather play this on PS4, Xbox One, or PS3 or 360 at the time. Just because like I didn't like playing games on Wii U. For this, maybe it's like the takeaway feeling of it. It feels like there's less of a barrier to get into it. That and like actually navigating the system is super fast and snappy, which is super nice.
So I purchased a Vita specifically to play indie games, and that was all I did on that thing. That was just my indie gaming machine, because what I got tired of was coming home and wanting to play these AAA games that I have, and then also realizing like, oh, shoot, I also have like these 5 indies that I downloaded last week that I've been also really wanting to play, but it's always gonna, to me, it always paled in comparison to like a Horizon or something like that. Like, you're always going to opt to play the bigger game rather than the smaller game. So I purchased my Vita to play all indie games, knowing that I can now buy all of my indie games that I adore on this thing and have the luxury to play them on my TV if I ever wanted to, is really nice. But and again, cross-buy is a thing. I could download them on my PS4 if I wanted to, but there is that extra step. It takes 2 seconds for me to dock it, and there it is on my screen. Yeah. So it's such a convenience factor, and it's I mean, it's
a nice piece of thing. Like, it's a nice, like, it feels as good as a Vita and not far from like a PS4 as far as playing it between handheld and TV. And it's like, that is being a nice piece of hardware surprisingly goes a long way for me. Whereas like the Wii U never was that, I think. So.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I think the Wii U is.
And I like the Wii U Pro controller a lot, but like it still was a thing that I just didn't want to engage with. Every time I fucking look at that,
I couldn't even. The Pro controller messed me up just because of how they had the
analog
two
sticks.
sticks on the top. Yeah,
I know.
that always screwed with me. Not that I was, I guess, probably using that. Actually, I was using the right stick a lot because I spam C-stick moves in Smash Bros. So that was a personal problem that I ran into a lot. Again, just reiterating a lot of what you're saying. It's such nice tech. Like, I'm already thinking ahead, like games that are coming out that I've been looking at. Ukulele's one. Snake Pass is another, if you know what that is, which is coming to Switch later this month. Like, like these games that I knew I wanted to get, and I was like, yeah, I'll get this on probably Xbox or PS4. Like, I'm now rethinking all of this in my head that I will purchase these on Switch instead, and that's definitely something that I didn't expect to happen.
Yeah, and it's nice to want to play games on this hardware. And again, that it's very much first 2 days, right? Could totally immediately go downhill as soon as maybe I finish Breath of the Wild in a year and a half and like go back to PS4 and start playing games on that again. Maybe not. Like I don't know. I don't know for sure. So I'm just putting that there. I recognize that and I understand it could be. But like I'm excited. Like my thing and the reason I wanted to get a Switch on day one the most, passive like, hey, I write about games and I cover this shit and I use this arbitrary excuse to get a Switch on day one is that like I was really excited to get my hands on the hardware and my expectations have been exceeded as far as like the build and design of the hardware and the quality of it, and I'm very happy with that. Like the last time Nintendo put out a thing that felt good was maybe the GameCube. And like a lot of people hate the GameCube controller. I like it a lot.
That is the best controller.
I like it a lot. Hey,
it's behind PS4 for me.
Yeah, DualShock 4 is pretty good, but
DualShock 4 is all right.
Yeah.
DualShock 4 is real good, guys.
But like, here's the thing for me: GameCube controllers. Like, I have tried replaying Resident Evil 4 on different systems, and nothing feels as good as the GameCube controller when I play that game.
I played it on the Wii first, so for me that game is like a Wii game. But yeah,
You're a fool.
I'm a fool apparently.
Look at your hand while you milk.
Let me tell you, buddy. Now look into your opponent's eyes, deep into them. But like again, like having just a nice piece of hardware. And again, I was terrified that I would hate the Joy-Con grip and hate every second of having to use it when I was playing Zelda because I didn't get a Pro controller with it. I did order one today, so I'll have it Monday, so I'll be able to kind of speak to that.
Yeah, bitch.
And I got it because I am primarily playing in TV mode because like I don't go anywhere ever. I'm very excited to take this on the plane to PAX, but I really love the Joy-Con grip. Like I actually actively like it as opposed to it's okay to me. It genuinely feels really great to me.
Are you excited like I am to just take this thing places for the pure reason to just take it with you? Like I'm really excited to go to school Monday and just throw this in my backpack as I walk out the door. I don't even know if I'll play it while I'm at school, but it's just the idea that, cool, I now have this with me. If I have 20 minutes of downtime and I want to go find a shrine in Zelda, then I can do that.
A lot of people were like, you should take it to the movie with you, to Logan. And I was like, guys, come on.
Play while you watch the movie, my dude.
Fucking relax. Yeah, Nabashin in the chat, who again couldn't be here, but he's commenting and listening along, said that Pro Controller is life for the Switch. So that's good to hear. I'm sure if everyone
listing's still on Amazon after this show, I may cave, and I don't like that.
I'm sure everyone will say that the Pro Controller is so much better than the Joy-Con grip, but like it's not a matter of like is it better or not. It is a matter of like, hey, I really like the Joy-Con grip. Like even if one is demonstrably better than the other, I really like the Joy-Con grip. But I think that's it for hardware. Outside of the UI, again, the UI is very snappy. It's the fastest video game hardware UI I've ever used.
So it turns out no longer available on Amazon.
There you go.
Thank God.
Thank God.
In the middle of the controller.
Bad decisions gone out the window.
I think so. I can't tell from this picture.
But just navigating the system, taking screenshots is immediate.
Yeah. Which is, I mean, you got to go through a process to get them uploaded, but it's actually a fun process because you can add text and stuff to them and stuff like that. Yeah,
you can customize them. Yeah. I've been uploading them to like privately post on my Facebook so I could just pull them, like download them on my computer and then adjust them as needed or use them for things. Just because I don't have an SD card quite yet for the Switch, so I can't pull things off of it natively. Regardless, like, it's been a totally fine system of going about things. I tweeted out a few photos from Breath of the Wild as well. I do, before we get to Zelda, which is, I think, the main game that both of us have been playing, I did want to say, talk about Shovel Knight real quick. The Yacht Club Games guys were kind enough to get in touch with me about, they said, hey, do you want to code for this? Which was nice of them. I did not ask. So they sent me a Switch code for the Treasure Trove edition of Shovel Knight, which is like essentially the
new full game, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's the game plus the Plague of Shadows,
DLC.
not Plague of Shadows, but the Spectre of Torment DLC. So Plague of Shadows is free with the game. That was just a free update that they put out for the game. Spectre of Torment is the first main piece of DLC for it.
Shovel Knight's all right.
Shovel Knight's real good.
Ending was just all right, but the rest of it was pretty good.
You're just a soulless, empty human, but that's fine. So I just want to speak to Spectre of Torment a little bit because I played it like the 20 minutes before we started the show because I had just gotten the code with it. And Nabishin did say, you said the same thing about playing Smash with the GameCube controller, Alex, lol. That's true, but again, playing Smash, real quick to derail back, playing Smash with a Wii U Pro controller is totally fine. I still stand by that.
Alex is just always down to Smash.
I'm always down to Smash. Although I like playing Smash Brothers with a GameCube controller. I don't know why. Like, it's like a fight stick for Super Smash Brothers. But I don't think that comparison holds water personally. But we'll know soon enough. But yeah, Spectre of Torment's really cool. I just played essentially that. And thank you to Yacht Club Games for sending me the code. I mean, I will be reviewing Spectre of Torment at some point, but the big twists on the Shovel Knight mechanics, different music, which is cool, but essentially Spectre Knight can run up certain walls, so he can run up and then you can jump off and run up and then kind of it's a wall jump, and I think Plague Knight has a wall jump as well, but in this you can like vertically just straight up run up a wall a little bit before having to jump off, which is nice. He has his scythe attack, but when he is in the air, if there is an enemy or an attackable object in front of him, it will show either like a downward-facing diagonal line or an upward-facing diagonal line, depending on where Spectre Knight is in relation to that object, and he will like slash up or down diagonally. So there are some really cool platforming puzzles where there are like points laid out that you have to like slash across like one by one. Like zigzag through with this kind of aerial attack. It's very cool. It's an interesting idea too. Also, they've like abandoned the 4-button or the 2-button format for Spectre of Torment. Is now like a fully 4-button game, making it kind of like a Super Nintendo playing game. So like he has his attack, his jump, and then he also has like a special which is mapped to another button, and then the menu which is mapped to the 4th button. So that's cool. I just played the first level. You fight the Black Knight on a turtle at the end of it, which is pretty great. And it seems great. It's got all the charm and humor of Shovel Knight. It is just like it pops you. There's no world map. It just like pops you up to this kind of new hub area, and from there you teleport to all the different levels that you want to go to, and you can go to them in any order you want. So any of the knights you can fight in whatever order you want, which is nice. So you can go to the hardest one first or like the easiest one first. And it's a prequel story, so as opposed to Plague of Shadows, which kind of took place alongside the Shovel Knight story, like Shovel Knight was doing his shoveling and shit as you were like kind of in the same levels at the same time. This takes place before, kind of leading up to the events of Shovel Knight, so it's cool. I like what I've played. Again, it's just like the first 30 minutes or so.
That's not for everybody else when next month, I think.
That's
because
out,
right now it's Switch exclusive right now. I mean, the Spectre of Torment, but I'm pretty sure the free update is out next month for everybody else. Which is kind of what I'm waiting for.
Spectre of Torment is actually paid DLC, so
I think they remodeled the entire game recently, and if you got in originally, then you're still going to get every free update for the game as it goes along. So like I have it on PlayStation, so I should get all the updates soon. They remodeled it though with the treasure trove to where I think they're making it piecemeal now, where you can buy the whole game for $25 rather than $15, and that'll get you every additional DLC pack that comes out. If you had it up until that point, then you're still good.
But from here on out,
but you can also from here on out you can buy each individual pack because they've got the King Knight one coming out too, and I think that's $10, and Spectre of Torment's $10 as well. So
okay.
They just remodeled it all because they should probably make a little bit more money off this if they can, because they can't sustain their company off of free updates for the rest of their existence.
They got that Amiibo money, whatever, man.
That's true. I forgot about that.
Yeah, and apparently they are officially working on their next new IP, so which is cool. I'm excited to see what they do, considering Shovel Knight was their first game ever. So, But Cameron Abbott in our chat, our live chat, points out that Shovel Knight is Game of the Year 2015. That is factually correct. That was Irrational Passion's Game of the Year for 2015.
Yeah, the game was all right.
Yeah, so
No,
that was 2014. That was 2014, not 2015. Came out on PS4 in 2015 though. It was our Game of the Year for 2014. Corrections music ends here. Let's talk about The Legend of Zelda: Breath of the Wild. I played a lot of this game, Logan, so
it's good. It's really good. Like I can speak. Obviously, you can speak to much more than I can at this point, just because
there are towns. Spoilers.
There are towns, and there are people in the towns.
Tony took off his headset, which means he doesn't want to hear anything. So I'm gonna.
You're gonna relay everything I say to Tony out loud.
No. I don't want to hear spoilers, but I'm gonna stick around for a little bit of this. And if it gets too spoiled, then I'm gonna take my headset off.
Again,
Is
I don't
there
think I'm
a
gonna get too
Triforce?
into it.
I trust you more than anything else.
Is there a Triforce? There's probably a Triforce in the universe. I don't know. I don't know. It's the thing. Like I've played. It's got to be over 20 hours, maybe 24, 22 hours.
That's impressive.
I already saw a spoiler, which I don't really know if it's not really not a spoiler, but it's something I was like, oh, I really didn't want to know. Well, I didn't need to know that was someone tweeted about the Master Sword in the game, and then I just like came up and I was like,
yeah, I saw. I think I saw a similar thing. Like
I saw. Yeah, I've seen a couple screenshots that I'm like, I kind of wish.
I haven't seen images of things really. Well, I mean, I watched the Easy Allies video review, which showed a lot more than I thought I wanted to see. Again, after getting in the game, I feel like seeing it is one thing. Experiencing it in context and discovery, like I saw a bunch of enemy types that I didn't want to see in that Easy Allies video review, right? I'm like, oh, there's so many enemies. I've seen way more enemies past that, and like with the way some of those things happen dynamically in the world, like there are certain enemies that will kind of come at you in a way that you don't expect. I was still very surprised. I'll say that much. So like, again, seeing it is one thing, and so I saw a tweet kind of explaining the circumstances by which you receive the Master Sword, or you can get the Master Sword, Danny. And I thought like, oh, I didn't want to know that, but at the end of the day, like, it doesn't bother me because my journey there is going to be one thing or the other.
I'm going to take a wild guess and say you run through a sacred grove.
There's maybe a forest involved.
And there's maybe a forest there, and there might be some plants growing around the Master Sword.
And if the Song of Time doesn't play, God damn it.
It wasn't like so like, oh, the Master Sword. It was more so they said it like it exists and it does something, and I was like, oh, well.
I mean, like
it vanquishes evil.
I hear that it vanquishes evil. But like, you know, people talked about it. Like in this game, after you finish the tutorial, you can go to Hyrule Castle, which you can see obviously from anywhere in the world pretty much, and fight Ganon and finish the game if you want. You can.
I think there's already a speed run of 1 hour.
Wait.
Wait.
Yeah.
You need to rephrase that. The Calamity Ganon.
Excuse me, my bad. The Calamity Ganon. The history of the Calamity Ganon is the history of Hyrule itself, which is a direct quote from the game. And one of the
you watched that trailer like 15 times, didn't you?
Dude, like just completely naked.
I watched it at least like there were times where we were driving in the car, and then I would pull it up on my phone for me and Tony to watch. He's like, "Are we really watching this while we're driving?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm in the mood to watch it, dude. Like, leave me the fuck alone."
I watched it maybe 5 times. So
it made me cry. Like I watched it 3 times back to back to back,
got
and there's
choked
this
up.
one
Right?
certain
When fucking
point
Zelda,
when Zelda turns
starts-
around.
Oh, dude, oh my
I
god!
cried every time.
Yeah, dude. No, that is in the lineage of some of the best fucking Zelda trailers they have ever made.
It's the music, dude. It's the music and how it just slowly builds up because it's like what, a 4-minute trailer or something like that,
Yeah.
and it's so subtle there for like the first 90 seconds, and then it just explodes.
So, like, but I'll say this. So, with that in mind, that you can, I'm not going to explicitly say things, but with that in mind, that you can, after finishing the tutorial, go immediately to the end of the game and beat it. That reveals the true kind of secret of the formatting of this game, that maybe many things that you thought you had to do in a Zelda game are actually completely optional if you would like to beat the game, right? So, like, keep that in mind, right? That is the crux of the information that I received before playing the game, like just reading reviews and stuff, like from people that I wanted to know their specific take on it. A lot of the reviews echoed one another of like being positive, but a lot of what people brought up in their reviews was different, and I appreciated that because a lot of people had different experiences with this game, and I think that is in itself very exciting. I played 20 plus hours of this game. I have not seen a single dungeon. I've not like
I'm really glad to hear that. Actually,
I have
awesome.
not like let's say I have an idea of where dungeons are. I don't actually tactily definitely know for sure, but I have an idea of where they are and what they are. But I have not gone after them at all, and I've found plenty of stuff to do. Again, 20 plus hours of stuff to do. So, like, you know, you start in the center of Hyrule, essentially on the Great Plateau. That's the tutorial area. And I wrote about this. I wrote a blog post on my blog, alexellaoneal.tumblr.com. The way the game tutorializes you, like, there's a lot more hand-holding than I expected there to be in the game.
Really?
Yeah. Because a lot of people hype it up of, like, there's nothing. There is nothing. And there isn't. Right, there isn't like necessarily anything there, but like if you go looking for it and talk to people, you'll get a lot of like kind of well hidden tutorialization. But it's not about like this is how you lock on and talk to people.
Yeah,
Like,
it's not like how Horizon is. Like, again, we're probably going to be comparing these games the rest of the night, but Horizon is very much you have to work through that initial
tutorial.
30 to 45-minute tutorial, which they use in an interesting way by you are a child, so you have to learn how to do X, Y, and Z because you don't know any of that stuff. Like it makes sense with Horizon, but yeah, that's not really. They don't beat you over the head with it in Zelda. It's like, oh hey, look, it's Hyrule. Okay, see ya.
Yeah, they don't have to contextualize it because they don't feel the need to do it in the first place, right? Which is it's crazy to think that the last 3D Zelda game was Skyward Sword.
Yeah,
It's so good.
But like I like Skyward Sword. I don't love Skyward Sword, and it's lost a lot of grace with me. But like that game is has 8 hours of tutorials. Like you can't deny that, Danny. Like that is part of that game.
I feel like Nintendo was very much
We're gonna
hand-holdy
do
there
our
for like
recap
2
on it,
years.
okay? I just need to find a disc.
But like that like especially like after playing the Link Between Worlds, right? So we'll get to like how I feel about the game in a little bit. I do want to kind of talk about the format first a little bit more. But so when you go into the plateau, right, you wake up, resurrection, 100 years of sleep, all the stuff that and then you go out on the plateau, you see the old guy, and you talk to him, but like you don't even have to talk to him. You just like go in the opposite direction, just fucking dick around.
That's what I did. I immediately turned around, climbed up a mountain, and
Yeah,
I got killed by goblins.
There's a jump button in this game. It's fucking weird. You climb any fucking flat surface in this game pretty much from the word go. It's crazy. It's weird. It's crazy. It's great. Oh, it's so great that you can just do that. You can just climb shit. You just jump. I just jumped 4 times in a row once because I'm like, look at what I can do. But like if you go and talk to that old man, he's got a lot to say, and he'll tell you about like this torch, and then you talk to him more, and he'll tell you about like, oh, that thing over there. That you go over there, you explore around, you walk around a little bit, you kind of like have an idea guiding you, but there's no companion, there's no Navi equivalent, there's no Fi equivalent or Phi, whatever. There's none of that. You just kind of. You do get a little bit of like you get objectives given to you in that very beginning section. You go there, and the after that point, like I kept talking to the old man just because I was curious to see what he had to say. And so he like was talking about like you'll find him in different spots in this plateau. Like he's in the forest sitting by a campfire hunting boar, right? If you go up and talk to him, it tells you about like if you sneak up on a boar and hit it in the head with an arrow, like you can get meat from that, and then you can use that for cooking.
See, I totally never saw that.
Yeah, so like you can find these weird kind of contextual tutorials that don't feel like tutorials. They just feel like, oh, I found the old man in the woods like creeping behind a boar, and I talked to him about it, and he's like, all right, click in the left stick to crouch, and then you can sneak, and then be slower when you approach enemies and stuff like that. So like there was a lot more stuff than I thought I would be able to find, which this isn't a bad thing, right? This is all completely optional. They're essentially optional tutorials. I spent when I found the old man's house after like an hour and 45 minutes of just dicking around on the plateau. And then I read his diary, and he talks about like this recipe that he discovered that was made with spicy, like these spicy peppers, right? That made him warmer, so that he didn't need this piece of clothing that made him warmer, right? And like this is a known thing of like the first objective really is to complete these 4 shrines on the plateau, and each of the shrines gives you essentially all of the items that you get in that game, right? Bombs, a magnet, like the magnesis ability, the stasis ability, which stops time for objects, and the cryonis ability. And again, I'm not saying anything that hasn't been explicitly said in reviews or at least shown to some extent in video.
I mean, we all knew this last E3.
Yeah,
as well.
exactly. This is known stuff, so this isn't what I would consider a spoiler territory yet. I don't even know if Danny's still with us. We'll see.
I'm still here.
Okay. And so, like, that is the objective of the plateau before you're then allowed to kind of leave and go out to the wider world. Because the plateau's up really high, so the old man says, hey, go finish these 4 shrines, and I'll give you my paraglider so you can leave the plateau. That is your objective, right? One of the shrines is up on the mountain, Mount Hylia, on the mountain. So, like, it's cold, so I had to find a solution to not be cold. I organically found this guy's house and read his diary, and he talked about this recipe that made him warmer. If somebody could find the ingredient that he forgot in his recipe, then he would gladly give them this piece of clothing that also made you warmer. So then I spent an hour and 45 minutes trying to find this fucking ingredient. It was very obvious. I just forgot like the kind of hint that was very much in the name. I found it eventually, showed it to him, and he's like, oh, cool. And then he gave me his warm doublet. So then
what was the ingredient? I didn't get it. I trekked up that mountain. I just kept eating apples every couple seconds to keep my health sustained.
It was a Hyrule bass.
Where do you find that?
So if you talk to him in the woods, he says...
This is why this game's so cool, though. Like, this is awesome that we're having this conversation. I did the exact same thing you did. I completed all the shrines, but I didn't see him ever hunt a boar. I have no idea where to find a bass. Like, this is awesome.
Yeah, so, like, I talked to him in the woods... and he's like, I don't remember what the ingredient was, but I knew I found it near the tower, right? Which is one of the first tower. The first tower that you climb is in this area as well. So I went to the tower. I'm like searching around the tower, and then there's a pond next to the tower, and I saw fish in it. I'm like, shit. And then I went and read his diary again. It's called seafood meat, spicy meat.
It's like spicy meat and seafood, something like that. Yeah.
It has seafood in the title, and I forgot. Oh, it says seafood. Of course, it's fucking fish is the other ingredient. So then I shot a bass with my arrow, and I got a bunch, and then I brought and I made the recipe, and he was like, "Oh, you made it." So like that was just this was like my little story that happened, this little narrative. So then I found him in other places as well. He's like chopping down trees, and he tells you about how you can cut down trees in a way that will make a bridge, which I did, and then I climbed up a hillside and did a shrine that way, and then when I was climbing the snowy peaks, and again, I got my nice warm doublet now, so I don't have to worry about the weather. I don't have to eat food that'll increase your heat resistance or cold resistance to climb the mountain. I just have the doublet, so I'm good to go. I got to the top of the mountain, and the old man's up there hanging out at the top of the mountain. I was like, what's up, man? And he's like, yeah, I'm just looking down. You can see a bunch of shrines from here, don't you think? And it was like another organic way of saying, like, hey, you don't have to climb towers to be able to find points of interest. You can also climb like landmarks. And then I fucking snowboarded on my shield down the hill. It was fucking great.
All right, that's enough for me. Bye.
I don't know how to do that. I mean, I have.
I think when I got a shield, it pops up the control.
I'll just have
thing
to look,
that tells you to do
obviously.
it. You just jump and hit the guard button. I think.
So the way I kept myself warm when going up in that cold part of the mountain was, again, just kept eating food to keep myself alive. But I also, by accident, I tried to create that meal, but I forgot the bass ingredient. But instead, I created something that for a certain period of time kept me warm, something with those peppers that I made. And it was like, this will keep you immune to the cold for 3 minutes. And so I got up there, got cold, ate that meal, whatever it was, and just made a beeline for the shrine because I knew where it was, and the Boko goblins are trying to get in my way as I go there. I'm like, nope, don't have time for this. Just smack them out of the way, and I just tried to sprint over there as fast as I could, and of course it ran out about halfway there, and then I had to start eating apples and acorns to give myself quarter pieces of health here and there to make sure I got the rest of the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, again, just everybody has a different story in this game. It seems like, and this is the starting area of the game.
This is like literally you could finish this starting area in 45 minutes, and I did it in 4 hours.
Yeah,
which a lot of that is because like there are a bunch of like Bokoblin camps, right? And there's a cool thing where like if you kill a whole encampment of Bokoblins, like a treasure chest will unlock, like a boss chest kind of. Like you clear this area, and usually in the chest is like arrows or fire arrows or ice arrows or like maybe a nice weapon, right? I don't think I need to go over the fact like there's item durability. There's everything breaks. Nothing is permanent. There's no permanent sword. There's no permanent shield. These are things we've known. So I don't feel the need to address those kinds of mechanics. It's like weirdly really cool to see it in a Zelda game. Everything is weirdly very cool to see in a Zelda game.
That's the other thing I was gonna say. Everything is so different, but somehow it's so Zelda at the same time, and I have no idea what it is about this that makes me feel like, oh yeah, this is Zelda, other than the fact that I'm playing as Link. But there is really, in the 3 hours I've played, there's not many touch points to other Zelda games besides certain sound effects here and there or opening treasure chests. I mean, they're very small things that are callbacks to old Zelda games. But other than that, like, it's completely different, but somehow I know it is Zelda.
Yeah.
And I don't know what that is. And
I think it very much it is like the atmosphere of it. Like it is jolly in a way that Zelda is jolly. It is goofy in the way that Zelda is goofy, but it's like also intricate in a way that Zelda is, but it never has been in this way before, right? Like, there are videos out there of like you can drop bombs and like Bokoblins are chasing you. If you drop bombs, you can blow them up and kill the Bokoblins. But like one guy did that to one Bokoblin, and then his friend was chasing him, and he dropped the bomb, and the Bokoblin just kicked the bomb back at him, and it killed him instead. It's like that's like that can happen. I had not seen that when I played. I didn't think of dropping bombs behind me.
I've seen a lot of like videos of just the enemies interacting with one another too. Like when you're in a distance, and if you're zooming in on them with like your Sheikah Slate or something like that, and just seeing how they interact with one another when no one else is around is really fun to watch.
Yeah, and like they'll hunt animals as well. Like I saw 2 Bokoblins hunting boar, and I watched it for like 15 minutes. It's fucking awesome. So you finish the tutorial area. There's like a cutscene also that happens. Then I won't speak to it. We talked about this before the show because I just wanted to talk to somebody else about it. It's just like, whoa, this is way more information than I thought I would get this early on. Then it kind of like, all right, here's your paraglider. Go on. It's like, okay, shit. Because you get 2 main story quests at that point. One is go to a specific point, and the other is kill Ganon. It's like,
I think the quest is actually like destroy Ganon.
Yeah, destroy Ganon.
Like, and it says like this is your main objective or something like that.
Yeah. Which is, it's cool that you just get that quest right from the get go. Again, it reinforcing the idea that if you wanted to, if you felt brave enough, you could just go right down the middle and fight the final boss.
When I do follow-up playthroughs of this game, I'm definitely just going to grab a Boko club and make a beeline for Hyrule Castle and see what happens.
I'm going to see what happens. Because, like, the plateau, again, it's kind of like centralized. It's, like, centralized in, like, the southern middle point of Hyrule.
Yeah.
Right? So, I was, like, when I'm staring off of the tower on top of here, and there are towers in this game, yada, yada. They don't fill in points of interest on the map. They actually just fill in the typography of the map and give you names of all the locations. Like, okay, this is like the Faron Woods and This is like this ridge of mountains. This is what it's called, and this is like what this mountain is called, and things like that.
Mount Hylia and stuff like that. Yeah,
Mount Hylia, and it's like actually really nice because again, it doesn't drown you in all this like points of interest shit to go. It's just like, man, like this Kalaman Swamp or Kalaman Lake sounds cool. I want to go there. Go there. Like that's
it's
it.
very
like,
much. It's very much the inverse of Horizon. Like you climb a tall neck, and it's like boom. Like there's 30 new points of interest for you to go find and look at.
And this is it's just like filling. It's like hand drawing your map, and like until then, like you can explore that area as much as you want, but the map won't fill in as you walk around it. You have to go to the tower to fill it in, which gives them like a tactile purpose. And some of the climbing the towers are like traversal puzzles as well, which are fine. You've not left the plateau yet.
I jumped off, I paraglided down, I saved my game, and I shut it off. So yeah. Actually, I did. I tooled around for about 20 minutes before we started the show, and I went and I found another shrine and finished that up. That's it so far, though.
Yeah. So again, this is all out of your wheelhouse, and again, I am going to try and speak as broadly as I can, but maybe speak to a few of my experiences. I've played a lot of this game, and I want to talk about it. So I understand the reflex of like recoiling to hearing any information of this game, but I guarantee, because again, I came into this knowing a lot, but when I experienced it myself, it was different, and it was different than I expected as well. With that,
well, even knowledge. You and I talking here right now about our experiences just in the plateau, like I did something completely different from you, and I think that'll be the same for a lot of other people. I think the reason everybody, myself included, is so weary of any potential spoilers at all with this game is that its core element, the one thing it is trying to make you do, is explore. Above all else, it wants you to explore. So I think everybody, they just don't want to have anything ruined for them because that would somehow ruin the explorative element of the game, even though this world is so big that no one's going to have the same experiences, and everybody's going to find something new that somebody else, I'm sure, didn't find. And we'll be finding things in this game, I think, for like years to come.
Yeah, I think so. And your experience is going to be different, like it just is. And I think just keep that in mind. You don't have to, I'm not going to force people to listen to me talk about this game, but just keep it, like, there have been like a lot of lashing out against spoilers, and I think that is the wrong path to go because what you experience is going to be yours still. I've seen stuff that other people have been talking about it, but I've seen it in a very different way. So that has made me very excited. So when I left the plateau, I'm staring at the top of the tower. I'm like, I'm just going to go straight on. I'm going to go toward Hyrule Castle, but not to Hyrule Castle. Terrible idea. Ends up very dangerous. Very dangerous part of Hyrule. I tweeted a little bit about it. The Guardians have like these laser beams. You see like a couple like half broken Guardians that like work but can't move on the plateau. Just to introduce you to the idea of them, they one-shot you, kill you immediately. They still do. 25 hours into the game, I'm still getting one-shotted by those things if I see them. So if I see them, I'm still turning around and running the opposite direction. Ends up that like main central Hyrule field has a lot of them. So I was hell-bent on climbing the tower there. It was the first thing I did eventually. Bad idea. Because like when you're climbing the tower, essentially all these guardians, half-broken stationary guardians, are shooting up at you as you're climbing it. And I was like, oh god, this is terrible. But I did it, and as soon as I finished the tower, I'm like, all right, I'm going in a different direction. I'm going back to the plateau, to my safe home, and I'm going to go in a different direction. So like then I kind of went off, and essentially the game directs you east, which is easier, right? It is. I've found that. At least, like, I went into the central Hyrule fields, a lot of high-level, powerful enemies. Going east, it felt like I was on level. There aren't formal levels in this game, like a Horizon or something like that, but I felt like I was in my depth. I was not out of it. And I spent just 20 hours in this narrow sliver east, which Lecluda, I think is what it's called. And it is like a bunch of ridges and lakes and woods and a lot of mountains. And
How quickly did you get to that one key point they want to send you to? I'm curious, just because.
Hours.
Okay, cool.
Hours.
I'm trying to decide how quickly I want to go to that one place.
Because like so what I did is
I assume what'll happen once I get there, and certain things I'll be able to do once I get there. But I don't know how. I don't want to rush anything with this game.
You don't
I
have
really
to like
don't.
you don't have to like you get. I've gotten more abilities, like minor abilities, like things. I got a camera now that I can take pictures of things with.
Oh, spoilers.
Spoilers. Which game changer. Not really, but like so like you don't really get anything that is crucial. You get a few more answers, I guess. Like I'm still like I still don't know. They tell you what happened, but I don't know what happened. How did this happen? I like that though. I like that they kind of dole out what happened in a very mysterious, like meaning, like it feels ominous, like it feels like some shit went down. I like that. So, but yeah, like I ended up I zigzagged a little bit, so I went south because I saw this big bridge and I was like, this looks cool. Walking across that, I'm like, this massive lake beneath me. I'm like, this has got to be Lake Hylia because Lake Hylia is a staple of Hyrule. So I don't know that until I fill in the map. So I see the tower, go to the tower. Some crazy shit started attacking me, and I eventually got through it. But then I was like, okay, maybe this is too much. So I'll come.
So
back
you've
here.
got what, like 3 towers at this point?
I think I just did my 5th one.
Okay. So you're trying to open up the map to start.
Not really. Like I did my 5th one 25 hours in. So again, I did that first one right in front of me. And this is not including the.
Do they open up the entirety of the area? Like
Yeah,
I know there's like the squiggly lines. There's the dividing points separating all the.
Yeah,
different
sometimes it's like really massive areas it'll fill in the map for. So yes, it does. So like I went down and I'm like, all right, I'll go back up, and I started my long trek toward that point that they tell you to go to, and it's just like it was so long. It was so far. It was so great. Like I had so many like little stories that popped up, like Bokoblin camps, and then it started raining for the first time. I was just like, man, it's raining. It's like wonderful. And like I saw my first NPC on a bridge, and I talked to him, and it was just weird. Like going like maybe 5 or 6 hours and not interacting with another person at all, save for the old man on the plateau. And it was just like. So warm. It was like, oh man, this is a person. I can talk to this person, and like it never loses that magic. Like I know, and this is what I kind of want to get to. I know talking about Zelda is always feels hyperbolic, right? Zelda gets a lot more credit than a lot of people think it deserves.
We brought this up on my show this last week. Like, how can you objectively look at these Zelda games? Take the franchise away, take the brand away. What kind of game is still left there?
But like Zelda is also trendsetted in a way that few franchises have ever even gotten the opportunity to do. And people could look at this and be like, this is an open world game, and it is not as good an open world game to me as GTA 5 or Horizon or Grand Theft Auto 5 or even Final Fantasy 15. Because like people engage with open worlds differently. For a long while I didn't like open world games. It was The Witcher that really turned me around on that. And then I loved not GTA 5. Did not like GTA 5. I loved Metal Gear Solid 5. And that really, like those 2 games back to back in that same year made me rethink that maybe I don't dislike open world games. I just like specific kinds of open world games. This is the first time in an open world I have wanted and felt like I was on an adventure. Like when I'm walking around, I'm doing it for me. Like I'm actively ignoring the main story stuff, even though I'm engaged with it and I want to play it, because like I just want to explore. Like I want to go on a journey. I want to find out what the fuck's up with Faron Woods. I want to go across the Great Helia Bridge. Like I want to do that because like seeing it on my map is one thing, but like going there and feeling like I trekked that and I made that is another. And it's just like it is in itself rewarding in a way that I have never felt in a video game before. And again, I know that sounds hyperbolic, and I know it's people's instinct to say, well, you're just saying that because it's the first open world Zelda game. And maybe I am. Like, I'm not going to dismiss that as a possibility, but the feeling that this game evokes in me is a childlike wonder I have not felt in a very long time.
Yeah, I mirror a lot of that. And again, I haven't even gotten into the larger open world. I agree with a lot of that just from my time in the plateau and stuff like that. It does. The one thing that I've realized I really like about this is we brought up trophies and stuff like that earlier. I'm a huge trophy guy. Like, I love trying to get as many platinums as I can and all that nonsense. And the metagame behind playing the actual game, like, I'm totally into that. I'm finding it so refreshing in Zelda to not constantly be looking at any checklist of any kind, trying to do all of these cursory objectives, whether they be achievements or in-game missions or things like that. And I know there's side missions, and I know there's things for you to do in the game. It's not just there are quests. Like, there are things to do.
Yeah, there's a quest log in this game.
There is a quest log, but it's not, at the same time, it is more than anything, once again, about exploring. And I am just enjoying the act of doing that. And I'm exploring, like you said, to have a story, to find what's going on over here in the Farron Woods, to find what's up on this mountain, to find out what's going on over here. The one thing that I am super interested so far in the game, this isn't a spoiler, really. Like, hit that 15-second skip ahead
Danny
button
and
if you're
Tony are
listening on
gone,
iTunes.
so it's fine.
I'm seeing these things in the distance that are floating, and it's reminding me of Twilight Princess with
it's that thing that I know exactly what you're talking about.
It's reminding me of that, and I've seen one of them off in the distance, and I just want to make a beeline for it and go figure out what that is
and how to get there, right?
And how to get there, and the entire journey, because it's way back there, and I have no idea how I would get to it, but that is the first point of interest that I really want to try to get to in this game. And that's not an objective. There's not a quest associated with that, at least not one I'm familiar with right now.
Mm-hmm.
But I just want to go there because it's there and it looks interesting to me. And I don't really feel that way with many other games. Like, again, taking it back to Horizon, like, more often the game at this point with Horizon has become like, oh, there's a thunder draw over in this area, so I'm going to start moving this way because I want to go fight that, because it's fun to fight that. Zelda's just purely, well, that looks cool over there, I wonder what's up with that. I haven't felt like that in a long time with a game.
And part of it is like, that is not normally how I play games like this. You know, obviously,
same with me. Yeah,
I'm playing Horizon very differently. Obviously, I'm like not even really engaging in the story because I want to go exploring, but because I want to fight robots. Right? I just want to. That's all I'm doing, and I'm not like. I know, because everything is so explicitly marked on my map that.
Exactly. The world is cool, but
I know what's there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And like, here's the comparison that I wanted to lodge against the two. Like, Horizon is narrow and dense, right? But it feels constricted. Where Zelda is broad and wide, and it is not dense, but that does not mean there are not things to do, or that there's nothing to do. Like, there are a lot of just open fields, but they are somehow as engaging as like this dense canyon with 1,000 like little markers on your map in Horizon. Like, maybe there aren't as many points of interest, but I want to spend time in that open field. I want to spend as much time just hanging out there and walking around and looking at trees and stuff. And I've never felt that in a video game before. And part of it is I came in with the expectation of like, this is a game where you make your own stories. You see something, you want to see it, you go there. But like, hearing that and coming in with the expectation of trying to do that and then coming in and wanting to do that are two different things, and it does both well. Like, I came in knowing that that's what I'm supposed to do, but also I'm in there knowing that that is what I want to do. And that's big. Like, that is execution on a design philosophy that I think is really impressive. I haven't felt like that since, like, I mean, luckily since The Link Between Worlds, which is recent, 2013, obviously, and that was our game of the year for then. And I love that game. I think that game would have been better if it were not a sequel to A Link to the Past, personally. But I still really like it. Link to the Past being my favorite Zelda game, and this, like, honestly, just blowing it out of the water as far as like that sense of exploration and childlike wonder, which is hyperbolic to say this early on, and that could change, but I just don't think it is because of what I've done.
I mean, this is us personally talking too, but look at the review scores for the game. It's still sitting at a 98 on Metacritic, and I don't know how much certain people may put into I never look at Metacritic. Like whatever, I don't put much stock into that. But when a game has a 98 on
There's a
Metacritic
resounding
in
excitement for it.
2017, like that's the thing. Like I think the only other game higher is like Ocarina of Time, but it has like a third as many reviews or something like that.
Yeah, it's a 99.
So this is the highest rated game that has come out in
since GTA 5.
over a decade. Yeah, GTA 5. So there's a reason behind that, and I think Zelda has, strangely, like we're sitting here talking about all the games, and you said that how they've been able to kind of change things at a certain point of time in the same series, as crazy as that is. And I feel like the first Zelda on NES, A Link to the Past, Ocarina of Time, and Breath of the Wild are all going to be these touchstones throughout not just the Zelda series, but gaming as a whole. Like things changed from each of those points in time in games as an industry. And again, this is all, I can say this 3 hours into Zelda. Like I can already feel where it's going, and I can already feel this sense of wonder that I have while I play the game that I don't really feel with many other games. And again, yeah, it's just insane that one franchise has found a way to iterate upon gaming conventions time and time again, decade after decade.
Yeah, it's just like everything that you thought was a trope or a standard of this franchise is gone. It's just gone. Dungeons exist, but like, you know, from what I understand, it is not like the idea of go get item, use item to finish dungeon. It's not that formula. It's like when I theorized that 3 years or 4 years ago now that Link Between Worlds was testing the waters for how much they could fuck things up and how much they could get away with, and it got away with a lot, surprisingly. I'm like, if this is indicative of how they are going to do their next 3D Zelda, then I am excited. It's here, and it's super good.
How do you feel about the Zelda formula? Because I
like it, you know?
I'm very much a purist. Like, I love the feeling of, sweet, here's a dungeon. I can't wait to see what item waits in the middle of this dungeon for me to get to. Like, it's always been so formulaic to me, but I love that. Go to this dungeon, fight a mini boss, get a new item, use that item to then explore the rest of the dungeon, defeat the boss with the item, get a heart container. Like that's how all of the Zelda games have been, but I am in love with that process. And so going into this game, I was really worried that, I know they're changing these conventions. How will I feel about it? And again, I haven't probably played enough of it to say one way or the other, but from everything I've heard from people, obviously they found a way, they're getting away with it.
Yeah.
And that's probably the wrong use of words there, but they're finding a way to do it and still make people feel like, again, it is a Zelda game and this is a normal, natural occurrence of where this franchise is going in 2017.
I like it, but I think Skyward Sword really reinforced that idea has been seen through so many times in so many ways, especially like Twilight Princess to Skyward Sword. It's like this slog to a bigger slog is like, and both of those games I like, and both of those games have a lot going for them, especially Twilight Princess, I think.
I'll stand up for Twilight Princess a lot. Like, I think they did a lot of cool things in that game.
There's really great parts of that game, but there aren't a lot of good ideas. And there are a lot of really good ideas in Skyward Sword, and none of them are executed on well, I think.
It was all centered around the motion controls, and everything else was just kind of filler. Felt like,
and it's just like, you know, the traversal in that game, like flying everywhere, just was not great. And it took
all the different
long.
Segmented areas.
Everything took too long in Skyward Sword. Like, to me, again, personally, I understand people cherish that game, and I like it still. Having played through it recently and outlined all of its flaws in a very detailed Let's Play that you can go watch on the Irrational Passions YouTube channel. Like, I played through all the 3D Zelda games in 2013. 2012 to 2013. There's a Let's Play of me playing all through the 3D Zelda games, and A Link to the Past essentially is all the console Zelda games after 1 and 2. And you know, I have problems with them. Ocarina is so great. Majora is probably my favorite 3D Zelda because it just is so fearless, and this is fearless in a similar way in a very different kind of game. I spent 20 hours just walking off to the side here, going between a couple of towns and just seeing the world. And they're like, I talked about it in my article that I posted yesterday, but like, you have to find a horse in the wild sneak up on it, mount it, and then calm it, to like get it to calm down and not throw you off immediately. And then you can bring it to a stable to like get a saddle for it and board it and like have that be your horse that you can call back to anytime. And then you get to name it there. I named my horse Kane just because I thought it was a cool name. And then over time,
Big wrestling fan.
no, didn't even know. But over time, you build a bond with that horse. And then, like, once your bond is fully, but like up until then, like your horse will like fight back against you because it's a fucking wild animal that you're trying to break in. And it's
I
just
don't know.
like,
I don't know if this has happened to you, but the horses can die, can't they?
I think yes. So there, I found out a thing about horse death too, and I don't want to say anything about it, but I found out a thing about it.
Is there horse heaven?
Maybe. I don't know. We're gonna find out. But like I found out a thing that is crazy by just walking on a road and talking to someone that I met there, like a travel. And like there are people with bags, like backpacks, and maybe they'll have a mule with them too. And they'll be like, "Hey, do you like I'm selling some stuff. I just came from this village." So I have some of their goods and I'm selling them at like a discount price. Do you want to buy something? And like there are travelers that I recognize that go back and forth between villages and they'll stop and make camps overnight and sleep there. And they'll stop at like the stable that I boarded my horse like is one of those stopping points. They'll stay there like an inn. There are inns in towns now and inns matter because like it's like this day-night cycle and you can sleep in inns to rest up. Man, it's just it is crazy how different this game is, but also like how familiar that it all feels. It's like it was there all along, but it wasn't. It's like this is what Zelda should be, and there are no load times, you're just going. And like you get to a house, you just go in the house. It doesn't load in, it doesn't fade to black and come back up. You just open the door and you're in there, and you're walking around, you're talking to this person, reading their diary. I'm reading everybody's diary like some kind of home invader. It's just like I have been so immersed in the game, and I like words can't describe the feeling it has brought out of me, and that I just couldn't have expected.
I think you want to play it like right now, if I had to guess.
I wanted to play it this whole goddamn podcast, and I've spent a lot of time in it. I went east, like I said, and explored this kind of two areas. I unlocked some more story missions, progressed the story a little bit just to get some stuff. You get some stuff. It's worth doing for the first few story missions. They kind of give you some options from that point on, but you unlock a mechanic about that essentially doles out some backstory and narrative to you. You unlock a mechanic related to that I would say is, hey, that's worth unlocking, just to kind of get that going. And then that way you have it open to you. So while you explore the rest of the world, maybe you'll find some other cool stuff that you wouldn't have been able to get to yet. And then I was like, all right, now I'm going to go back south. I have an idea on my map where the 4 dungeons are. There's not one south. There's nothing there. There's nothing to the south that is progressing the main story, but I'm like, I'm going back to the Great Hylia Bridge and I'm going to see where it goes. And this is like, again, 20 plus hours after exploring just this one kind of sliver of the map. I haven't been west at all. I haven't been south at all. I haven't been north. Like you see this giant volcano in the distance. I'm like, that's Death Mountain, obviously, Zelda trademark or landmark. I haven't been there at all. Like it's so far away. I don't even know how I would get there. And I don't know what that journey looks like yet. And I haven't been northwest either, where like there could be other crazy shit. So like I feel like I've not explored the world at all, but I'm spending hours and hours in these giant fields. And now I got to the first forest and I'm like, I just want to spend 3 hours here, but I also want to make sure I get a fast travel point somewhere around here. So I kept going until I found a shrine, and now I want to go back and just take a look. And I found the tower of that area too. So it's just
this game makes me feel like Ocarina of Time did when I was a kid. Like that, looking at Ocarina of Time now, it's such a confined world, and it's like it feels so small by comparison.
Yeah.
But when I was a kid and I had played that, like I had never seen anything like that in my life. I was bewildered that I could run around a 3D environment like this, and there's a desert way over there with a bunch of crazy ladies who wear purple, and they always get pissed at me when I try to go over there. And then there's this crazy old dude. He lives in this house by a lake, and he wants me to. I don't know. There's something at the bottom of his. Maybe that's actually Majora's Mask that I'm thinking of. No, there's a heart piece down there, I think.
Yeah, there is. You're right. You good.
And then I found this village. There's all these people living in this village, and it's right next to the castle. Like everything in that game was like blew my mind when I was like 5 or 6 and I played it. This game is making me feel like that again, which is nice to go back to that.
It's just like there is part nostalgia there, but it is not evoking nostalgia because it is not evoking. It's not like, hey, here's a Goron. How you feel about that? Like Gorons are in the game. Gorons are in the game, yeah, but like
they're not using those things that are such.
They're not making references. This is new. It's like, the feeling of exploring, but it is like pulling out not your nostalgia for Zelda and exploring in Zelda. It is pulling out a completely different kind of feeling of nostalgia for exploring, like being a kid and walking around in the woods outside, like out back your house. Like, it is that kind of feeling more than it's anything else. Which is funny because that was like Miyamoto's inspiration for the first Zelda game in general. Oh man, I have so much more I could say past this point that again isn't explicit. It's just me kind of talking about how that game makes me feel. It's crazy. I just got to
let me pivot us just a little bit.
Okay.
Do you have any negatives with the game? Maybe not with the game as a whole. It's more with the Switch. How's it running for you? Because I am running into, when docked, a lot of frame rate issues.
Yeah, there's a lot of performance issues.
It's really bugging me, and I'm concerned that if a port of a Wii U game is running this poorly on new hardware at launch, like that has me really scared about where things could be going in the future. Obviously, maybe they can iron out the kinks going forward, like if they're natively designing games for the Switch, but it is kind of a concern that a ported game from last generation hardware can't run well docked.
I mean, like
I don't know.
I understand the reality of like is running at a higher resolution and a slightly higher fidelity as well. In dock mode, apparently it doesn't have any performance issues in handheld mode.
No.
And it has more the theories or the rumors that I've heard, not rumors, I guess like the voices that I've heard says it has slightly more performance issues on the Wii U. So that's not necessarily comforting, but that is true from what I understand. Obviously, there's a Digital Foundry breakdown of it. They can speak better to it. There's a lot of frame rate hitches. Like maybe a lot is too much. It is like anytime there's a lot of grass going on, you're probably gonna hit some stuff. Which there are multiple sections where that happens. Even like that first area, like the plateau, you see a lot of it. I went for really long stretches without having to run into any of that at all, like any performance issues.
Is it good in the towns and stuff like that?
It's perfect in the towns.
Okay, that's good to hear.
Like NPCs and stuff, it is very much like foliage, I think, is pushing it the most. But like lighting is great. Lighting in this game is real good. Like that. I was gonna say that up front, and I totally blanked because it's I got lost in my train of thought. But yeah, if I was gonna throw a negative against this, it is frame rate. It is only frame rate, but that is a thing that happens in that game. Like I am typically the person where frame rate bothers me, and I would be lying if I said that the frame rate hitches didn't bother me in this game. But it's also like it has not affected my experience. I'm not gonna give it a pass and say like, well, this is fine. But it is not killing my Zelda vibes. It is not killing my joy of the game. It's a bummer. Yeah. I wish it ran perfectly. In fact, I wish it ran at 60 frames per second, like all video games ever for always. But I've been playing it again primarily docked, so I've been running into those issues here and then. I would say not always, but here and then.
I mean. Well, I was going to say too, like the other thing that I'm really starting to learn, like in conjunction with how the game is playing with the Switch, going into it, I didn't plan on playing it at all handheld. And now that I'm actually into the game and I'm seeing how big the world is, like I can definitely see myself like, I'm just going to go off and explore this area. And that's all I want to do for like 2 hours. So because I'm not really hitting any big touchstone points in the game's story, I have no problem playing this on handheld. And I think that's what I'm learning that I'm liking a little bit more about the Switch, and that because I want to play this whole. I feel like to get the full experience of this game, I need to play it on my TV because it's bigger, it's better resolution, all that crap. But there is so much in between moments of the game's story beats that I think there's no problem going off and seeing what's over there by that bridge for 2 hours in handheld mode.
Yeah, I've been like playing it on my TV, and then like when I would go upstairs to make coffee, I would slot them in and take it upstairs, and while it's brewing the coffee, I would just sit up on my counter.
Which is a really cool thing. I did that. I mean, the first day I had it, I was like, "Oh, this is so."
It was
cool.
like when the first time I like popped the Joy-Con in and like slid it out, and then like curled up on my couch here and just like played it a little bit. I was like, "This is fucking magical." Like I said that out loud to no one, and that's cool, man. Like everyone said it. I'll say it here too. The gimmick works, and it's really cool. But yeah, I'm Zelda's gonna be a game we're talking about on this show for weeks now, for sure. It's very
probably
good.
for a while.
Yeah.
Like even after it seems like when I'm interested to see. This is, I know we're trying to wrap up probably Zelda talk. The one thing I'm interested to see long term with this game is how fans view it in the long term, because the one thing I've been doing this week that's kind of interesting to do now in retrospect is going back and looking at reviews for older Zelda games and seeing how they compare with the overall narrative surrounding the game now. I mean, obviously, famously, IGN gave like Skyward Sword a 10. If you go back and look at the reviews for Twilight Princess, like multiple people were saying, "Oh, hands down the best Zelda game ever made," and things like that. And it's now to the point where it's like there's these stigmas around these certain games that at the time when it first came out, like weren't there. But 5 years from now, how are we going to look back at Breath of the Wild? I'm wondering if it'll stand the test of time, whereas Skyward Sword and Twilight Princess really didn't.
There's systems and stuff in place in this world that I think I have not seen in another open world game. And it's weird because like everybody approaches open worlds differently. Nintendo's approach was not what I expected. I'll say that much. Also, I did want to throw this out there before we move on. So, there are side quests in this game. There are also like shrine quests, which are just specifically side quests that will lead you to shrines, Essentially, there are side quests where like you do the side quest and the end result is you arrive at a shrine, and the shrine instead isn't a puzzle. It's just like, hey, like there was a side quest for this shrine, so you don't have to do anything at the shrine. So it's like the journey is getting to the shrine and not doing the shrine itself, which is cool. I think that's actually a clever idea. I thought like, oh, these shrine quests are going to be so throwaway. I ended up doing one. It's one of the fucking craziest things I've ever seen in an open world game. And it blew my mind. Like, just like it was just a thing that I didn't think would happen in a game like this. And I don't want to say too much just because it was crazy. I'm sure some people have seen it, some people haven't. And then I was walking around at night one time and I saw some shit that was like related to that side quest that was also just crazy. It was just, I was having some moments today specifically playing it. It was just like, I didn't know this game was going to do shit like this. That is just like out of left field and unexpected and like some throwaway line that some NPC said that didn't even result in a side quest led to a thing that was nuts. Just by like, I'm going to follow whatever this guy said on a whim. I bet I could figure out where he was talking about, going there and be like, holy shit. Also, I used my amiibo for the first time. Pop Wolf Link in the world. It's hanging out with me. It's cool.
I need to do that. I've got plenty of them to pop later on.
You can only do it once per day. In-game day, so which is cool. That's fine. It was cool having Wolf Link hang out.
What if you made a beeline for Hyrule Castle to fight Calamity Ganon, and then you're just like amiibo spawned Wolf Link, and you're like, all right, let's go. And you fought.
I'd be game. But have Wolf Link do all the heavy lifting. Wolf Link can die, so he's only got 3 hearts. Sad.
You could do it. You maybe pull it off.
I mean, you just have to respawn again, but.
I'm really excited to play more. I figured I'd mention this too. I tweeted about it earlier. I'm going to stick with Horizon right now because going into this week, I was like, I can split time between the two of them. I usually hate doing that, but I somehow in the days and months leading up to this, I was like, I convinced myself that I could do it. I am digging Horizon so much right now, and I don't want to put that down because I feel like it's not unfair or anything like that, but why get rid of a feeling that I am really enjoying while playing Horizon and then move on to something else? Like, I don't feel most games I play, I don't feel passionate about them and in love with them as much as I do with Horizon right now. So I feel like I owe it to myself to continue to see Horizon through, and because games like that don't come around very often, I don't want to just like make a hard stop with it. I'm going to be playing Zelda probably in handheld mode here and there, but I doubt I really take a huge dive into it until I'm finished with Horizon. But that'll probably be within the next like 3 or 4 days if I had to imagine. Like, I'm getting pretty far in the game. So, but yeah, I'm really excited to play more Zelda, but it'll be there when I'm ready to take the headfirst dive into the Lake Hylian waters.
Yeah, if you that you can. If you're gonna stop it, now is where you are at is the time to stop, because if you keep going, it will be impossible to stop, I think.
Yeah.
I guess I should tell these two clowns.
Where are our co-hosts?
Yeah, they left. We're done, I swear. All right, when they come back, I'm gonna tell them about how the whole game takes place on the moon. It's crazy. And then the moon people attacked.
I rule on the moon. That's the big twist in the game.
It's moon rule, actually. You thought low rule was crazy. Wait till you see moon rule. But yeah, that game's real good. It is, again, it's too early to say. I started just writing ideas for how I want to start my Zelda review today. That was what I wrote today. I have probably like 17 different ones. So it's that game's something else.
How do you we'll look ahead a little bit. How you feeling about it coming up to Mass Effect? Like, you think you'll have it beat by then and you'll jump onto Mass Effect by that time in 2 or 3 weeks? Or?
I don't know. You know, if I don't have it beat, I don't think I want to play anything else. We'll see. I might be like done with it and ready to like take a break from Zelda at that point. You know, that'll be 2 weeks from now when I'm exhausted and all feelings of Zelda. You know, I'm 25 hours in and I'm still having a good time. So,
yeah,
man, there's so much. I put so much news in this doc, and we're 3 hours right now. I told you this would be a long one.
That's fine.
So what we'll do, I'm just going to blow through the news. The important stuff we'll talk about pretty quickly. I'm going to actually text Danny and Tony because I don't know if they're checking. They might have just gotten up, left the room, gone to dinner.
Bitch, I'm here.
Come back. There he is.
Whoa.
Hey, guys.
Like 3 hours later, hi.
We had a lot to
Bitch,
talk
I'm here
about.
too.
Hi. Sorry that took so long.
So moon rule.
So when all of the Octoroks come from the moon, guys, it's crazy. It happens the first 10 minutes. It's nuts. Anyway, hey, you guys want to talk about some news?
No, I actually want to talk about Zelda.
Okay.
So I was playing Wind Waker the other day.
Okay, that's a good game.
Were you really playing Wind Waker?
No, I want to though.
Yeah, I want to too. We have it. We just haven't played it. Neither of us.
Yeah, you should play the game. It's good.
Because
they
we won't
rebalanced the HD version.
I want to fuck around with it for a little bit before I don't have a Wii U anymore.
It's fucked up, man.
What?
Nintendo Switch, real good.
Yeah, but not $300 good.
I think so.
Yeah, but it could be like $120 good.
I mean, like I'd be down for anything being like $120 good.
Exactly.
Like a nice bottle of wine being $120 good.
I don't know if I spend $120 on wine.
If it was like a real good bottle of wine.
Only because like I've had wine that expensive before and it just tastes like wine.
Hey, let's talk about some news. News in gaming. There you go. Now you're a real initiate, Logan.
All right,
I didn't know that was a thing.
Let's talk about the news that matters.
Yeah?
Destiny.
Destiny. All right, let's talk about Destiny.
Kill me.
So, Bungie, again, still not having formally announced the sequel to Destiny.
Yeah, because we all know it's not coming.
Said that, like yesterday or Friday or whatever, that, hey, listen, your stuff from Destiny 1 is not going to carry over to Destiny 2.
Good.
Fuck Bungie.
No, it's fine.
I mean, yeah, it's fine. I think like their concept of like they've said so many things and taken it back before. Like they've said like in Destiny 2 you can carry over your stuff. It's a 10-year plan of your character existing.
It's a 10-year plan, guys.
But then now it's like, oh no, your character model is going to carry over, just not your stuff.
So like
so like for them to say that this week and they're saying, oh, we're gonna announce what's coming next for Destiny Year 1, like the end of Destiny Year 1. But what's the point of doing anything? Why add anything if it doesn't matter? Like if I want to get new equipment or gear or weapons, like I can't take with me to Destiny 2. What is the point of me playing this game still? And why not just wait until Destiny 2 to jump back in?
I mean, like I think like that takes away from Destiny 1. I think Destiny 1 is still a game worth playing.
Yeah.
You know, especially in its state now. And I think I had a great time with that game, so like it's not like I regret sinking as much time into it as I did. There are a lot of crazy people like Tony that sank way too much time into getting the best everything possible ever. To you, I feel sorry, but like if you had a good time doing it, like
I didn't play the like way that I did and max out my character with the intention of bringing it into the next game.
Yeah,
like I am completely on the side of the fence of leave everything in the first game, let me play again. Because like I want to be able to do that again. I'm the type of person that's going to grind for the best gear and do that. But what's the point if I'm going to keep all the best gear?
Yeah, and like I think the point is like, hey, like if we leave the infrastructure of Destiny 1 behind, we can make Destiny 2 a better game. That is the bottom line.
That's like the biggest thing that I want is I don't want them to like, you know, give into like the vocal minority of the Destiny community, like, hey, I worked for this shit, let me keep it. And then, you know, if they do that, then it hamstrings them when they try and, you know, innovate and change what was initially not great about Destiny.
Yeah, they have to gut that game to make it, like, to have it achieve its true potential. And if that means like gutting the infrastructure that lets you carry over items and like the way items work and things like that.
If they changed all that, I'd be fine with it.
Yeah, you got to do it. Like and like it's clear like they're not like they knew that they would end up having to do this, but they didn't know how to say it. And I'm glad that they just came out and said it. So again, keep in mind this does include your glimmer or whatever the real money currency items that you got.
No, that's what are they called? Eververse something.
Your Eververse items. So your dumb dances and stuff, they're not going to come over.
That's
either.
fine.
People spent real money for that, and they're pissed that they won't be able to kind of take this kind of not like gear linked things that they spent money on to Destiny 2, which I understand that. I think that is a genuine frustration. That's reasonable.
Do all three of you guys play Destiny?
Yes.
Yeah.
We all played it together.
Played being
That's
past tense.
That's what I'm saying in the past.
So I jumped in on Taken King for reference. So.
I jumped on at launch and I played for a little bit, but because I had poor internet at the time, I ended up getting rid of it. Like it just wasn't working out for me. So I have not been involved with Destiny for the past 2.5 years now, I guess.
3 years almost.
Is it 3 years almost?
Yeah.
So going into Destiny 2, I respect Destiny a lot. I think the shooting mechanics are awesome. I think the world is pretty cool. I like the idea of Destiny, but I never wanted to go back into the first game. Going into Destiny 2, I really had hopes that they would do this and they would allow everybody to start from essentially ground zero, because it's not appealing for me at all to go into a sequel and feel like I'm 20 levels lower than anybody. Again, it's like not a PvP thing that's happening, so it's not really a huge deal, but I don't want to feel like I'm lesser than everybody else I'm playing the game with. And because they're doing this, like I'm way more inclined now to potentially buy Destiny 2 whenever it releases.
So here are the quotes here, just from Bungie's website. Sequels represent, quote, sequels represent the start of a new adventure for every player, with new worlds to explore, new stories to tell, new powers to acquire, new loot to earn, and much more. This led us to a decision that would enable us to serve both the game and the player's best interests. Destiny 1 power, possessions, and Eververse-related items and currency will not carry forward. They will, however, remain accessible to you in Destiny 1. Unnecessary sentence. End quote. Quote again. We know that, just like us, you've grown fond of the Guardians you've created, so we plan to preserve your character personalization. We're going to recognize the dedication and passion you've shown to this world, specifically the class, race, gender, face, hair, and marking selections for all characters that have achieved level 20 and completed the Black Garden story mission.
You know, the funny part about this is, like, I've seen so many posts of people are like, hey, can I recustomize my character? Because my character is ugly as sin.
Yeah. Hopefully, there might be an option with more details. Again, like, if this is for the betterment of Destiny, I'm all for it. Like, if you rip out the core of that game but keep the shooting and mechanics on top of it, I think you can make a real good video game. Destiny 1 can't do that. Even if Destiny 1, at the end of the day, is a real good video game as well, it had to become that. It couldn't start from that. So I just fucking announce that other game. Tell me what it is. Just tell me what it is. What does it look like?
It's called Destiny 2.
Yeah, no shit. But, like, what is it?
What's in the box?
What's in the box? Shadow of War was leaked last week. We fucked up and didn't say that. I mentioned this earlier. It was fully announced this week. The announcement trailer came out. When we had texted about it in our podcast group thread last week. Again, somehow we forgot to bring it up on the show. Somehow. Some dumb. And the only thing I thought was like, man, fuck, I could totally play another one of those games. Like, sure, I'm game. Let's do it. So I'm kind of excited to play that. It's not like you were too, Danny.
Yeah, dude, I'm real fucking stoked for that game. I love the first one. I just love Lord of the Rings in general.
Me too.
But, like, here's my thing. So I got that game as a gift on the PS3, put it in the PS3, game run like real shit, and I said, God damn it, I am not gonna play this game. And then I looked at it, and they were like, GameStop was still giving $30 for it, so I was like, I'm just gonna go buy the PS4 version of it. And I went, and I was like, I'm gonna return Target my money back. And then they wouldn't. Apparently, at Target, once you open a game, they do not take them back. So that's when I looked at GameStop, and I played the GameStop and traded for the PS4 version. Played the PS4 version, and I fucking love that game.
Yep, it's a great game.
Yeah,
very fun. It was also the first trailer that ended with a coming to Project Scorpio. At the end of it, like specifically saying it, and they announced that I don't know for sure, but I believe this is the first third-party title to be part of the Play Anywhere program. I mean, if you buy it digitally on either Xbox One or Windows 10 PC, you get it on both Xbox One and Windows 10 PC. This includes Scorpio, so whatever that is, Xbox One Plus, whatever it turns into.
Yeah.
If I'm right about that name, y'all fucking mark
Xbox 362. So.
Xbox 2. That's just what they'll call it. God, I hope they do.
The one thing I wanted to say with Shadow of War real quick is that WB's been teasing some event that happens on March 8th, and a lot of people thought it was going to be a Batman Arkham thing. Today they announced that March 8th they're revealing the first gameplay for Shadow of War, and I'm wondering if that's it. Because the preview image or the teaser images that they were originally showing like a month ago or whatever for this March 8th reveal of whatever is a lot different in tone, at least from the pictures that they've shown off from what Shadow of War, the vibe with that game. So I'm wondering, is there like multiple WB Games things happening that day, or is there going to be an Arkham project announced? Because there's been that rumored
they're making a Batman game
for
we all know
there's a Batman game being made somewhere, and supposedly Damian Wayne's in it. So is that still being shown off? Is there? I don't know. I need to do some research into this actually and see what's
a sequel
up.
to Origins. I've heard two things. There's a Suicide Squad game. There's a Batman game. It's a sequel to Origins by WB.
Suicide Squad game would be awesome. I mean, especially since they teased that at the end of it, Origins.
Yeah. Who knows?
Man, Origins is such a good game.
Origins is good.
Yeah.
It's really underrated.
Yeah, it's legit. That game's great. Again, Shadow of War coming August 22nd, which is like 5 months from now, which is just another fucking game for 2017.
Yeah.
But like, I'm loving this quick announce and then release cycle, man. I'm so on board with this shit. It's
yeah,
like,
I didn't realize Prey was coming out in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, it comes out in May.
Like, fuck, dog. I've been waiting for that game for years.
Yeah, I know.
Granted, it's not Prey 2 what I wanted it to be.
I was gonna say, are you a Prey 2 fanboy? Because I have prayed to God every night before I go to bed that game would come to fruition.
before Bethesda has their conference, we were on the podcast, and I was like, dog, if they're gonna announce Prey 2, this is gonna happen finally. I know they just announced it as Prey. I was like, whatever, I'll take whatever the fuck I can get.
Yeah, I don't know if y'all have seen like the opening hour of that game, but that game looks fucking rad. So I'm on board for Prey. Very stylistic.
Yeah.
Stylish, I should say. Microsoft had a lot of big announcements. I mean, fuck, man. I want to talk about this stuff, but I don't. How about we save? So, they announced
The creators program is
the Xbox Creators Program. Full disclosure, friend of the show, personal friend of mine, John Anderson, worked on this. He works at Microsoft. This is a project he's been working on. I talked to him about it on. He did like some GDC podcasts this week. I talked to him about it on one of those. We related it. I personally related it. He did not say this, but I related it to like the Xbox Live Indie program for Xbox 360, Xbox Indie games. It essentially like makes it so anybody can publish games on Xbox. Anybody, no inhibitions, no walls. It publishes to the Creators Program page, which is separate from the Microsoft Store. We don't really know what that's going to look like right now, but it will be separate. But games can then, they can go from that to the Xbox, game store on Xbox One, Windows 10 PC as well. So it gives anybody the option to be able to make a game for console, which is really cool. Xbox Games Pass is a whole thing that I do want to talk about a lot. I think it's a really good thing. I think it's really cool. But
I think it is too, but I feel like it's so not strange, but it's like
it's weird, man.
It's weird, like the way that they just kind of put it out there and said it. It's like I don't know if this is like a stab towards Sony with PlayStation Now, but like PlayStation Now already buried itself in its own ground that you have to pay separate for it instead of like it should have been part of your PlayStation Plus thing, especially since they raised the price of PlayStation Plus.
Yeah.
But like I don't know who this is for and how this works in the sense of like what I heard was there obviously you're gonna get your Xbox 360 library, but like your Xbox One games that you'll be able to get for free with the $10 a month is like they're old games and they're only allowed for that month and then they go away. But within that month you have the chance of like buying them with like 20% off or something like that.
So some games will cycle in and out. The catalog will be over 100, always over 100 minimum.
Yeah.
And some games will cycle in and out. Some will just stay there for a while.
Okay.
Phil Spencer actually he guested on podcast Unlocked, IGN's Xbox podcast. He talks a lot about it and kind of the ideas and specifics behind it. It's a very great interview. I suggest everyone give it a listen.
I listened to it this afternoon. It's really good.
Yeah, it's very good. I fucking love Phil Spencer. Every time he talks, I just like relate to him on some deep like brotherhood like way. I don't know why. I have a man crush on him. I don't know why. It's a weird thing, but that's where we're at. But he explains it really well. Of like, hey, there will be a library. Some of these games may always be there or will be there for foreseeable pieces of time. But it's not like everything changes every month. It's not like that. It is like some things will cycle in and out, like a Netflix, like a Hulu or something like that. So it is great. Like imagine like going out, spending $250 on a cheap Xbox One S. You just pay $10 and you get access to over 100 games.
That's what I was gonna say because Danny said he doesn't know who this is for, and to me, it's for new Xbox adopters,
yeah,
like people who haven't jumped in yet or anything.
Yeah, I know it's for people who like want to jump in, but in the sense of like, if you've had an Xbox and you've stuck around being a fanboy, like, wouldn't you be upset that you like? I guess not upset, but like, how often is this gonna get updated? Where it's like, why would I want to buy a new Xbox game at $60 if somewhere down the line I'm gonna get it for $10 for free?
Well, like, it's a thing that you can try, right? I don't see this for me personally. If I were to give this a shot, I don't see this as a thing I like keep running in the background forever, right? But like
I think
also
EA Access is a good example as well because it's kind of their version of that in a way. I think.
Yeah. But like, you get access to games early, and I think there's and that's the biggest incentive for that.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they do
program.
have a back catalog of games that they do update. It seems like usually 12 to 18 months after the game's out, or more often depending on like performance of the game sales-wise. Like I know Mirror's Edge Catalyst went to EA Access pretty quickly. I feel like Battlefront just went there like a month or two ago or something like that.
Yeah, that vault is growing, It's just the games program is cool, or the games pass is cool because like you get 20% off buying any of the games in that pass, If you want to buy them digitally, you just get 20% off flat. And digital games don't get discounted as much, so that's actually a good deal right off the bat. And then you get 10% off any DLC that you want to buy for those games as well. So like if you play something, you're like, I want to buy this, I want to keep this, or I want to support the developer, you can do that. And again, it's just like just doing it for 1 month is $10, and you get access to so many games. It's like you could try 24 different things in that month and just like get a feel for what you like and what you don't like. If I went out and bought an Xbox One tomorrow, I could have access to 100 games in a minute. Like that's crazy. So conceptually, it is really cool. It is a cool move to make. It changes things. You know, we've been talking about like that Nintendo should just fucking do this with Virtual Console. The fact that Xbox is doing it with their games right now is exciting. Microsoft's always making moves, and they're doing different stuff. And man, I just want them to do well.
I mean, I feel like at the end of the year, we're going to be talking about a different Microsoft than we are right now, especially since the
Phil Spencer regime, man, it's going
since
good.
Scorpio is supposed to be out the end of this year.
This holiday, man.
This year.
We'll see. Yeah.
Yeah, it's exciting. I love this. I think it is a great value proposition. I think it's great for consumers. I think it's like a cool thing for a big video game company to try as well. Like EA's got their own little thing, but like they don't have the clout of being able to pull in multiple publishers to one program because they are one publisher. Microsoft having a console and a system can and is doing it. And again, this is launching this summer, right? So it's not available now. They only announced 4 games that are going to be part of the first wave of stuff. People will be able to beta test it, and they'll only have access to like less than 100 games as they kind of roll this stuff in. But this will be available to consumers by the end of this year, so that's cool.
Yeah.
There's a new Overwatch character.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, that character looks baller.
She looks fucking dope and
Orisa?
plays dope. Orisa, my dude.
Orisa. She's a robot. She's a
robot.
tank.
She is built by a little genius.
Yeah. I like
Yeah.
how they put out a dev diary about this, just like fucking some dude explaining the story for 45 minutes. And I like the dev diaries when they talk about like mechanics and how they patch stuff, but like this one I was just like 4 minutes in, I was like, I can't do this right now.
Well, they also talk about mechanics of her.
I didn't get that far.
She is like the new Bastion to me, except Bastion's like buff, so now he is still Bastion.
Yeah, Bastion got a huge buff.
Yeah.
Of course he fucking did. I haven't played Overwatch in a long time, and I miss it. But I know if I start playing, I won't stop, and
How's it feel to betray your lovely child?
it's literally killing me. You know what would be great? Overwatch on Nintendo Switch.
It
Let's
would be
go.
great. Genji on Nintendo Switch.
You know what's great? Genji, my dude.
Genji's great on everything.
Yeah. Genji's my baby.
So Nintendo, last piece of news, Nintendo had a Nindies showcase. Are you guys familiar with the Nindies?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a real dumb name though.
The Nintendo
Yeah.
Indies. They did just an indie stream. Oh, God, I gotta not say that. They did a stream just showing off some indie games coming to their platform. A lot of it's like timed exclusive or exclusive to Switch or console exclusive to Switch stuff too, which is actually really cool. Now it's a whole bunch of games. Most importantly, SteamWorld Dig 2. Get hype, guys! Oh my God, SteamWorld Dig is real good. I
Yeah, that game's alright.
No one cares, but I'm very excited to just play more SteamWorld Dig. And that's coming this summer. Just a bunch of stuff. I really liked this little direct. This is the way to my heart. And again, it was a lot of games. Like seeing a ukulele there, it was a thing of like, yeah, I want to play ukulele on Switch specifically. And again, it's not a feeling I thought I would have. A lot of the stuff is stuff that I think is really appropriate to Nintendo Switch. They announced some new games like Runner 3, which is Bit Trip Runner 3. The spiritual successor to Retro City Rampage, which is called Shakedown Hawaii. They announced this cool Advance Wars looking game called War Groove.
And I'm all fucking about it.
Yeah, that game looks great. Blaster Master Zero.
Fuck yes.
Like a cool fighting game called Pocket Rumble. Mr. Shifty, which was actually something I don't know. I might have been Barrett saw it at PSX. I really liked it. and something called Graceful Explosion Machine, a side-scrolling shooter. Stardew Valley's multiplayer mode will be console exclusive first to Switch, which means it'll probably come to PC at the same time.
Or before, probably before,
probably before, especially in some kind of like test patch as well. But that's a big get for a portable system. Like obviously, Stardew Valley is not on Vita yet, so it being on Switch is a big plus for that game and for that console. I might buy that game again. We'll see.
I think I might too.
Hey, I've got some breaking news.
Okay.
This week, Zur is hanging out by the big door near the speaker. And as his inventory, you can get a Legacy Helmet Engram.
Fuck Destiny.
For 29 strange coins. An insurmountable Skull Fort, which is the exotic Titan helmet, for 13 strange coins. The ATS-8 Tarantella, the exotic hunter chest armor.
Danny, how does it feel to be next to Tony Horvath right now?
The Void Fang vestments, which are exotic warlock chest armor.
I've never went from soft to softer.
For 13
so
strange coins.
The show was better like an hour ago.
Which is an exotic
talking about
shotgun
Zelda.
for 17 strange coins. And you can also buy 3 of coins for 7 strange coins for 3.
All right.
Why did you bring this up?
Because I gotta know what's going on in Zur this weekend, my
I
dude.
hate you so much.
There was a
Overcooked
time
is also coming to
where-
Nintendo Switch. It's cool.
There was a time where those text messages were actually helpful.
They're
Yes.
also very erotic.
There were times where I said, "Tony, I'm not home. Can you please log
Can you
my
log into
account and buy
Destiny
this
and
stuff
buy
for
this
me?"
gun for me?
That's it for news.
The Switch is gonna be real rad. I'm excited to play indie games on there, like I did on my Vita. I know you guys talked about that earlier with Switch,
Yo.
but yeah.
But can I get monster card games?
Monster Hunter.
Monster Mon piece. I think
Yeah,
that
dude.
is a definite possibility.
I need games like Monster Monpiece on all of my portables.
I'm gonna need everyone listening. Go to YouTube. Type in
Don't
Yugi
do
kills
this.
Weevil. It is the best video of all time.
I'm not going to do that. How about that?
I'm not saying you do. I'm talking to the viewers and listeners. Okay.
Berserker Soul.
Berserker Soul, best card.
How would you guys like to hear from our good friend Silver PR?
I'm down.
I'm into it.
Let's take a peek at the mail sack, jump right into voicemails. Remember, you can leave us a voicemail at 404-590-1337. This one comes in from a friend of the show, Silver PR.
What up, guys? Silver PR here. I hope everybody's doing all good and well. I just want to take this moment and say to Alex O'Neill, Brian Nabashin Jackson, Tony Horvath, and Scott Gauthier, thank you
And
from the
Danny
bottom of my
Juarez.
heart
And
for
Danny
your
Juarez.
kind words, for your good vibes from last week's show and also throughout the Twitters. Those mean a lot to me. The day that I listened to the show was going through a bad day, and you guys made it great at the end. And that means
all
a
the
lot.
dick jokes, I know.
You know, it's a day-to-day thing, and, you know, there are good days and bad days, and one of those days was a great day. So I love you guys. From the bottom of my heart, you guys are like family, and I do appreciate that. So in a positive, more positive note,
Thanks, Silver. We love you too.
Baby PR II, also known as Josue, in my family is going to be known. He's due on March the 6th. Now, it was expected to be in the next 2 weeks, but the doctor said, coming this week. So now it caught us red-handed, and a couple things have been attained, and next 48 hours is going to be fun because I have to prepare myself for the kid to come in. I mean, it's not going to be on home until Thursday, but
That's what Danny feels like when Tony
the other
comes
thing
home.
is that March 6th
Tony
is the birthday of my mother, and she passed away in 1999. God bless her soul. And you know, it's like a message from heaven that, you know, even though I'm passing through these tough times, maybe this is like a message of telling me that, you know, good things are coming, and this is gonna be a special day for me. The birthday of my mother, having my second kid born. It's gonna be awesome. So,
hope
but that's
everything
it
goes well.
about that. Let's go straight to video games. This jam, I'm so glad there's gonna be on PlayStation Plus on March, and I did enjoy the beta. So anybody who has a PlayStation 4 and PlayStation Plus, there's no excuse. So I don't know how it's gonna work with the friends list and whatnot, but if you want to play against me, and if I have the time, because you know I'm gonna have my hands full,
Of babies.
newborn, mother that has to have her rest, and the second kid, and my first kid, I'm gonna have my hands full for the next 2 weeks. So maybe at night I can squeeze some gaming. Come at me, bro. I will have some fun with you. Also, I've been playing Overwatch. Now, I had an epiphany the other day. Aside from the holiday event that it was great, I attained a lot of those skins, and the buffs and nerfs they had done and bringing back capture the flag mode. That it's cool. I discovered that I wasn't having fun opening one loot box at a time once I attained them. Immediately after I level up or I get 3 wins on arcade mode, I immediately open the box. And I decided for myself, hey, I'm just going to collect them as much as possible and wait until the next holiday event. Now, I know they're not retroactive. I get it. That's not what I mean. What I mean is I want to try to collect as many, so it's more fun opening many boxes altogether. Like the people that are buying, through dollars, paying $20 or $40 for all those boxes.
Yeah, getting their rocks off.
I want to do them organically. And I want to wait until the next holiday event. So once I get close to the event, I open all those boxes and see if I can attain as much gold as possible. Maybe the higher tier 3,000K gold, so I can get the favorite skin that I want to attain immediately once the holiday event starts. So yeah, that's pretty much about that. I mean, also doing some match 3 gaming with this mobile game called WWE Superstars. Like I said, it's a match.
My
3
dad's
game.
obsessed with this
Puzzle
game.
Quest like.
No.
Your dad sounds
has a lot of grind, but as far as 1 month of straightforward playing that game on a day-to-day basis, I haven't put a cent on it, and I have like more than a dozen of wrestlers, and because it has like an RPG-ish mechanics with the colors, and it's like match.
Sounds like a fucking
Puzzle
bummer.
Quest. You know what I'm talking about. This is just pretty much Puzzle Quest with a paywall, and I'm enjoying it. I like wrestling. I like the aesthetic of the wrestling on the game, and that makes me enjoy it more. So that's awesome. And if you can try it out, it's kind of cool. And that comes to me. But my question, finally, a question to guys give you. Like I said, WWE Champions Match 3. I haven't played a Match 3 puzzle versus game in over almost a decade since Puzzle Quest 1. So my question to you guys is, what kind of genre you loved back in the day? At some point, you stopped playing that genre, and maybe because a sequel of that same genre came, or some new IP with that same genre or almost same mechanics came in, and returned to loving that kind of genre. So yeah, that's much about me, guys. Kind of be busy dealing with preparing for the second coming. So without further ado, have a fun one. Have a happy Saturday. So OPR signing out.
Thank you, Silver Bear. So what genre
Phase up,
did
Silver
you...
PR.
Yeah, babes up, man.
No,
He's
phase
having a
up,
kid
dude.
tomorrow.
Phase up, dude. I'll show you.
I said babes up, as in babies.
Listen. You're gonna learn about phase up when we're at PAX. It's gonna be my thing at this convention.
That sounds like an anal thing.
You'll be surprised.
So what genre did you evolve that you loved that evolved into a different genre and then came back to it? It's a good question. For me, it was probably third-person platformers, right? The Banjo-Kazooies and the Mario 64s and like the Spyro of the Dragons eventually kind of transformed into third-person shooters. Like there was like a Ratchet and Clank, Jak and Daxter middle point in the road, and then it just became Uncharted. Just to follow the Naughty Dog typography, whatever. It's not the right word, but you know what I'm saying. I'm very tired. And then obviously third-person platformers are making a big comeback now. So this year, man, did y'all see that Psychonauts 2 gameplay?
My dude, I'm so pumped.
Dude,
And if
I was
had
like,
a fucking PSVR, you best tell me about that rhombus.
I was getting like choked up watching that Psychonauts stuff. It's like I never thought this would happen, and it's like real and it's fucking crazy. What are you gonna say, Danny? Go ahead.
I was just saying mine was gonna be survival horror games. Obviously the evolution of like what Resident Evil used to be with Resident Evil, like those PlayStation 1 days of Resident Evil, Silent Hill, Clock Tower, like all of those type of Parasite Eve and all that. And
More
how
like Parasite. I'm sorry, I'll stop.
more like Parasite. We 420 blaze it. Eat. But yeah, just like how they've grown into different, like how like they just started dying out, obviously, and then like we got games like The Evil Within, which was kind of similar but also different, but it still felt kind of like a game that didn't matter or impact the like survival horror genre. But now we've been hit with obviously first we're like survival horror is going down the first person with like PT studying the movement, and like where we're at now is Resident Evil 7.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Came back to its roots in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
What about you, Logan?
I don't know. I agree with you in a lot of ways with the 3D platformer stuff. It's cool to see Yooka-Laylee coming back. I wanted to say rhythm games up front because my mind went to like Guitar Hero and stuff like that. So it hasn't really come back around, but I feel like they will in some sort of fashion. I don't know if it'll be with a guitar peripheral per se. But I don't know. I feel like rhythm games, for the most part, have just kind of we're in the dead period of that question. I'm interested in seeing like what developers do in the future to kind of
bring it back.
Yeah.
Dude, we have Osu.
Tony tell you about
All right.
Osu.
We don't need more rhythm games. We have the best one.
If I gotta hear about this fucking Osu game one more goddamn time.
Honestly, the other day I was driving and I was thinking about like, man, what happened to DDR? I would love to have a DDR system in my own house someday.
There's that fucking drummer game in the Sega arcade in Japan.
Dude,
That's what happened.
Takio Drum? Dude, that game is the shit. We got one here at the GameWorks here in Vegas.
Shit. Apparently Tony and I are gonna go to that Sega arcade when we go to Japan, so
Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah, we are.
we're gonna get fucking wasted there.
Yeah, and I'm gonna somehow
So much sake.
have us meet Shuhei Yoshida. I'll make it happen.
Yeah. I know
Hey,
I know a guy. We could have dinner with Shuhei.
Yeah.
What about you, Tony?
Osu.
That's not an answer. It's Silver PR. Come on, he said all those nice things. Give him a real answer.
You can't see because he doesn't have a camera, but Tony said that laid back in his chair, and now he's doing like the Asa dude.
Asa, dude.
Like hand movements.
Fuck you guys. Go on, Tony, whenever you're ready.
Osu.
All right, come on. It's okay if you disrespect me, but you're gonna disrespect Silver PR like that. That's fine. I get it. You just don't care. How about we hop in the tweets?
All right.
All right. Remember, you can always tweet your questions at IrrationalPod with the hashtag IPQ, and we will read them on the show, and probably make you fucking regret saying some heinous shit on Twitter. That's my goal, at least.
Yeah, bitch.
Man, Tony, why did you send those dumb tweets to us during the show last week?
What dumb tweets did I send?
Is Trevor Starkey Hitler?
Oh,
Hashtag
we
Secret Hitler.
they were gonna play Secret Hitler, but we never ended up playing.
Diego Rivera at Behold the Sack says, with Jackman hanging up the claws, should X-23 take up the mantle or have the X-Men universe rebooted with a new Wolvie? Hashtag IPQ.
No, just keep it dead. It's done.
None of the above.
I haven't seen Logan, which I think it getting amazing ratings is good. Leave it that way. Do not ruin the legacy of Logan. But man, was X-Men Apocalypse fucking terrible, and I don't need another movie like that or another X-Men movie. I'm okay with this universe being dead from Fox.
Yeah, here's the deal. Keep making your Deadpool movies. People like those, they're going to keep making them because it was successful. Obviously making another one. And give the rest of the X-Men to Marvel.
Yeah.
Just give it back. It's time to give up. You made one last good one.
They can't though. I think if they have the rights to everything mutant. So I don't think they can keep just Deadpool and give.
Well, they can do a deal like Sony did. Just
they could. That's true. I guess contracts.
Marvel would make that deal. Like you make the money on the movies. Marvel makes a little bit of money, and they can put it in their universe. Like,
but they keep making too much on these X-Men movies. Like Apocalypse, I agree, was horrible. Like I never want to see another X-Men movie if it's going to be like Apocalypse. But I guarantee you, it made them millions of dollars.
I do want to see another X-Men movie if it's just the Quicksilver scene from Apocalypse, but in 2.5 hours. Fuck me, man. Hell yeah. Alex Van Aken at It's Van Aken says, reactions to Age of Triumph? How about characters not carrying over to Destiny 2? What's Age of Triumph?
That's like the thing that they're doing, like the next event.
What is the next event?
I don't know. It's called Age of Triumph, but they're
Poopy
like,
butt garbage.
yeah, pretty much. I don't know what it is. So I think the rumors is there's gonna, like, what they hinted was there are now gonna be new weekly challenges to the raid and to other things, and so like they're updating the old raids because they showed people in new armor from Vault of Glass and stuff. So I think it's the same thing, like a challenge mode thing, but it's like a weekly thing to unlock.
So what you're saying is I need to install Destiny again.
No.
Fuck no, man. I know what I'm getting Destiny 2 digitally though. I've decided that because having it physically is just a headache.
Hey, so Alex, you want to do Crota, my dude?
Yeah.
I still haven't done Crota.
The rumors is they're updating Crota and they're updating Vault of Glass to drop current level light armor from there, but there are like challenges you have to do to get that armor.
I will only do Crota with you if we do it the right way, Tony.
I'm not gonna find 6 people that want to do Crota.
You're going to if there's a challenge mode for it.
Then we're not doing it. So
yeah, you might just be able to. We'll have to see after next week when they announce what they're actually doing.
I do need to go back and get the Flawless Raider trophy.
Andrew Taylor
I was so close.
Papa Drew Bear at Papa Drew Bear. Did you know there's a new Zelda out? Yeah,
Nope.
I think we knew. It's real good, guys. Logan Wilkinson at Lefty Logie. Is Logan the best named movie ever? Side note, Logan is amazing. I'm seeing
Yes.
I'm sensing some Logan bias here.
I'm not seeing it till Tuesday, so
It's a good name. It's like
it is a good name. It is a good name too. Apparently, this being the send off to, Wolverine.
yeah, because it's Logan. It's about him as like a human. It humanizes him in a really good way as well. So, NATO Johnston at NatoJ18 on Twitter says, "Which food places am I going to in each IP Dude Towns when I visit y'all?" Nate wants to do this weird cross country thing where he comes and hangs out.
Yeah, he's coming to Vegas 2 weeks before Kind of Funny Live 2 because he's gonna go to LA from here and then go to Kind of Funny Live 3.
It sounds pretty fun. So
Yeah.
where should it go in Vegas, Danny? Where's the place to eat?
Cane's, Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Raising Cane's so good.
Yeah. No, I don't know. We'll figure it out. I'll take him to somewhere really nice. I like there's the thing about Las Vegas is like we don't have a specific thing for food. We are like a melting pot.
If you
so we
go
have
to the
multiple
Strip,
foods.
that's basically all the unique stuff about Las Vegas.
Yeah, that's not true. I just haven't shown you other things. We haven't done a lot. I've been
Whose fault is that?
yours
Uh-huh.
and mine because I'm a terrible friend and roommate. Yeah, it's just getting real here. NATO, we will take you somewhere. Just we'll figure it out.
You're gonna have him on
just-
FU West.
I just want to
Yeah.
watch NATO play blackjack from across the room. I just want to be like a fly on the wall, like maybe 30 feet away, just like, there's an Australian man over there. He just got 21.
Just like very sexually though.
Yeah.
Like the tension is palpable.
Yeah. Down on the Strip, there's like one little like pit of like 6 tables for table games, where in the middle of the things, there are like 2 like circles that scantily clad ladies like to dance on
Oh,
Yes.
I've seen
right in
this.
front of you.
Yeah, it's a pretty common thing here in Vegas.
It's the first time I had seen it.
Man, sex is cool with people again.
Yeah.
Sex sells, dude.
So that's where I'm going to put NATO at one
Bastion
of those tables.
fucks.
Bastion fucks.
Bastion doesn't know how to make love. Bastion fucks. Where are you at again, Logan? Where in the country are you?
Indianapolis.
Where's the place
So,
to eat? Nate's probably
This
not going to
place-
come visit you. No offense.
Real
but-
nice. There's this place called St. Elmo's downtown, and there's like a famous shrimp sauce there that's got a bunch of horseradish in it. And when you take a bite out of it, it like clears your nose out. And that's about the most famous place in Indianapolis.
Is it good though?
It's actually pretty good. Yeah, it's got like this weird kick to it. I don't know. It feels like you just shot like, when you're in the shower and you like shoot like a whole wad of snot out at once, and it feels really good. You're like, oh, I can breathe. It kind of feels like that. But you're eating shrimp.
That's a weird comparison, but okay. Nate, when you come here, we're gonna go to Chipotle.
That is probably
Yeah, that's worse than us. Come on.
That's a cultural epicenter of
There's nothing in
I'm
Europe.
kidding. We are for sure going to go to Chipotle just because I have to take all of my loved ones to Chipotle. It's an intimate bonding experience. But Chaps, that's where it's at. Pit Beef.
Yeah, dude. I haven't
Yeah,
been
you're
there in-
supposed to take me there.
I haven't
but,
been there in
someone
years,
slept.
Alex.
I go there every time Brant comes. He's coming either the end of this month or next month. So I'm excited for that. So Chaps, we got to go to, or in addition, we could go to the Woodbury Kitchen. It's my favorite restaurant. It's where I went with Greg Miller when he came and visited. It is a very nice restaurant. It's pretty expensive though, so we don't have to go there. Chaps is relatively cheap and delicious.
That's not Extra Life. When it's just me coming to visit, you'll take me.
I mean, I won't take you as in like pay for everything because I'm
No,
poor.
obviously not. I would not make you do that. You're poor. Mr. Binge is talking about, I got to switch, but I'm also going to PAX West because I got extra money.
Well, I mean, I have money in my savings account, but I don't want to take money out of there.
Exactly.
But yeah, you're also saying you're going to PAX West. What the fuck are you talking about, Danny?
I know, but I'm struggling for it, but I'm going to do it still. I somehow ended up at PAX East when I said I wasn't going to go.
No, you always said you were like, I'm going to try.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm going to try for PAX West.
Here we are. Trying, doing, believing.
Yeah.
But yeah, Woodbury Kitchen is super nice. I would love to take you guys there. I always tell my friends, like me and my best friends, we go to like Buffalo Wild Wings every Monday night just to hang out. It's cheap, good food, or it's okay food. It's not used the word it's good here. But I always say like we could save up the money we spend here for a month and then get like at least a decent meal at the Woodbury Kitchen and go there and feel like classy motherfuckers because they have like it's all locally sourced stuff. But we never do it. My friends suck at saving money. That's it for Twitter questions. That's it. We're done.
Titles.
That's all right. We got some stuff left to do.
Yeah. Tony always like, we're done. Titles!
What's up?
If you'd like to be a part of the show, remember you can email us mailsack@irrationalpassions.com. You can leave us a voicemail at 404-590-1337. Just like Silver PR did, standard long distance fees do apply. Or you can tweet your questions at IrrationalPod with the hashtag IPQ. Make sure you use that hashtag. It makes it easier for us to find. You can follow each of us on Twitter. I am at AlFighter27. Tony is at Tony Horvath. Danny is at Stoked Danny. It's 2 D's in the middle there.
What up, bitch? Double
And-
D.
Okay, come on, Danny. God damn it. You can follow the site and the show on Twitter at IrrationalPod. And Logan, you are at Mooreman12. That's MOOREMAN12.
Yep.
Where else can they find the stuff you do on the internet?
Follow me there. Millennial Gaming Speak. I mentioned that earlier. That's the weekly gaming podcast that I do. We are going to be revealing. I'll just kind of show our hand here. We're going to be doing something new with podcasts coming up in the future. Me and a few other people were setting something up, creating a brand of sorts, and gonna house a bunch of new podcasts.
It's called Irrational Passions 2. It's like, God damn it, they got to it first.
The sequel. Yeah, we're working on that. We again, just follow me on Twitter. I'm aiming. I need to talk to the people I'm working with this on about middle of the month, maybe March 15th, 16th, 17th, sometime around there. We're going to try to launch the site, and we've got probably 10 podcasts banked, so we'll be coming out shooting. So be on the lookout for that in the future. Other than that, written work is over at Dual Shockers. I'm a weekend writer over there, so you can
that's right. Congrats
find
on
any
that.
stuff I do over there.
Cool. Other stuff, rate and review us on iTunes and Stitcher. Go to vgevo.com. Check out the podcast network there that we are part of. Monthly Passions podcast as well that Jarrett hosts. Jarrett Green at Jarrett John on Twitter, and IP West coming soon from these two chuckle fucks.
What up?
Is it like the West Coast
That's
Avengers?
not it.
How's that shakedown?
It's more like the West
Listen,
Coast Teen Titans.
I'm sick of that joke. No, it is nothing like that. It'll be just like for Irrational Passion, just different because I don't want two Irrational Passion shows being the same thing.
It's actually called Irrational Passions 2.
And we will be shorter than 4 hours.
Can the
that's
can the
where we are
S's
now.
and passions be twos? Is that how the logo for that's gonna shake down?
Yes.
I've actually had thoughts about the design for like the logo of it.
Gotta get in
but,
touch with your boy Picorni, man.
dude, I got other dudes. Let me tell you, I love
You fucking
Picorni.
you putting Roger on blast right
I'm
now?
not putting Roger on blast. I think he's great. I got my own dudes.
It's fucked up,
Listen.
man.
I don't know who Roger is, but
You got your dudes on the East Coast. I got my dudes on the West Coast.
At
Okay?
Raj Former on Twitter. Roger Picorni, good kid. Good boy. 10 out of 10, good boy. You can check out our streams over twitch.tv/irrational passions. I streamed some Horizon this week. Thank you to everyone who tuned into that. YouTube.com/irrational passions. Got some extra live stuff going up soon. I'm real excited about it.
Amiibo licking bitch.
Did you guys know that we did some real dumb stuff during Extra Life? I was like going through it and it was like, why did we zoom out to the camera? Oh God, we made an ice bucket. Or a paint can, whatever it's
Paint
fucking
can.
called. Yeah, we did some dumb stuff on that show.
Yeah, we did.
So I've got a couple of them uploaded. I haven't published them yet. I said they would start going out this past week, but like I'm trying to get everything uploaded first.
Yeah, there's just so much.
There's a lot. It's broken up into 7 parts so far now, and I'm over halfway through the show, so hopefully it'll be like maybe like 15 parts, but we'll see. And for one more thing, tell your friends about the show. Word of mouth is the best way to spread the love. We would very much appreciate that. And for everything else, Irrational Passions, irrationalpassions.com. Normally we would have bets here, but we were at 4 hours and we were down 2 bettors, and I do not want to do bets.
Bets.
So we're not doing bets. We can settle last week's bet though, which I don't even remember what it was. Let's fucking find out. We are catching up, by the way, Tony. Scott and I are. Last week's bet. On Saturday, the next time we record upon checking Open Critic. That's right, this is a good one. Upon checking Open Critic, so we were just doing last week's bet. From the top 10 most favorable reviews. So these essentially whatever it lists on opencritic.com. The first 10 most favorable reviews for Breath of the Wild. How many of those 10 most favorable reviews will refer to Breath of the Wild as the best in the series or any variation therein? So essentially, the best Zelda game. Or any variation of that. So it could be like best since or best... Actually, we'll not include best since I think that is not in the spirit of the category. God, there are a lot of 10s for this game. Let me see if I can. How do you fucking open goddamn reviews on this goddamn website? I'm a mess right now, guys. Talk amongst yourselves. Have some fun.
We're looking at them right now. I don't know how you're supposed to start them being the most favorable reviews.
There's just like in chronological order as they appear in the score summary page. I'm just like trying to find the link to the actual the physical review.
the link.
Fine. There you go. There it is. The link. Will it open?
I mean, we're on it. I'm just not seeing what we're looking for.
Who made this bet?
I made this bet. I thought of the idea at least. I'm just trying it used to link off to the actual websites, to the IGNs and the maybe it's just not that one. No. We might have to hold off. I don't know what's happening. I'm sure Nalbushin's somewhere like screaming into his iPod, talking about like how dumb.
What's an iPod?
Have you heard of this thing called an iPod?
No.
Is
that like the next iPhone?
Well, you know what, Tony? We'll come back to that one. Loop back around.
Here's my bet next week. How many times is Xander going to appear at PAX East
Oh
next
my
week?
God, no, that's not a bet.
That is a bet.
Xander Cage.
I bet at least a minimum of 3 times.
3 times?
Yes.
So for your reference, Logan, when I get drunk or tipsy or whatever combination of that, people refer to me. I stop being Alex and I become Xander.
from Triple X.
Hell yeah!
Well, that was just kind of like the joke that it became.
And then it became real.
And then I guess it became real. This is what I'll do. Because Metacritic actually links to the reviews. OpenCritic is not doing it. OpenCritic just typically sources a bit more. So I'm gonna. Oh, this is actually gonna probably take some time. I'm gonna come back to this, and we will find out what the answer to the bet is. Since we're not doing a new bet for this week, this is our 20th bet. Also,
I just made a new bet. Come on.
no, come on, man. Like that, I could. What if I just, because you said that, decide not to drink at PAX?
Too bad, because I bet 0.
So there you go.
There you go.
Tony wins.
Tony wins.
Hey,
Tony gets the whole butt. We'll loop back to this bet. I'll find out what it is, and we'll follow up on next week's show. Because we've been going for way too long, and we gotta do titles still.
You literally said at the beginning of this podcast, strap in, this is going to be a long one. And now you're going, man, this is too long.
Well, I mean, it's not. If I have the
Because
power,
he wants to play Zelda.
well, no, I want to sleep. I've been up for like 24 hours. If I have the power to make it a little bit shorter, I will do that. Let's end it.
Titles, though.
Well, we gotta close out the show, and then we go to titles. Calm down, Danny.
Okay.
Have you even listened to this show? Come on.
Dude, who
No.
are we?
Who are you? Logan, thank you again for coming on the show.
Dude, no problem. Thank you for having me.
I hope you had a good time. You always talk about you like long podcasts. Well,
Yeah.
this is the longest one.
This is probably the longest one I've ever done. So, new record. I
This
guess.
is in the top 5 for us, for sure. So that's saying something
4 hours is a lot.
when you got 318 episodes. So, thank you, Danny, for coming in last minute. Appreciate that.
Dude, I will always be your backup. You just need to, let me know when.
I know it's 4 hours of your whole night. Although during the middle part there, you guys left. You probably went and got dinner. sat
No,
down in
we
a nice
we sat
restaurant.
we sat in the chairs and just looked at each other and like, are they done yet? No.
Just looked at each other as you just
It's like a
moved the fucking
straight
cow.
hour.
Yeah. So then I was like, Tony, I'm just gonna suck your dick, and then
Nope, that didn't happen.
Thank you, everyone, for watching and listening. Everyone who tuned in live. We had a nice, consistent people listening throughout the whole show. Appreciate that. Thank you to Danny Wiesner for opening music of 2-Player Co-op and our closing music of The World is Saved. Go check out his music if you've not listened to it before. It's fantastic. We love you all very much. I hope you enjoy your Switches and your Zeldas. And that's all I got. We're going to be at PAX next week. If you see us, come say hi. Our podcast next week is going to be, let's say, irregular. So we'll see what happens. With that, I've been your host, Alex O'Neill. Play your games. Stay rational. We will talk to you all next week.
Titles. Really.
I wrote down one title.
Happy Switchmas, but I hate this title.
Why do you hate this title?
Because Switchmas is such a dumb term.
No, it's not. It's
Tony,
great.
if you cared about titles, you would have wrote some.
Yeah, there you go, fucker.
All right.
Does anybody
So-
have any other titles?
Yeah, The Legend of Zelda: New Horizon.
That's terrible.
Yeah, that
It's
is
better than Switchmas.
No, it's
That came
not.
right off the dome, my dude. How about Phase Up?
Oh, I'm all about face up, my dude.
I don't know what
Yeah,
phase
I
up
did.
means. What the fuck are you saying? Are you saying some racist shit on my show right now?
Hold on, go look at the titles.
Secret Hitler.
Secret
Face
Hitler.
up, my dude.
I mean, if you guys really want to do it,
I don't care either way. You can be happy Switchmas. I'm just being stupid.
here.
This is
We
the
could do
irrational
Happy
question.
Switchmas. And
No,
then in
come on,
parentheses,
come on.
Phase up.
Tony, you gotta let the guests do the bit. Here's what I want you to say, Logan. You're listening to Irrational Passions Podcast, episode 318. Whenever you're ready.
You're listening to Irrational Passion. All right.
Take 2. Go.
You're listening to Irrational Passions Podcast, episode 318.
Give us another one!
Fuck yeah!
What? Wasn't even the title.
Nope, that's the new title, dude. I'm down for that one.
I don't actually know how to respond to that. You can stop recording now. Thanks everybody for watching. That's the whole thing. That's the whole show.